water
continue.
forever.
It doesn't have to continue on that path.
Yeah, so they could have rationed out the water forever then somehow. How? How would you do that?
What do you mean rationing out the water? The rationing out water isn't going to solve all the problems.
Right. So not water. Water's not a problem. Good.
No, if you have a set amount of something and you rationalize it, that regulation it, that just makes the thing that you have less. You have 1 kilogram of something and you ration 1 gram of it every day. So, yeah, it will last longer, but it will end up someday. So, yeah, there might be shit ton of water on the earth, and I think that's the case. But yeah, someday we will run out of it.
Hey, but where is the liquid going? I mean, water can only change its state. Where's it going?
How do you run out of water when there's springs all over the earth? You have no idea if one year it's just going to rain the entire year. Like if we were really running out of water, we wouldn't be bottling up in plastic bottles and 40
We
packs.
aren't running out of water.
Yeah, the current crisis with resources is not that we're running out of water.
Yeah, that's not the case, and the springs don't work like a bucket in Minecraft. It's not like you place water and it
Come on, man.
rains forever.
It's been springing forever, dude. There's never been a time that we haven't seen millions of gallons of water just coming out of springs. Go ahead and look up the company Zephyr Hills. They've been bottling that stuff up for years, bro.
Congratulations, when you find a source of something and there's a lot of it, you can bottle it.
Dude,
Wow.
we're living in a water world, man. Even the air you're breathing has tons of water in it every day.
So
like,
why are we...
When I have my air conditioner running for half a day, I get like 2 to 3 liters of water just for my living room, man.
So
That's
why are we
ridiculous.
talking about water when I already said that I don't think it's scarce? I don't think even the actual current agenda says it's scarce. I don't think that's the case.
Why is Nestle like making all of these special wells? And
Nestle
like
is a shit company.
Yes. I
They're
agree, man.
doing horrible stuff. They're taking some people's water and then they're reselling it to them. That's a horrible company, and it's a really pity that they control majority of the market. Yes.
Exactly. You see what they're doing, what Nestle is doing? They're acting as if there's a shortage of water. That way they can profit off the water, when in reality there is no shortage.
They're not acting like there's a shortage. They're exploiting the people. They're not saying you don't have water. They're doing, we took your water and now you have to pay for it.
What?
It's like you having a well, but suddenly government turns on and you have to pay for the well. That's basically what Nestle did.
That's ingenious, bro.
Yeah, that's a great way to make money exploiting the people. Although it's not very good.
It is what it is.
Yeah, if you have an army, just go to a village and suddenly tell people that they need to pay or kill them. Yeah, sure, you make money, but that's not ethical.
Man, it's okay. My dad worked for Master Foods 26 years, and they had meetings with Nestle about certain topics, because Master Foods is the second biggest creator of foods and other stuff. And Nestle is top one, right? But Nestle is only top one because they're so wicked. For example, there was once this conference they had where they talked about either putting sugar into their, into the cat food, and Master Food, or Mars, what it's called now, Mars Corporation. They said no, we're not gonna put sugars and other additives or whatever into it. But Nestle directly said yes, and Nestle is really a screwed up company.
Yeah, if you dig into what they're doing, it's just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, my dad hates Nestle. Even though I'm also thinking that Master Food or Mars Inc. now is
Yeah,
is
but
also not
it
the best.
starts with us though, man. Like we're the idiots who believed them when they said don't drink the regular water.
Who tells you that? I mean, maybe there are
Nestle.
some idiots who believed it, but
Well, I mean, how did bottled water take off? Nestle, the one who wants to buy all the water.
I don't know. Bottled water is shit. When I drink bottled water, I feel plastic, not water.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Water-
bottled water is popular. That's disgusting. You're drinking microplastics, and you need to pay way more. Like a liter of water is 1 PLN for like a bottle of water, and with the tap water, it's like I know 0.1 PLN.
Yeah, but you get all that free aluminum.
No,
I can
I have a big
I
ass
can prove it's
filter.
wrong right now. Like right now, like I drink tap water my whole life every day, and guess what? I turned out a flat earther. Boom, proof that shit doesn't hurt you.
And snacks, I have a big ass filter under the tap, just for that exact purpose, so that whatever is in my water, it's not in my water when I drink it anymore.
Wow, what are you afraid of?
I don't know. It's just that filter water also tastes better.
It really does. I was just talking to Dan, the waterman. I'm going to install this recommended filtration system because the water doesn't taste. It tastes like it has something in it. It tastes better when it's filtered.
It tastes like it tastes.
Yeah, dead water's dead water, right?
Water is supposed to taste anything. Water is supposed to be water.
I mean, if you
there's so much difference, man. Like I have one water we always buy that I drink at home, and when I drink water at my workplace from a different kind of spring, it's such a huge difference, and I can never get used to it because every time I go home and drink this water, it feels much more refreshing. It feels so much better. But I mean, that could also be just a matter of what you're used to.
I mean, when you drink enough of water, you start to feel that it has a taste, like a feel to it. So when you drink at your place, it feels correct, and when you're drinking at, for example, your friends, his water tastes different from your water, even though it's the same water.
I'll be
Technically.
honest, what I can't drink is tap water. Like I have never drink from the few occasions I've drank tap water. I never enjoyed it. It always tastes awful.
Listen, you got to work harder. Like if you work really hard, like you're gonna stick your fucking head under that tap water, and it's gonna taste delicious. It's gonna taste great.
I mean, tap water is the easiest. You just go to the kitchen, you get a glass, you open the tap, and you drink.
Well, I really don't like tap water. I can only shower with it.
I mean, I didn't like it before I got the filter, and after the filter, it just feels good.
Oh well, yeah, that's okay. I can agree with that. My brother, when I was at his home, I drank. He used some filter, Kako filter or whatever, for filtering the tap water, and then it actually tastes pretty good. I admit, with a filter, it makes a huge difference.
Yep.
It tastes much more soft, if that makes sense, you know.
Yeah,
Less hard.
I know. The just regular tap water is like kind of oily. I don't know how to explain.
Yeah, but the point was that somehow they tricked the world into not drinking their water, so that's how they got control through a belief. Yeah.
But if you think about it this way, right? When you think about soft drinks, isn't a soft drink another great way of just, making like if you have trash water, for example, that normally, wouldn't taste like any good.
Yeah, add sugar, add color,
Yeah.
and boom. Now we
Yeah.
have sweet water that is addicting to people and
Yeah,
causes a lot of problems.
exactly. But it's like the worst water, right? But you can't really distinctively say it anymore because the water has been completely
Yeah.
tampered with, right?
Yep. I mean, that's how majority of the food works.
So
You have the-
imagine all the sheep or all the disgusting water that is actually still being sold just by making it taste good artificially.
Yeah, that
All the energy drinks, it's just cheap water, like
cheap
the
water,
worst.
lots of sugar, lots of taste additives, and it's not. You don't taste the bad water because it is made not to taste like water. So
Yeah.
you can get like pond water, insert shit ton of sugar and flavors to it, and yeah, it will taste like a soft drink. But if you want to drink soft drinks with actual taste to them, I found a company called Bolero, or yeah, I think it's Bolero. They sell these packages with taste, so that you can just put the taste in your water that is filtered already.
What is also a nice thing to do is if you just make your own soft drink with good water, right?
I
And
mean, that's the point. They sell packets with like flavoring, and you just insert the flavoring into your filtered water, so you're drinking good water with good flavor.
Okay, that's also good.
I also have the what's it called carbonation thing that you insert water and you can carbonate it.
Pretty sure the flat earther invented that.
Another great thing is to use just some citrus, lemon juice, and some honey, and you make a tea, and then you just let the tea cool off, and then add some ice cubes, and you have some of the
Yeah,
greatest soft
honey.
drinks.
Yeah, honey is good. Also, bumblebees use like electrostatics to hover, proving a flat Earth as well.
But yeah, I made lemonade, like the lemonade syrup. So it was like mint, that other thing that I didn't remember in English, and it was boiled in water. It was left for like 2 days. Then it left, the taste of the herbs in the water. Then you insert honey, and you jar it, and then you just add it to the water, and it tastes good.
How old are you currently, French cat?
17.
Okay. Well, I from one side, I'm really happy that you're so based, actually knowing stuff that other people just overlook. On the other hand, I'm just really curious of why you still believe in the spinning, wobbling, tilted ball. You know,
Yeah, it's good that you boil
because
your. It's good that you boil your drinks. Also, like boiling point changes with altitude, which shows that pressure mediation plays a part. Works perfectly on a flat Earth.
Works good with both. You can boil water that is cold in a vacuum.
No.
Yeah. Get cold water, put it in a vacuum chamber, and watch it boil. It's pretty cool.
But is it actually boiling?
No, it's not boiling, or it's boiling and not boiling. It's not hot, but it's also not evaporating.
I know. It's in a state of confusion, like a
It's
globe.
bubbling.
I'm just joking, man.
Is it like a mindset of like the only way out is through? Is that like the mindset? Like of why you believe in the globe still? Like the only way out of this shit life is to go, through it. You know,
He sounds like a very reasonable guy. I'm just wondering, like, why is it that is this one thing, this big blue ball, something he still holds on to?
My personal feel about the evidence points that it's a bull, but that doesn't mean I can't agree with you on politics, which I think majority of the people that understand what's going on would agree with you. Shape of the earth doesn't really matter when it comes to bad people.
I don't mean politics, but the whole water talk and um some other little things. I really appreciate it. I'm just wondering, man. And you don't sound, like a zealot, like some other globers I talk to.
I don't necessarily think there is a point in discussing shape of the earth, like, the way it's usually done here. So two people screaming at each other, no, my evidence is better, no, my evidence is better, ad hominem and other appeals to fallacies, no, that doesn't make sense. It's your own personal belief that what the shape of the earth is. And changing that is like discussing religion with a grandma.
Well, the thing is,
Oh, he's tempting you right now to ruin your relationship. Go ahead and ruin it. Do it.
well,
Speaking of belief,
Speaking of belief, we both have it.
golly, now I completely forgot what I wanted to say. Thanks. I'm I'm hopeful that at some point, I mean, you're 17 now. I bet at some point you're gonna get behind the wheel.
Well, that's your standpoint. You feel like my reality that I believe in is wrong and yours is right. From my standpoint, you are the one being wrong. So I understand what you're trying to do, which is, yeah, I think you're smart and I think you'll break free from the deception, but from my perspective, your view is the deception.
Okay.
I think it's, if we were to do that on, I know, a global server, I don't know which ones are currently global servers, and Alpha Server comes in and we say, yeah, you're reasonable, we think that we will break free from the deception. That sounds fucking culty. At least in my opinion.
Well, I'm just wondering, what do you think is the reason that I have gone from being a lover of space, actually wanting to become an astronaut, on space movies, to completely being the opposite? Is it because I wanted to feel more comfortable, or like?
I don't know, you tell me.
What if you looked at cosmology as water, right? Let's just play with that idea for a second, right? Like the water you drink is either good for you or bad for you, and you can taste it, you can have a feel about it. It's soft, it's pure, it has plastics in it, those kind of things about the dirtiness or taintedness of your water, which you've been able to recognize. Now think about cosmology as that water. Like if there's a tainted feeling to the cosmology, like something's not right, right? Like it's been manufactured for you and actually manufactured to be bad for you intentionally. If that was the case, you'd want to know, right?
And I have that bad feeling about the flat earth because then all of my hobby would be my eyes lying to me and my feel lying to me.
Well, yeah, but then you could say the same about, your senses. Your senses
My
tell you you're
senses
stationary.
my senses
Your senses say
disagree with flat earth, unfortunately.
I'm saying your senses would tell you directly that it seems like you're stationary, right?
If I didn't understood physics of movement, then yeah, sure.
Right. So you have that explanation that tells you that your senses aren't accurate.
If I woke up with a bag over my head in an airplane, then I wouldn't know that I was in an airplane either.
Sure.
Yeah, so if I was my whole life living in an airplane that was constantly moving, I would never know that I'm constantly moving, even though I am. So senses can sometimes lie to you.
They can sometimes, but that doesn't mean they always lie to you.
Yeah, now you have what if. So what if the Earth is not moving, and what if Earth is moving?
Right. But you were talking about your direct evidence, right? That you think the direct evidence tells you you're on a globe. But that's not the case. Your direct evidence tells you you're stationary.
My direct evidence, I guess, in your opinion, is my senses.
Well, that's one of the direct evidences that you would, describe as direct, yeah.
Well,
Doesn't need to be your senses.
can I use my eyes to confirm something?
Yeah, like
Like,
you throw a
Absolutely.
ball. If you throw a ball up in the air and it comes right back down to you, and you use your eyes to track it. Yeah,
no,
it's
like
not moving.
I see something and I say it's a shadow. Can I do that?
Sure, of course. It's not to say that your eyes aren't valid. It's the interpretation that you've been given that makes you believe that your direct evidence is wrong.
All right, so let's say I have an ball and another object casting a shadow on it. Will my brain and my eyes lie to me that it's not a shadow, or will my brain know that it's a shadow because I know how shadows look like? I know that it's a
Sure.
weird thing, but I'm going somewhere.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think we never talked before, but my hobby is astronomy and astrophotography. So when I am looking at Jupiter sometimes, I can see one of its moons casting a shadow. I can see that its depth is that the dot that I call a moon is in front, and there is a black dot moving over the thing that I call Jupiter. I call it a shadow because it looks like one.
Okay.
Can I be correct, or
You could be. Yeah, you could be.
so I post a photo of it and you told me that that doesn't look like a shadow?
Well, it doesn't matter if it's a shadow or not. What does that tell you about where you are?
It tells me that the things that are going on up there are possible here, because we experience that. It's called a solar eclipse. There's something moving in front of the sun, and there's a shadow casted on the Earth, and we can observe it on a different thing up there, which is also spinning, also has moons. I mean, we have one, but it has four with different intervals. So why can't that thing up there be similar to us?
I'm not
I
saying
know.
it can't. I'm not saying it can't, but it's not necessarily the case.
Did you record it yourself?
What, the shadow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what you perceive to be depth, like within a 2D, representation of a flat picture, and then
No,
you
I'm not
interpreting
looking at a
depth.
photo.
I
I'm
know you
looking.
got a video. That's okay, but you're seeing
No,
it.
no, no,
You're
no,
seeing
not a
it
video.
in
I
a
have a
sky.
lens that I can attach to my task, but I'm not looking through any screen. I just
Oh,
using
right,
the
right,
eye
right.
and the
Doesn't
lenses.
matter. Like what I'm looking out at right now, I'm seeing 2 dimensions unless I move and walk around it. So yeah. But whatever you're seeing in your 2 dimensions, like the flat sky with the and your mind interprets, naturally through experience to have dimension to it. Could it be a shadow? I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, sure, your brain can sometimes lie about if something is 3D or not, but my assumption is that if something spins and has roughly the same surface features when it's spinning, it most likely is something that is spinning, and it most likely is a sphere.
Well, I'm just pointing out that it's definitely an interpretation within the mind, no matter what,
Yeah, sure.
because we see in 2 dimensions, and you're making a 3D interpretation, regardless.
Don't you think it's kind of weird that what you say is a shadow is so dark? It's almost the same dark as the background or space.
Yeah, it's a shadow.
Yeah,
Shadows are
but
usually black.
but the way how light diffuses, right? Would you agree that the shadow should be a little bit lighter than just blackness?
It is when it gets closer to the edge. When it's getting closer to the edge, it kind of elongates, and it has a big gradient that you can see. Same with when Ganymede casts a shadow. It's a bit on the bottom, and it has a gradient. It has like how's it called? The 2 parts of shadow.
Okay, have you ever thought about maybe it could be something else than a shadow?
For me, it looks like a shadow. If you have a different idea,
Yeah, but I mean, you know, you can make many things look like something, and it's the complete opposite of what you expected.
yep, sure. But for me and my observations, it looks like a shadow. I would like to know,
Maybe-
what do you think?
Maybe the thing. Maybe what planet is that right there? Is that
I think maybe it's a shadow. I don't know. Maybe. What does that mean?
what planet is that? According-
Jupiter.
Jupiter. Um,
Yeah, you know that you've heard the argument though that just because the pool ball's around doesn't make the table round.
Yeah, but
You've
we
heard
have
that.
similar. The balls up there have similar things happening to the
Yeah,
pool
I
table.
understand the inference. I understand the
no,
inference. Yeah, that makes
maybe Jupiter is just an magnification image of a toast made by the creator. You know, as a joke. You know, it's just like you looking through a little looking through a what is it called? The thing we use to look at like a microscope. Yeah, maybe it's just you looking through a lens that is pointing out some stone that the creator likes.
The problem is that you see those lines on Jupiter.
Yeah.
They move at different speeds and they change in shape and form. The dots on the bottom under the red spot, they also move, and sometimes there's a new one formed, and it rotates 360 degrees.
Yeah, maybe he is moving the magnificated bread.
Yeah, that's. It's not that the lines are moving at the same speed; they are changing in relation to each other. So
But
yeah,
you
sure,
would agree that it kind of looks like the the hole that you would use in the microscope, right?
not really.
Come on, man. Have you
Oh,
ever looked through a
Hey,
microscope?
if you tried to take that picture, did you take that picture?
Yes,
If you did,
Oh
regardless,
yeah, he did. It looks like a stacked image, but that's still hidden. Taking the picture,
regardless,
and he
yeah.
did a
if you
good job.
took the picture- Let me just ask you this: if you took that picture and you moved your camera, would it be different
if I move my camera,
as you're taking the picture?
it would be most likely blurry. But yeah, I'm
Yeah.
recording a video
Ah,
of that.
Right. So you kind of need a stationary surface to take the picture from, right?
No, the planet is moving constantly. I need to reposition my telescope.
Right. But you're moving 67,000 miles an hour around the sun, right?
I need to reposition my telescope like every 10 seconds for it to be in the field of view.
Right. Because the planet moves.
No, because the sky is moving at a certain rate, and for me, it is because the Earth spins. For you, it might be that the sky is moving, but it's
Right.
same. It's still the same 15 degrees an hour, or roughly that. So
Right. Right. But you're spinning and also going around the sun in orbit, right?
yeah, but it takes like 365 days for it to get that 360 degree. So it's not.
Right.
The number sounds fast, but the actual speed doesn't look fast.
Right. The angle.
Yeah.
You think you're convinced it doesn't make a difference because it's so spread out.
No, we are actually moving at that speed, but now imagine take two things and move them around each other in a year. That doesn't sound very fast, does it?
Well, yeah, if you think about it relatively to the year, but still immediately it's very fast.
But that thing causes the sun analemma or whatever that was called, and to see that effect with Jupiter, yeah, that will take more than 10 seconds.
Right. Well, you're admitting that it could be a stationary surface with the sky moving 15 degrees, right? It would work that way.
Yeah, sure, it would work in both cases. If the ground was moving, it would work the same way as if the sky was moving at the same rate. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Same with like
So we're
What you're
same
saying,
way.
he's saying Jupiter's spinning and orbiting while Earth is spinning and orbiting, and he found a sweet spot.
No, Jupiter is getting closer to the opposition, so it's getting a bit bigger angularly, and like 3 months it will start to shrink, and at some point it will get closer to the sun, and then behind the sun, and then I'll need to wait like half a year to see it again. And Saturn, it's tilted on an axis, so over like 5 years, it's getting edge on towards us, and then the edge is starting to tilt away from us. And right now it's getting closer to being the edge with us. So in 2025, Saturn will not have rings. It won't look like it has rings.
Well, that's funny because I just saw him take like a new picture of Saturn's in-depth rings.
Yeah, but from the Earth, the rings start to point towards us. So when they are pointing towards us, we won't see them because
Those are some
they're
thin. Those are
thin.
some very thin rings.
Yep.
Hi.
Mars is the worst one to capture because it's visible well for like a month every 2 years.
Mars?
Yeah, its last opposition was last year at December, and its next opposition is next year in September, I think.
It's only visible 2 months out of the year. I think I see it
No,
all the time.
it's visible longer, but it's big in angular size only for like a month.
Yeah, because I can see it with my naked eye. I can pick Mars out of a lineup like no problem. So you see
Yeah.
that red sparkly star? That's what they call Mars. Yeah. You
But
see that
in the
really
next
bright? You see that really bright star, the biggest star of all of them? That's what they call Jupiter. Yeah, so that you can pick them out of a lineup, like
Yeah,
with your
but
naked eye.
during the next opposition it will be 15 arc seconds, and during the last it was 17 arc seconds. So it is really hard to get any detail on it.
Hey, French Cat, we have a guy here that's new to the conversation a little bit. His name's Labette. He used to work for a space agency, and he would like do a lot of the data analysis and the image analysis and stuff. And he was a globe earther that people would go to for like globe earth proof against flat earthers for a while, and then he realized that there's no way that we're actually on a spinning ball due to interferometry and gyroscopes and a lot of other direct evidences. And he's convinced that the sky, the way that the trigonometry of the sky is how they reverse engineered everything to make us think that we're actually moving instead. Labatt, do you have anything to say to our young friend here?
No, you summarize pretty perfectly what.
Oh shit! French on French violence.
So I don't remember the name of the tools used by the famous tools created by Globers that represent what is happening in the sky on a flat map. You remember?
Pardon me. What was the question again?
Yeah, the famous website done by Globers.
Bob wins.
No, not this one. The one with a sphere, over the flat map, and it represents the projection of the stars, like a planetarium. You know?
Oh yeah. Walter Bislin.
Yeah, exactly. So the point is, I agree with the fact that it need to be like that on a flat map, because it's a trigonometry manner, like you said, and it's hijacked from what we are seeing in the sky. So the claim of the flat Earth is like we don't know what happened in the sky. So as the navigation worked in Euclidean geometry of the sky on the globe Earth, it will work perfectly with a trigonometry view of the sky on the flat map. So the question is why we see the sky like that. I can not answer to this question because I don't know what there is what is happening in the sky. So I don't know what star is. I don't know what planet is. You know.
Yeah, well, this guy, our friend here, he's come to the idea that it must be that we're a planet because he's seeing a moon around Jupiter causing a shadow on Jupiter, and he knows we have a moon. So the logical deduction, rightly so, I guess to some degree, is that if we have a moon and it has a moon and it's casting a shadow, and we see a shadow of our moon on our surface, what's to say that we're not a planet just like that thing that we see in the sky?
Is that right, Tactical French?
Yeah, it's good.
So yeah, I don't know what I can. I don't remember the name. I search my word. I'm little tired. I'm sorry.
You understood what I said, though, right? Like he's seeing the planet with the shadow of a moon or a little dot that's going around it, causing a shadow on Jupiter. And he knows, well, we have a moon too. So we not have the same shape that thing we're seeing in the sky has?
I don't even know what Jupiter is. I don't even know if it's a shadow. I don't even know if it's a projection. I can't answer to that. So it's just interpretation. So I don't.
Well, we have to give them that. That's pretty good. I mean, at least that's really fortunate. If it's just a natural occurrence, and we're actually on a stationary Earth, and we have a moon or something. I mean, it's so perfect in the way that they've convinced people that we must be on it if it's not true. And if it is true, there's a lot of other things that we can't answer that they'd have to try to come up with. Yeah.
Another things that go to the flat Earth is like when you look at the heliocentric system, it's flat. Every what is the term? The planet doing the pass. Every pass is flat. Is on the same level. You know, there is no randomness on the ecliptic path of the planet. So it match the fact those planets are above us. In fact, you know.
It's much the fact that those planets are orbitless.
Yeah, I mean, the heliocentric system is literally on a plan. You know, there is no huge gap on the plan of the path of the planet. I don't know if it's clear, but
It's like, are you saying that everything's mapped out geocentrically anyway?
yeah, exactly. Because it's even a scientific fact. Like universe is flat. There is even some article about the fact that universe is flat in the heliocentric model. So they say this because it matches the trigonometry model of a sky above us. So yeah, every geocentric representation is the same thing as an heliocentric representation, but you just take the point of view mathematically of the sun, in fact. So I don't understand why it's so hard to people to understand that navigation can match totally the same things on a flat plane with because they keep thinking the sky act as an Euclidean geometry.
Right. Hey, you know what I was thinking I was gonna ask you for if there's a downloadable or if you have to share a screen to show our friend here the simulation that you made with the flight with the airplane at the altitude and how that you would see a lot less in front of you if you were actually at that altitude.
I can show you that. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's huge. 'Cause, like, if that's accurate, he made this to scale. What you would actually see out in front of you if you were in an airplane at that altitude, and you wouldn't really see that the Earth's not that big as far as like what you're actually seeing out in front. Can you?
I am
Is there a
building
that's
some.
one that really debunks the curvature.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so
I'm building
can I ask one more?
some
Can I ask a question? Why is tactical? Why are you afraid of other French people? Like, why won't you chime in now? What's going on?
I'm not French.
He's just listening.
Huh.
He's not French.
Uh-oh.
I sadly the simulation is broken now. I'm
Oh,
trying.
really?
I'm looking away.
Because that's huge. You know what would be good is an orthographic view as well, Lebet. You know, where you're showing the side view of how far out the drop would be for an airplane at a certain altitude, where the ball underneath it, and how far it would go before you would see that leading edge of a sphere if it was actually a ball. Because you would see that leading edge of a sphere, is what you're saying. If we were in a airplane at a certain altitude, you would see that edge. You wouldn't just see a horizon out in front of you the way we do.
I have a screenshot to do the comparison. Yeah,
Okay.
I will share it. I have changed something in my simulation. It's for your animation. You need the animation for Zanik about the plane over globe, and I am struggling with it.
But if you share
Yeah,
screen at some point, if you don't have it now, that's fine. I'll do some screenshots and make a GIF with it so I can share that with people
I have
from your
shared,
simulation thing that you have too.
I have shared a
Because
screenshot.
it really doesn't make any sense that we see the horizon way out in front of us if it's the size of the planet that they say we're on.
Yeah,
It just doesn't add up.
there is a screenshot on the text with comparison with a true plane. So you can see that there is a huge horizon drop on the simulation plane. It's a plane at about 11 kilometers elevation. So we can clearly see the curve of Earth, and there is not even the deep effect with light. So
If you
it
happen,
will be even worse with light.
Yeah, at all. I like how you add there. You're roboting a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Labet, if you will be able to fix the simulation, could you send to me? I had to play with it for a bit.
I will try to do a video because I cannot share the code source for now. I use I use code that I cannot share. Proprietary code. Yeah. So
Yeah,
I need to the computation. I can share the computation, but not the 3D engine. In fact.
right. Yeah, if you could just share screen at some point, if you don't have it.
Yeah. If I can debug my simulation tools for now, but there is a
at some point. Do you have any screenshots of it, or just like still images of what you would see in that simulation at all? Just like one pic to show like what the leading edge of it, how far out it would be from your simulation. Just one pic.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, we could compare it to what that image is that you just posted. What we normally see, it doesn't match. But in that image you posted, so you're saying it doesn't match at all. Showing down in the right corner here. How do we compare here? Okay, so your camera, you're saying it doesn't match because so at the bottom is what you would see. Okay, so yeah, you can see at the bottom here, the bottom strip is what that leading edge would look like if you were actually at that altitude and he made his simulation to scale. You would always see, like at that altitude, you would always just see the leading edge way out in front of you. You wouldn't see this extended horizon the way that we always do in a plane, and that's huge.
You can discern the curve at about 2 kilometers elevation, just 2 kilometer elevation. It's slight, but you can see it. And at about 11 kilometers, it's obvious. Like you know, every pilot is like, I never see the curve of Earth, but in my simulation, it's obvious that the Earth is curving, you know.
Not only that, tactical French cat, but you wouldn't be able to land the plane, and I'm not going to be able to go into
Yeah.
that right now. I don't want to go. You wouldn't be able to land the plane if the Earth were spinning because
Yeah,
you would never be in the same.
I am literally struggling with the animation because I don't want to do, like I said, an animation that just only shows the plane drifting. I want to do the true computation of the velocity
Yeah,
the
that'd be
plane
awesome.
is giving.
That'd be
And
awesome.
it's a pain in the ass because sorry for the word, because it's like I need to compute by the latitude the given velocity, and this velocity I need to apply a radial term to this velocity. Because I negligate the gravity, I negligate Coriolis, I negligate some forces because
So many things that you would have to calculate. All the things that the pilot would have to know if he was actually flying over a spinning ball. All those calculations would have to be included in the cockpit for him to have a safe. Where it would be impossible, literally impossible.
I'm sorry, but I have to go. You guys should continue. I will watch the live stream later because I think it's recorded.
Too bad, because you know that it's kind of like your ball just got destroyed in front of you and you're running off. It seems like a little bit.
No, I have to go. It's 1:14 a.m.
Okay, well, have a good sleep. You're going to be resting well without any spinning tonight because it's much better sleep without the spin.
It's gonna be the French showdown. Damn.
I'm searching what's going on my app. I have changed some computation mechanism and my Earth disappear off my simulation plane, so it's not so fun anymore. We only see blackness, like so it's not worth the sharing. I don't know what happened. Sorry, but I can share some other stuff. I see someone who liked my breakdown on plane, so maybe I can share this one. So,
that's great. Yeah, the guy that just left was the guy I really wanted you to give a little heads up to because he seems like he might be somewhat of an honest glober, which is rare to get.
Yeah, but man, I was just going to sleep when you ping me in the chat.
No problem. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. And I know
I
you were
will just do some quick breakdown and I will go.
Yeah, great.
This one
He's studying astronomy and he's convinced, and it is convincing. You know, when you see a shadow of a moon on a ball, and you think, okay, well, there's a ball right close to us too, so why wouldn't that be the same thing?
But yeah, I agree. Like when I see the moon, when I see the light of the moon, I am telling myself, no way it's a rock at 300. I don't know the number in English. Sorry, but when I see close up peak, when I see close up peak of the moon, we can see effectively some shadow, and it gives some diff effect. And with the mind programming of the globe, you're like, okay, it's a rock in space.
Right.
Yeah, it's match.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, it's so convenient. I mean, if it's not what they're saying, a lot of these observations are so conveniently interpreted. You know, even though there's a lot of reverse engineering going on, that the idea that they're seeing a moon with another planet, and then we have a ball, what seems to be a ball close to us. Well, that deduction I can understand. I'll give them that. I'll give any baller that. I'll give anybody that's looking into this those kind of deductions, especially if if that's an actual moon and we have a moon in any way the same way that ball is circling the other ball. So yeah, it's interesting. It almost seems like a projection that's made to make us believe, if it is some kind of projection or whatever, you know. It's like, okay, we're gonna make this projection in the sky something that makes everyone believe we're the same thing that's in the sky, right?
Yeah,
Even without all the sensory experience. Yeah.
could be, but yeah, in my opinion, and it's only my interpretation. I think the moon is a projection on the sky, so it could be from physical object or not, whatever, you know. So the shadow you can see on the moon could be true, you know, and it can be the same thing for Jupiter, for everything in the sky. So
Have you looked into the whole map of Earth on the moon stuff, the Vibes of the Cosmos stuff I sent you, or we talked about? I think
yeah, I have seen a lot of stuff. Can you refresh my memory, please?
it's the idea that the moon is actually showing a map of the continents. Yeah.
I have seen that. Yeah, I have seen that one.
I thought
Yeah, it's
you probably dig into that with your programming. Maybe see how close it matches up in your opinion. At some point, you might be interested in doing that, because a lot of people that I respect, as far as like looking into it goes, it seems to be there's a pretty broad consensus that it closely matches enough to think there might be something to it at least.
Yeah. I would like to try a match of my fly pass on this map. Yeah, it could be fun. Could be fun because I can try to match up some timing with the distances and so on. So
Yeah.
it could be fun.
That would be fascinating. That would actually lend itself to making me think it's a projection even more. Especially if
it could be it's the same like Argentic, you know. The Argentic plate in photography. You see what I mean?
Wait, what's the word? Adjunctic?
Argentic, yeah. Maybe it's not the correct word in English. It's the matter used by old photography system, camera system. You know, like just a film in black and white.
Adjacent or no?
No. I'm looking. I'm looking for the word.
Okay, so like you're talking about the difference between black and white and color, or I'm sorry, I'm lost.
Yeah. The film used by camera that do black and white, the old one, old
The
mechanic.
negative.
Yeah, but not negative. There is a thing called argentic. That is the old. I'm searching for the. I will search
Snack,
in French.
are you here? Snack, do you know the word he's talking about? Are you here? We got a camera guy. I was just asking my friend Snack if he knows what you're talking about, because he's into camera lensing and stuff.
I lag a little. My search is slow.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
What are you trying to remember?
The word that he's using for like black and white, adjunctic, or something like that.
In all the camera system.
Monochromatic.
Yeah, monochromatic. And the moon can look like those type of film, you know.
Right. Yeah. Almost like it has a silver thing. Yeah. Like if it was are you talking about if the continents were somehow a picture was kind of solidified on the moon?
I am dropping a pic in the VC.
Oh, okay.
Yes, it's like negative. It's like a negative. It looked like a negative.
Gotcha.
It's the same color.
Yeah. Monochromatic, right?
Yeah. Okay. Monochromatic. I will try to remember.
Monochromatic. Yeah. What's the screen? What's your screen sharing though? What before you go, if you want to tell us about the screen share that you got
Yeah,
going on
yeah,
here.
yeah. I will do. As I said, so this one is I have harvested, downloaded 5 million flight pass from Flight Radar 24, which is a website which allow user to look up at every plane in the sky, registered plane in the sky. So I have downloaded those 5 million flight pass over 3 weeks, about 3 weeks. And I have done a filtering, which I have looked for every plane over the 60 south parallels. I have found only 84 plane on those 5 million flight paths. I am lying, it's not 5 million, it's 4.7 million.
Okay.
So here we go. There is only 84 fly paths that have done those parallel cross. And there is only the list of planes that have done those crossing. So what we can interpret for, what I interpret from those data is flat earthers are not wrong when they said there is no plane over South Pole. And as we said, no one of those planes have crossed the South Pole.
Yeah, they don't go over the South Pole at all. Yep.
And I have done another thing that shows this more obviously. This one, yeah. So this one is the 5 million fly pass dropped as is on the AE map. So we can clearly see there is a huge overlap over the quote-unquote northern hemisphere, and we see the famous South fly path over not too much crossing the 60 parallel, and I have reversed the AE map to put the south in the center. Okay. So it's literally, if we have unwrapped the globe by the north, and the same thing as the meme with the wrapping AE map on a globe, you know?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing, but in reverse. And we can clearly see there is no cross on the South Pole.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, and they would take advantage of that. They would do that. I mean, it'd be so easy. The flights would be so much easier just to go straight across that.
Yeah, and you made the point. We can clearly see that there is some flight paths that has not done, like this one over. The AE map is reversed, and I forgot to negate some things. So the east-west is reversed also. So it's not obvious, but I think here is Africa, and there is no fly pass over the South America, I guess. Yeah, South America. Let me take a look.
Yeah, very interesting. That's awesome work. I mean, I don't know what a Glober would say to that if there's one in here.
It's South America and South Africa, and there is no flight over this area.
I think that you're getting the beast reputation is fitting well because all the Globers left when you started presenting. This is
I triggered so much Globers with my flight pass things. It's awesome. In the VC chat, 2 or 3 times when I post some things of the concerning the fly pass, you can be sure there is some Globers popping the famous Santiago Johannesburg. I don't know what you know. It's funny. The last thing I can show you is it's interesting. There is it's just a confirming things about the Antarctica being the most elevated Earth, the most elevated land on Earth. I
Oh,
was
that's
here.
interesting. Yeah, that's good.
So
What do you got?
let me just retrieve my output because I have not sorted it yet. It it's I have a this sorry I am searching for it.
That's all right. Take your time.
Client. So um, I think it's this one. No, this one is just the this one is interesting too. It's the time zone on a AE map. I think nobody has ever done that, so here we go. It's the time zone. I have not managed to put the time zone name, but it's not it's not hard to do. I will do that when I will have time. And what I want to see is if there is coherence with AE map being flat map, and if there is coherence with the fact that there is more time zone on the south.
Okay,
So
interesting.
I
And the
have
time zones
no.
seem to match. Are the time
Sorry?
zones matching up? Are the time zones matching up with the AE map?
Yeah, yeah. And what I find strange is there is some time zone that is like you see that little island. Yeah, there is a
Yep. That doesn't
island.
make any
And
sense. Yeah.
it's not on the time zone where it's geographically placed.
Right.
And there is a lot like that. And I know there is it's geopolitical, I don't know what, but it's strange. It's odd. I don't know what
Yeah.
to think about that, but
Hmm.
I just wanted to add some AE few because it's
Yeah.
not something. So what we can show, I can re-show the famous this one. No, not this one. This one. Yeah, it's that because it's a huge map, and I will close that up. So this one is the 5 million fly pass on a high resolution map, so I can zoom up and we can clearly see the fly pass. So what I can show here is that GPS coverage over land is almost perfect in Europe and in America. So we have some clear fly pass, not too much noisy. But as we go over water, up, we lost everything, you know. So
Yeah.
it's heavily noisy. If you, I don't know if it's a good term for in English, but noisy mean I don't have reliable data.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, there's intermittent. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. I lost, so Flight Radar 24 is giving me some extrapolated data, but when it's hopping, puff, it's hopping on the true path, So huge loss over water here too. And the other thing that is pretty interesting is that over water there is a diamond pattern that is creating by the fly path. So
Interesting. Yeah.
there is a lot of fly paths that do some grid circle road, and there is a lot of fly paths that do not do grid circle road. Like on this area, there is a lot of fly paths that do some sniping between those diamond pattern. It's look like they are driven by some point, you know.
Oh, you just robot it a little bit. Say it again.
Oh, sorry. It look like plain snap. Look at that. Look at how it changed the direction by sniping on the. Look the green.
Right. Why are the patterns there? Right. Interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
What we have? Yeah, this one. It's really interesting. So I need to cut off. No, not this one. This one is just the heatmap version. It's not. This one is the elevation map. I have done myself to see if it's true or not that Antarctica is the highest land on Earth, and on the superficie, given the superficie, yes, it's totally the highest land on Earth. The second highest land on Earth is Greenland, if I not name it.
Iceland? Yeah. Or Greenland?
Greenland, ouais. Yeah. And there is obviously the Everest chain mountain that is the highest point on
So
Earth.
the yellow is the highest?
Yeah. I have the skull. Just right. Oh, I just.
Okay, so red. So now does it go red some spots? Does it go red a lot in Antarctica? Can you go down to Antarctica and show us that?
Yeah. So to be clear, Everest, the mountain, is the highest point on Earth, highest than every point in Antarctica. Every point officially, because I have only taken the official data, so they can hide. I don't know, but yeah, you see, there is large part of the land that is in slight. I don't know if in the stream you can see it, but it's a slightly. It's this number. Sorry, I cannot translate it.
Yellow, right?
Sorry. So I don't know if it's
slightly orangish. Yeah, starting to go orange.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
So this is the skull. So it go to 9 kilometers in elevation, 0
Very
from
cool.
9. And
awesome.
yeah. So what is interesting is this. Well, I see this one. What it tells us, black is sea level. Okay, black it's the sea. And
Sea level.
when I have data, it's cold red on the scan, and so it starts from 0 meters, and we can clearly see that back in time the water was more high. You know, this look like. First of all, this look like grain, and secondly, this look like old water drain, huge water drain.
Yeah,
it's my interpretation.
You've seen the maps where seen the maps where California was an island, right? Before.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. So same thing overworld. So you can check Iceland, which is. We see there is water over the black things is water, so we see it go into the land. Same things.
Yeah.
So same things in Russia. Yeah. And I find it beautiful. You know.
Yeah, it is.
It looks like
awesome.
And yeah,
Very brain, very brain-like. There's definitely electromagnetic interaction going on there, causing the same kind of
yeah,
spinner. What do you call it? Fragmenting.
it's a macro things of a lot of things that we can see in local scale. You know, it's a fractal. It's you look at a brain. You look at the brain. It's the same thing, the same drawing. You know.
Yep, the dendricles. Yeah. Yep.
Also, if you look at leaves and veins, that's
Yeah.
what happens in nature. That pattern repeats itself. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Vin, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. This one is exactly like you said. It's Vin.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And,
Yep. It's also like the mycelium network, for all the plants and stuff. Yeah.
That too. Yeah. Yeah.
Sadly, I cannot share the high resolution map because it's huge. It's like half a gigabyte. So
Oh,
Discord
really?
won't let me do. But I am sharing on the VC text Slater version. It's sadly it's less less good resolution. So you will not be able to see those drawing.
Very cool. Yeah, there's definitely electrical nature to everything. Is what I'm seeing for sure.
I think Tesla was right about this one. Everything is electric.
Yeah.
You know what else looks like that? Have you ever seen a Tesla coil discharge?
Oh,
Have you ever
yeah.
seen
Electric
Plasma
discharge
discharge.
looks like that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
When we have storm, not storms, lightning looks like that. Exactly.
Yep.
This is why the electric universe guys, think that they have all the answers, even though this is one of them that they're right about. For even what we see on other planets, or not other planets, but on the moon and other things where we see some of these electrical discharges, their evidence seems like similar, even in the sky.
Yes.
So, what do you think about the sun, the spots on the sun? Some of their
Oh my God! I am asking a question for myself. Is this spot turn or not over here? Does
Is it
this spot stay in the same position on the sun, or they move?
Right.
Because
I don't know.
every time I see a picture of the spot, they are every time in the same position, you know?
Right.
And
That wouldn't make
if
sense.
we are turning over the sun, we should see it move over the sun. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Especially because it's supposed to be.
When? Hold on. When do you see the spots always in the same position? Because that I can tell you, it's not my experience.
I can only rely on the pic I have seen of the spot with some solar filter and so on. So I don't have a camera to be able to take those pictures. So I rely only on those pics. You can tell me more about that? It's not a claim. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying every time I see pic of those spots, it's every time on the exact same position on the sun.
I can tell you from experience, because I've looked at the sun many times, particularly for sunspots, and I don't think I've ever once seen them in the same position, ever.
Okay.
So that's my experience. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. It
What's
was
the claim?
really,
What's the claim of the mainstream claim of the sunspots? Are they supposed to be constantly changing position, or well, they would be
Yeah.
if what they're
I don't
okay. So
know.
does it match what they're saying, Se, as far as what they're obviously the pictures they're showing us of the sun close up don't match what we see through the P900 whatsoever. So there's some some definitely it seems like some enhancement going on with the lava swirling that we never see through regular amateur images. But what about the sunspots? Does it match what they're saying pretty much, SC, or what?
Well, yeah, they're saying that the sunspots change location, but I think they're saying both because they move and also that the sun rotates. So I've heard both of those things.
Yeah, it seems logical. It seems logical that lab explanation is that. Yeah. It was my.
And there's the
It was
whole
my
theory
point.
about the
It was
there's a
my
whole
point.
theory, that
We
it's
should.
supposed to coincide with the plasma event or whatever, and the sunspots. The more the sunspots, the more we should worry, or something along those lines, or whatever, right?
Yeah, well, they say that the sunspots discharge electromagnetic energy when two of them arc. And then you've seen that, for sure, right? It arcs, and then when that arc breaks, that's when the discharge happens. Yeah, that's what they say.
Hey, not to change the topic. I just wanted to ask, is that how do you pronounce your name? Labit?
Labette. It's a name I called him the Beast. The Beast. In French it's Labette.
Labette. Okay, Labette. I wanted to know because I mean this. I believe what you have here right now is the Mercator projection, right? When you go north, is there like any signs like in this projection here like that things are like sort of like warping? Because this is like a height map, right? This is like showing like the height of things, the elevation.
Exactly. It's an elevation map.
Okay. Is there like any signs of like if you go up higher, like that like the detail is like warped, like stretching. Is there like do we see that stretching with like the
I think I misunderstand your question. Are you asking about the fact that the Mercator projection is not perfect things on the north and the south?
Well, I mean, because I know with this type of projection, right? Like when you like at least for the top, I'm not going to talk about the bottom right now, but the top at least I know the top gets larger. Like
Okay, I got you. So it's the same things for the top and the bottom because we use the latitude longitude coordinates. So how to tell? It's a trigonometric system. No, I won't go like that. How to explain that? If we are on the south, if this map match the trigonometry of a globe. So if you go on the north and on the south from this projection, the north, for example, it's representing the top of the globe, and the south is representing the bottom of the globe. So yes, you will stretch out the top and the bottom.
Okay. Yeah.
Hey,
No. I mean, well, go ahead, Clay.
I just wanted to quickly say before we move further on, isn't it interesting how seawater is because of its salt would be the perfect conductor for electricity, and when you look at the continents, all these lines you talked about that look like there has been electricity going through it are on the coastlines, right next to the sea most of the time.
Yeah, okay.
So what I theorize is there must have been some event someday. I don't know if it's at creation or whatever, but some event where there was a major flow of electricity being conducted through the ocean or the
You know what?
water.
You remember me of some artists that done some sculpture in crystal or plexiglass, maybe. I don't remember the materials, but transparent material, using electricity and putting some electrode over the cube of glasses or whatever, and with high voltage, it will create some some drawing, something, and it looked like that too.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. No, we can go on, guys. Sorry.
So yeah, what you are saying, it can be, yeah. It match lightning path. It match. In fact, it match a lot of stuff, you know. But yeah, it totally look like electric discharge, you know. So,
Yeah.
I mean, on the
I
wood,
mean, we're
on
living
the
in
wood.
a. I mean, if we think about if, I mean, I personally believe in the creator, right? So who knows what kind of force or way the creator used to make the dry land appear, for example, right, from the waters. Maybe it all has to do with what we call electricity, but whatever this creative power is something completely else. I don't know, man. It's definitely a wonderful thing to see how this represents our blood vessels, you know, in the brain, and represents electricity. How, I mean, if you look at the whole blood vessel structure of a human being, it just looks like electricity, like this. The picture
Yeah, yeah,
just, you know.
yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that like electricity and water are two things that will always seek a path of least resistance, and I think that's just kind of the pattern that emerges typically when you have
Yeah,
uh,
that's also
a
true.
seeking of least resistance. Yeah, so it could be
Yeah, that's
waterfall
true.
or the earth coming up from the water, and the water seeking its path of least
Yeah,
resistance tends
That's
to
true. Yeah,
give us
for me,
those shapes.
you're right.
for me,
There's
those interpretation match.
that
It
might
match.
be even the most that might be even more of a more logical explanation, which makes sense. Yeah, the way water behaves just the same way electricity would behave. You know, the least resistance. Yeah,
Yeah,
makes sense.
my best take is water was way higher back in the day.
Yeah, the flood. You know, so many signs of a flood, major flood, everywhere.
Yeah, and we can see that like uh, here, water there is the black things is water. So here the water is going into the land just over here, and it matches the other lightning figure, if I can say.
Yeah,
The
it looks.
vein figure. Vein is a
It
better
literally
word.
looks like blood vessels in your brain.
Yeah,
You know,
blood
it's
vessels. Yeah.
crazy. It's really crazy.
So
Now,
okay.
do you see that? Do you see any of that with the lakes with fresh water? Can you zoom in on like the freshwater areas that don't have salt, which should be less conductive?
Over
Like
fresh
the Great
water.
Lakes, like the Great Lakes, maybe, or any of the lakes. Yeah. Do you see? You don't really see dendricles coming out of the lakes that are freshwater rather than saltwater.
Yeah, I don't
Or
know where.
Canada or Russia.
I need to plot it on the map because I don't know where they are. Because for me, every black thing is salt water. So
Yeah. Okay. Right.
I'm not sure. about that. I need to.
That would be interesting if you could get the lakes to show that the lakes don't have the energetic, the same kind of electric. There's one. Do you see? Can you zoom in on that even further? Is there? Because some of those don't. Those aren't. Or those would be saltwater anyway.
Wait. Honestly, I don't know if it's missing data or a lake at this point.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it would be
I need
interesting
to
though.
put it on the map if we want to do the comparison, because we can be misled by missing data. Like you see, air for me, it's missing data. It's not a lake. So
okay.
Yeah, it's not.
But yeah,
it's not
it seems like there's I think the theory, obviously, that the waves are caused because of the salt water conducting, with the sun and the moon and whatever else.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
It can make sense.
What's the green? What's the green thing showing?
Sorry.
What's the green part of the data? Look, what's the green thing
showing? You missed the skull. I will repeat the skull maps. Yeah. So it's a elevation map. It's a heat map that represents the elevation map. So every color is a skull of this elevation. You can read the value.
Okay.
It goes from.
Yeah, thank you.
So the more red it is, the more elevation it is. Oh, it's not a good sentence, sorry, but you get the point. And the overall highest land is between 3 kilometers and 5 kilometers. More 4.7.
Yeah, he zoomed in on Antarctica and showed there's some orange bits that you can see coming through hard with the resolution, but there's some orange bits. Now, if you zoom in on where the North Pole is supposed to be, you would expect that, if it's a globe, that you might have the same kind of elevation. And there's a lot in Greenland there, but not really where the North Pole is.
Why would you expect that?
Well, if you think that there's symmetry to the planet, if it's a ball, you'd think that maybe the elevation. There's not.
Okay, like where Mount Everest is, on the opposite side of the Earth, there's not another mountain there. Like where the mountains and valleys are, there's not a symmetry to that. You know what I mean?
No, I'm just saying if it was a ball, you might expect that the elevation in Antarctica might match the areas in the north.
Even if it's turning, even if more if it's spinning because of some Coriolis force, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, Kosho, did you catch the shot that Lebet posted in the live stream, showing that the elevation of a plane with his 2-scale simulation that he made? He's trying to fix the simulation where he could show us at some point, but basically, if you're up at an elevation with a plane, you would see the leading edge of the ball very clearly, because the ball's not as big as, it would have to be a lot bigger for it to be what we see with this extended horizon out in front of us.
It will be not tonight because I really need to go. So I'm sorry for the simulation, but
no problem. Sometime. But yeah, that's a really, really awesome proof right there, because if it's to scale with the simulation you're doing, there's no way we would see the horizon out in front of us. You would see the leading edge of the ball all the time at the elevation planes fly. That pretty much makes the ball right there.
It's on scale, but you know what? Globers will say, "Oh, you don't input reflection on your simulation, so it's context."
Wait, can I get a bit more context on that? Can I get more context on that? So what did Lebet make?
Can you bring up the image you posted on the live stream?
Yeah. I bring the pic on screen right now. Let me search for the good one. So I have two. So this one right is a screen of my simulation tools. So the camera is level. The camera is following a true flight path that has occurred, I don't know when, on my 5 million flight path. And what I do is I drop the position, latitude, longitude of the plane over the map. I recompute everything of the plane, so I have the speed that is computed compared to the speed that Flight Radar 24 is giving me. Well, it's we don't care about that. What is important is I compute the camera position on the horizon drop on the and some other useful data. We see here the height is elevation is about 11 kilometers, and we can clearly see on the camera is set up like a classical TV camera, and we can clearly see that we have a horizon drop that we don't see in real life, first of all, and on the side of our vision, we see the curve dropping. If we take care at the scale, we can see it's not the same elevation. So this is the simulation is better because it's a speed up flight starting from the airport. So it's like mind blowing when we see it in real time. But here we have some comparison with an older.
Yeah. And then there's the other one you had where you have like the orthographic view to the side where you see like the drop compared to what we actually yeah, that's a good one to show too if you have it.
Yeah, this one is to compare just two things. When the camera is set up level, it follows the tangent of our ground position. It's perfectly parallel to the tangent of our GP. And we see the 3.41 degree drop from horizon. And it's the same thing at the first screenshot. We can clearly see the drop, and as the screen is higher, I have a huge field of view, so the drop is even bigger. You
Right.
see?
Yeah. I was gonna ask, what the field of view was, because the field of view would make a decent, it would definitely change like how much you would see.
Yeah. But the point is, we see it. I mean, I have the almost how to tell. I am in a TV configuration, like classical TV configuration. So you can just move a little about the aspect ratio of the screen. So with the 3D computation, it will change some geometry. We can see the difference R and R about this change on the scale. So we can see here the drop is less severe than this drop because of this aspect ratio. But the point is, we don't see that in real life. It's a coherent view from the human eye. So there is some difference with the human eye. I agree. But if this camera is able to see that, why we are not able to see that? It's the question. And here is the comparison with the camera dropping, so tilted to the physical horizon of Earth. And just to be able to show that on my horizon, I am perfectly centered on my horizon, I have this drop happening. So we should be able to see with our eye this drop. We cannot fix this drop because as soon as I want to look up at the curve, I will repeat my eye at the center of horizon. But on my side view, I should see this drop.
Yeah.
It's clear.
Yeah, kind of
What?
should.
What do you like have the number like for the field of view for this camera? Like, do you have that like?
85 or 90, if I remember correctly.
You said 85. You said or 90 or between 90, or you said 85 over 90. Like I'm not sure if that's
You said 85 or 90.
85 90. Okay.
85 or 90. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just we can set up the camera between 85 and 100 on the 15, and it will match some way. It depends on the aspect ratio of the rendering. So there is two things that is taking in consideration when speaking about field of view and rendering, because it's two different things. Is as you tell, the field of view of the camera and the aspect ratio you will give to the screen, because it will change the physics of the camera. I don't know if I am clear. Like, every camera normally has a sensor, and the sensor is like 16 on 10, 10 on 16. I don't remember the aspect ratio. But in 3D computing, the aspect ratio is your Windows size, in fact. So I don't. It's not. It's difficult for me to explain, because even in French, it's not something easy to explain.
No, that makes sense. It makes sense to me, at least. Did you get that, Arma?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Arma does a lot of. He does some of the simulation stuff himself with Blender. He uses Blender.
Me? No, I don't use.
Arma. The guy talking here is Arma. He uses Blender. He seems to still kind of think it's a ball, even though he doesn't really look into a lot of the proofs.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
It's because of the sky, I'm sure.
He's
like a junior Glober.
It says that you're 11,000 kilometers off the surface in this view.
Yep. Yeah. 11. Yeah.
So what's the conflict?
Sorry.
You're saying this is what you would expect to see off after 11,000 miles off the surface?
Yeah, and I don't see that in a plane.
Yeah, well, from a plane, you have to be 11,000 miles off the surface. Planes don't travel that high.
11,000 kilometers.
Oh no.
Yeah, 11,000 kilometers.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on, Coach. That's a it's a comma because of like how like in America.
No,
it's
sorry.
decimal plates.
No. I misunderstand your number. It's 11 kilometers. It's a French notation, because my freaking computer is in French local, so point is comma.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Which comes up to around like 7 miles.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 11,000 would be totally different. You're right.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's my freaking computer, because I use some formatting mechanism integrated with the computing language I use, and by default it used by a local computer. So on the formatting number,
11 kilometers. So the average flight is about what?
11 kilometers, not 11,000. I did not understand the thousand when you say it.
I was misunderstanding it too. So you're saying the regular flights are like what, between what and what usually?
12 kilometers is max elevation, and it's between 10 or maybe 7 for the lowest on. But I will tell to have large things between 7 and 12 kilometers.
Yeah. So what do you say about this, Kosho? I mean, he's showing that you would definitely see the leading edge of a sphere at 11 kilometers up. With the size that the planet is. Well, anybody. I mean, any baller that has seeing what he's showing.
Well, I mean, that's why I was asking earlier about the field of view, because I mean, it all depends on like what is taking up. Like, if if we have high altitude balloon videos, right? Like, we have to know like what the field of view is with those, and then we can maybe compare it and see if that is what we see or whatever. But yeah, I mean,
I agree. I have done a simulation with a rocket, but same thing. It's broken because of the same computation change I have done. But I am on the thing. I will do a presentation with the simulation. Don't worry. It's I love to do some cliff and glass things. Sorry. What I want to say is I agree that FOV is field of view is a thing, and it changes what we see and what is the representation, what the 3D representation is showing us. But the fact is the geometry implied. It's just this matter, because I am not off of the acceptable angular view used in every simulation or 3D tools.
Yeah, it doesn't. It seems like there's some. Oh, and also a big thing, Arma, is he downloaded like 5,000 different flight data, GPS pings, and he mapped it all out. He was showing that earlier, and he's shown it a couple times where he shows that the GPS data showing, as far as what he's getting in his data, that it seems like there's a 3-hour difference between what they're reporting.
Yeah.
The southern flights take. Compared to what actually the GPS data seems to indicate. So that's the 3-hour difference they would need to make up for the longer flights.
I did not show those particular flights you speak about, but on Sydney Johannesburg flight, I have seen some odd things. Yeah. Where it is?
That's why I call him the beast, because I don't know what any baller can really say to this. I mean, other than that, he'd fake the data to try to gaslight flat earthers. That's the only thing I can think that they would have a response about. Really,
funny part is I download those data to disprove flat Earth. It's the funny part.
Yeah, he did it to disprove flat Earth, and he realized it actually confirmed it.
I realized there is no flight that disprove flat Earth. So this one, so lane 800. The LQF, yeah. I will not name those flights because of my pronunciation limits. So we can see, as I said just before, I have done some computation with FlyPass. So this plan, for example, Flight Radar 24 is giving me a speed at about 14 kilometers. Sorry for the pronunciation. I am training. And I compute at about 871 kilometers, which is pretty good. It's not a huge gap, so for me it's reliable data. So it's okay for this. This plan is over. I think it's going to UK. I think more. Not a big deal. But if we go cut those out, too much things open. Okay. If we go on those flights, which is the famous flat Earth debunker flight, we see that my compute. So on the left, it's actuated data from Flight Radar 24. I have the speed here, so we can see it's the speed given by Flight Radar 24. And this is the speed I have compute from the GPS ping on the time. So there is something odd here. Same thing here. 300 kilometers difference between the information given by Flight Radar 24 on my computation speed. And this one was coached the same time as this one, and guess what? There is 300 kilometers gap, but less.
Yeah, that's pretty damning. I don't know what do you say to that, Arma.
And look at that. It was going in the other way.
Kosho, Arma, anything? You want to say anything about that?
So
Sorry, I was
Can
doing
you zoom
something.
into that? I'm trying to read what
Ooh.
flight that is. I can't read what flight that is.
I missed a whole lot. I was
E-
actually I was away from the mic for a little bit for like 3 minutes, so I missed
Oh,
whatever
okay.
happened.
He's just showing. He's
Can you
showing.
zoom
There's a
in so I
huge
can read
difference.
the flight? Okay.
Yeah, zoom in, Labette, if you can. Zoom in and show the details a little more.
So
You can.
this is on the left. There is actuated data from Flight Radar 24. The data given by Flight Radar 24. So it's the speed given by it. And on the right, between parentheses, it's my computed speed from GPS ping and time. And what is strange is there is from those two plane. There is like between 2 and 300 kilometers difference. And on one flight going the other way, I have 300 kilometers difference, but I don't know how to tell less.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
And then you were showing a regular flight that seemed to match up pretty close.
I have, yeah. Every other regular flight that is not Flat Earth debunker flight has a correct speed.
Yeah.
I have some. I can have some like 10% difference at some moments, but pretty quickly the plane is getting this true speed. I think it's just a matter of some updating delay and so on. But those flights keep with this error on the overtime.
Yeah, so he's showing like a 3-hour difference in the southern flights that they're not that they're reporting compared to what his GPS data is showing, which would make up for the time that they would need for the distance that they're covering.
There is loss. There is a lot of odd things doing.
And what do you? Thank you. What are you using to make those calculations?
GPS data from the plane on the time. It's just a matter of
GPS.
time and distance.
Okay. From Flight Radar 24 as well, right?
Yeah. In fact, the flight pass I download is how to tell, every minute I get GPS ping on time on the updated time from the GPS ping on the every other information given by Flight Radar 24 when you ping the flight, So I have the ground speed, I have the altitude, I have the registration number, everything,
And when you downloaded this, you said that they cut off the access, and now you can't. Now you can't get the same data. Now you can't even get the same data if you went back to that. Right?
I have tried to use some VPN. It worked. I can retrieve data. I don't know if it's related or not. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to be like a false victim or so on. Yeah, my data. I was banned, IP banned from Flight Radar 24. It's true. It's a true thing. And yes, from some time we could not retrieve the ground speed for those south fly pass. But it seems that everything we can retrieve the data now, so it's not.
Guys,
I don't
you
know
can
what.
you can still get all the same data you did before. I thought they cut off one part of it, like
Yeah. It was true, but but it not stayed a lot, and I have not seen how to tell. I have not done analysis on the new data on the
Okay.
release. So
But everything's available like it was.
I don't want
So now,
to make
now
doing
everything you got before is available again, right? Is that what you're saying? Like you could
Sorry?
go back and do you everything's available again like it was before now, is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Okay.
I am just banned again. They don't answer me. I have sent an email saying why I am banned, and they did
And then
not
no reply.
answer. So, but
Okay.
I
That's
can use
interesting.
VPN. I can use VPN to be able to get.
Okay. So you
So
could
it's
still
not.
do further work then. It's not like you're limited. You could go back and compare the data, maybe
Yeah, I can.
somehow
I can.
figure out if the
I can
GPS
do.
matches up for other flights. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I
Anybody
can
can do
do
it.
it, but I want to be debanned because I don't want to use VPN. I have a shitty connection, so so if I use
Okay.
VPN, I will have too much delay between the GPS ping, the update time, and my time. So I don't want
Okay.
to disperse my data
That's
because
interesting that they banned you personally and they're not responding to why you're banned.
yeah, I get an answer, but it was an automated answer telling me that they was over a huge how we tell
Server updating the
in,
server.
no. There was a huge amount of people requesting some asking for
Oh,
something.
okay.
I don't.
Interesting.
Sorry for the term. I don't have the correct term in English.
What was
Probably
what was the
anybody that
date?
was downloading GPS data before that is going to be banned forever.
All right, what was the date for that flight? The flights are showing us.
The sorry.
The date.
What was the date?
Date. I don't remember. Those was just some screenshot I have done when I started doing my
Zoom in.
my software. So those flights, I don't even have it in my data. It was before my harvesting thing. So
Guys, how can I stream?
je sais pas. I don't have the date. Well, I miss the date. It's
Well, I'm just trying to look up these flights.
How can I stream? I've literally found hidden land in Google Maps that is not drawn on the maps.
Okay. Do you know how to share screen? Are you on a phone?
Huh?
Are you on a phone or a computer?
No, on the computer, but
we
I
have the
don't.
time, but we have not the
In the
date. Yeah, you
past,
can.
in the past I could click stream, but now I can't do it for some reason. I don't know why.
You wanna record it and then post a video or something?
Well, I wish I could stream because
Oh
it's
yeah,
hard
you
to
don't have the date.
explain what I found. You
Right.
know, like. So I found something out. It's like has to do with the islands surrounding Antarctica. And it's pretty weird. It's like a weird thing I just found out. That is just
Okay.
literally.
What happens when you try to share screen?
I heard the Rothschilds. I heard the Rothschilds bought an island.
It's just gray. It's just I can't click it.
Oh, they're on to you.
I heard the Roth.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Jeremy, you gonna go?
You heard the Rothschilds bought an island near Antarctica?
I don't have the date.
I think I'm roboting too bad, maybe.
I will
No,
do.
You're not roboting.
So when I type in Danger Island map, right? Sorry, Danger Islands map. I get one 133 million things, you know. And when I type in Danger Island photo, I get anyways. So you can't find a map of the Danger Islands, which are close to Antarctica, right? So what I did is, okay, if I really don't have like photo imagery or satellite imagery, what does it show me on the map? You know, because they draw out all the land, right? So for every island, you have like these comic thingies drawing out the land, right? And when you go in and you click like this, you see everything, right? So when I go to Danger Islands, which is in fact just one island, but for some reason they call it Danger Islands, I go to satellite imagery. First of all, it doesn't look at all like the thingy they have drawn out, right? Like the island right here is like completely different form. And then I go up, and for some reason, when I look here at the outskirts, I see more land that is literally not being defined on the official map, right? I'm not lying, you can see it, right? I switched the thing, and there's nothing, it's just blue. It's just supposed to be water.
Mm-hmm.
So I switch back to satellite, and it just give me a little glimpse right here of more land. Which is very close to the Danger Islands. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Whoever came up with this stupid name. They say it's because of the dangerous water for the penguins. That's why they call it Danger Islands. For some reason, there's no maps of Danger Islands. For some reason, it's just one island being marked. Not even close to the real shape of the island. And they call it islands. So show me the islands, because I just see a little glimpse of it right here, but there's no map of it. It literally doesn't exist. So if anyone can help me to find a map or anything else giving me an explanation of what this land right here is, because I can't find a map to show me what this land is. And it's almost like as if they're trolling me, because they give like this little pocket hole right here where you see a little bit of it, and they're like, ha ha ha, this is where we hide our reptiles. No, I'm just joking, but you know,
it's interesting. You're right. That's crazy.
Isn't it weird? And I highly encourage everyone, just go on Google Earth and just think about it. Why do they give us this weird bullshit right here? Like these little holes. What is the logic behind this?
Yeah, that makes no sense. You're right. It's weird.
And even on the sea, there is right Danger's Island on the sea.
And you even see a little bit of land right here. This is a landmass, and up here is a landmass, but they just give you a glimpse of it, and then they say Danger Islands right here. They mark it out like this, even though it doesn't look like this at all. But if you compare, okay, if I go now right here and compare it with this island, right, and go on satellite, it is literally, okay, it is a full spectrum of it. You can see it. I go back to Danger Island. It's nothing like they show me on the map, and then they completely ignore that there's more land right here. What is this land? It's not on the map. Like, we're living in 2023, and still they just kind of like, with all the satellites surrounding the spherical Earth, supposedly, we're just gonna miss some more land, not gonna put it on there. What? And they even see the irony right here, like the mockery. They put even a little thing called Danger Islands right here, right between the two spots where they give you a little glimpse of more land that they don't put on the map. Come on, man. Come on. I mean, I call me crazy, but this is in fact pretty weird.
Did you remember? It remember me the famous North Pole, the disparition of the North Pole over every map.
The what?
Yeah, in Google Earth, you have the North Pole that has disappeared between I think in 2024, 2014, sorry. 2014, I think.
It disappeared or what?
I will try to find something. But yeah, it's strange. And
See, another one. Look at this.
there's not
There's a
suffering.
whole there is a whole landmass right here, not in the map. And they give you a little glimpse of it. Dude, I swear this is trolling. They're telling you there's more land. They don't give you any pictures, they just give you a glimpse of it. Dude, this is hilarious. What
Yeah,
is
that
this?
is weird.
And here there's nothing. It's just a black dot. I mean, there must be some human being, right, that makes this happen. And here you have some eyes. But here's a major landmass again that is not on the
A
official
major
map.
landmass? A major landmass?
Not a major, man, but this is at least you can put like 3 houses on there.
Okay.
I will
Yeah, the
put
other
on
island, the other island you showed has like a size of a half mile. So that one right there is like a half mile wide
Yeah.
or longer.
Yeah, but you get my point, Kosho. I mean, we don't need to be like talking about if the Earth is a ball or not or whatnot. But there's definitely more land right here that is not being put on the map. You know?
Yeah.
And they call it danger islands. Where are these islands? You know what I mean?
Well, the other island is only about 3 miles from that island, so it's probably part of Danger Islands.
Okay, can you show me a map lining out this specific area right here? Any map.
on
Probably
the
not been.
text I have put a Mercator map with the old projection that existed back in the day. It's really young that the North Pole disappeared. It used to be a large body of glass island over the North Pole back in the day. You don't remember that?
Danger Island.
It's uploading in the DC text. It was, like you said, a new perspective. It was symmetry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. On the VC text.
I'm
We have
watching.
the Mercator map, and if you take a look, take a comparison about every Mercator projection now, the North Pole disappears.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I will show you a comparison with my Mercator projection from the official data 2018, maybe.
Like, I have a quick question. Wouldn't it be possible in the year of 2023 to have a full scan of the Earth where you can see literally, you know, like everything? Why is it that everything comes down to a comic where they just troll you with like these little glimpses of land masses? This is hilarious. I mean, the whole sea is a comic. No matter where you're going, it's just a blue comic. And then you have this bullshit right here where they like just give you what they want, you know, and instead of showing us the full thing, because you know why? Because they're hiding land.
They are telling us we live on a globe. What
hold up.
do you accept?
But they'd be okay. But if they are hiding land, this land would be.
Square.
Okay, hold on. But if they were hiding land, though, this land specifically would be, you know, like at least inside the ice wall. If we're going to assume the flat Earth, right? So I mean, this. Well, I mean,
Indeed.
Don't try to make sense of it, man. It doesn't make any sense.
What?
Well, okay, because
Kosho, he
the
got
hidden
it,
land,
and instead, you know,
the hidden land is on the Earth also.
No,
the globe Earth. It doesn't make any sense.
Why doesn't it make any sense? You can see it right here, man. This is not on the map. Or give me a map of the Danger Islands. Try to find it, man.
But Claire, I thought the whole point though of the you know, the ice wall, you know, making it into a globe is to hide more land, you know, past the ice wall, right? So I mean, like, if they're hiding land inside, you know, the ice wall, I mean, what's the whole point of the globe lie? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't exactly add up to me.
Well, as you can see, you can hide land no matter if you have a. I don't personally believe that there is more land from the ends of the earth. I think there's an end and that's it. You know, the more land thing is just for the people that just also about the idea of an empty vacuum where there's hundreds of planets to explore. It's just another theme to go on, which for some reason people love. It's just a weird fetish. I don't know. I'm just saying. I think within the boundaries from where we live, and I probably trigger a lot of people, including flat earthers. They're just hiding obvious land. I mean, you can't just get a boat and go to some point like here.
Hold on. I can't let that go. I'm sorry. You just contradicted yourself. You said hidden and obvious in the same sentence. That's impossible.
Well, it's kind of hidden, okay? I mean, they give us a glimpse right here of some land.
It's an insane film. I need to go, guys. It's
Yeah,
an
me too.
insane find you make. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, I need to go too, man. I gotta go to sleep. All right.
Bye.
Well, have a good one. But hold on, before the other guy goes with the hidden land, right? What was your name? The hidden land guy. Where are you? Or did you leave already? Clay. Well, this is what I think it is, right? You ever play like a video game where there's like the area that of the map that's like you haven't gone to yet is like clouded out. I think that's what it is. Like we have to unlock that level. We have to go there. That's my guess.
Yeah. Well, with these words, I can close it up and go to sleep peacefully. You're right, man. It's just a video game. I gotta do some sacrifices, blood sacrifices, join the Freemason Club and get to the 33 degree. Maybe they let me on their gay party island. Who knows?
Ritual burnings or something. Like
Yeah.
on the moon cycles.
Hey,
Yeah.
now you get an invitation to our gay party clubs on islands that are close to Antarctica that we
Is there a dress
banish
code? I
from
hope
the
so.
maps. No, it's let's be honest, it's just interesting that we
I
are
just like to have
living in
reason for stuff.
2023 and still we don't have 100% scan of the Earth, available. Like what's the
Let me ask you a question,
matter?
Clay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Clay. Do you know how this data is collected to make these pictures for the maps of the Earth?
Yeah.
How are they collected?
They're collected
How are they
by
collected?
satellite imagery.
It's incorrect.
Okay. So what?
They get it from Bazooka Joe.
It's collected by planes.
Oh, it's collected by planes. Oh wow, that's even more convenient. So for what
Is it
reason do we
convenient?
have satellites taking pictures of Earth?
Are there other reasons?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna go. I'm too too finished and tired for this conversation. But it's okay.
Well, you brought it up. I mean, you brought it up. I just following along with what you're saying.
Anyways, the Earth
Maybe
is
satellites on balloons.
Yeah, well, it's planes. It's planes for the most part.
Okay,
They
even
take,
if it's planes,
images
man.
and
Even
collect
if
it
it's
together.
freaking planes, they're doing literally the most bad job I have ever seen of collecting photo imagery of small little islands, man. It looks worse than anything I can imagine. So whatever they're doing a bad job in the region of Antarctica, dude.
Why do you think that would make sense? I have a reason why it would make sense. You have a different reason why it would make sense. My reason why it makes sense is that
You think it's the bull, right?
Yeah, you're talking about the hardest place for planes to fly over, and the most uninhabited place that nobody lives, and you're complaining about half-mile islands that aren't cataloged.
Oh yeah, right. We live in 2023. We're just gonna forget about few land masses. That's unnecessary.
I don't care about that.
That makes sense. I got your coach.
It says
Just
like
don't
you said it
take it to
yourself.
Walmart.
You said it yourself that those are the danger islands, which means that they're cataloged. So,
He's
case
got a point.
closed or no?
They're named and everything.
Danger
He's
Island.
got a point.
But there's even more dangerous islands, possibly.
No, those are the dangerous ones. Those are the level 99 enemies. Those are the most dangerous islands. All right,
That's
why
where
they're
you're
called
gonna get the best armor drop rates.
Yes, yes.
But I haven't looked at Bing Maps yet. Maybe Bing Maps has these islands as photos.
That's like the secret, area. Only when you're at your highest level you go there, and then you get even higher armor
It's like
there.
even after you beat the game, you'll go back there to really face off.
Buddy, guys. It's not a secret fucking area if we know about it. It's just not. That's not the point of a secret.
Yeah, well, if you're trying to 100% the Earth, you need to go there.
Oh man, I love that. That's great.
Oh, it also says that they're mostly concealed by ice.
See now, if you believe the Earth is flat, though, right? Then past the ice wall, the outer ponds, that is obviously like either the second game or that's that's the next step. That's like the next place you go to.
Lol.
Yeah.
Dude,
I
please, I'm gonna go to bed now, but you guys need to compare the Danger Islands satellite imagery or the imagery of it from Bing Maps with the Google ones. And anyways, that's all. Just compare it. Good night.
All right, we're going.
All right, sleep well.
Thank you.
My
You
prince.
too.
Okay, so it says, I mean, there's all these islands are listed. Beagle Island, Darwin Island, Earl Island, Corona Island, Peanut
Corona
Island, and
Island.
Plato Island, and these are all part of the Danger Islands. So,
Oh damn!
pretty sure they're listed on the Google Maps, like on that one image where it just shows the circle or whatever. That's probably just a place to donate or to denote where they are, but they're obviously scattered around there, and they're tiny islands.
Is Danger their middle name?
I think it is the middle name, yeah.
I was waiting for a pun to come in. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Except you, Kosho. I'm just kidding. So, let's just hypothetically take this hidden land thing into account. Wouldn't that we know that there's what there is, right? Now, wouldn't this hidden land, wouldn't that be us technically creating new space that's technically not there yet?
Not
Do we
following.
even know? Or is it just a high speculation?
Maybe.
Right. Now, the point, and the reason why I'm saying this is we know that what we got is here, right? That's for sure. Whether it's fucking round, whether it's fucking flat, I don't give it. That's not the point right now. The point of it is that the fact of it is it's fucking here, and that you can walk on it. We
Right.
can't walk on this hidden land, or even see it, or you know what I'm saying. We can't verify it that it's even a thing yet because we haven't. I don't know. Been there, I guess. I don't fucking know. So technically, are we not creating an area that may not even be there?
You think so?
What
I mean,
basically what I'm saying is it
it's
really
just like
that
you have.
scary?
It's the entire idea. Well, I don't know. Like to some people, it's the entire idea of like this would be the way to obfuscate it. You know, it's to say that it ends where something else begins.
If there's more land,
it's
that means there's going to be more resource. right? There's going to be more
There's-
resources. Okay.
You'd have a whole
What?
plane of infinity. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So just, and this is giving the importance back to this place. What if this is all there is?
Yeah, it's probably likely going to be your experience if that's the case.
And
Let's face it, right?
no offense
Unless
to
you,
anybody in here, but we're
unless you're crazy
squandering the
ass
shit out
Indiana
of it.
Jones. I mean, unless you're a crazy ass adventurer, you know what I mean? You're like, oh, I'm fucking fill her up and, you know, try to get off the. Yeah. You could try to do that. Yeah.
So just think of that. If we know everything else is already here, and supposedly Antarctica is this last frontier that we haven't been able to get to, just
What do you
think
mean?
of that shit. Like
No, I mean, people have gotten there.
No, I'm not. That's not what I mean, right? It's
what we
harder to
call-
get there than it is other places, right?
Some places are hard to get to.
It's the temperature and the lack of oxygen. It's harder to be in Antarctica than it is other places because of where it is, right?
I don't know what the temperature like map is. Yeah. I don't know if it like gets cold or hot. I don't know if it has seasons. Or like are there places that are you'd have to figure that they've mismapped a lot of it. Or that opportunity would be there, right? If we're questioning.
But my point is if Antarctica is this last frontier, we've been squandering the shit out of this place. If this is all that there is. If this is all there is, that's a fucking scary thought to think about. Now, if there's more land, then we'll be all right because that means there's more resources that we can squander away.
What's that movie Battlefield Earth or whatever? You ever see that?
Yeah, isn't that with Rihanna or something?
No. John Travolta.
John Travolta.
Oh.
If let's say like okay, so either it's a universe spheres and spheres all the way down, right? It's either a universe of that shit or it's a big flat topology.
Or it's a
of
plane that goes
unknown
all the way
size.
out. This plane, yeah, there's a plane that maybe that go, yeah.
Where you don't even know what scale you are because you can't even tell like what the size of everything is. But you could have these magnetic center points that are just like tiled out throughout of it, just appearing. Maybe that's just the construct of it. If you like, I mean, it's like a cellular tissue sort of idea. Like it's just going to propagate in this one way where it's all similar, you know. So,
I mean, I have thought of this once, and it kind of does make a little bit of sense. Maybe in not some, because obviously some of them get through, right? But I've always thought of it like we're made up molecularly a certain way.
Ooh, you gotta
And
watch that.
I'm kind of wondering if
Molecular.
these beings that are from these other places, they can't even get here. They can't even be here because of their molecular structure. That they would have to.
Like why
They would have to
presume
change.
that's like presuming another ball.
Well, I know.
Like if it's just like that. Yeah,
that's hypothetical.
Well,
I
I mean,
fucking know.
well, here's this is like how I kind of keep it straight in my head and don't ask like questions I don't need to ask. I guess for myself, but I just figure like if everything's flat forever, then it's possible. All we're looking at is just like the construct of what we live inside of is a common occurrence. Like it's not that they're happening all up above us, but it's just like we're on a plane of reality that is like just propagated by a ton of these things, like as if it were just like bubble wrap or something like that, whatever. Not with plastic bubbles, though, obviously. Which is interesting because then you could think, man, like actually maybe some of the seed species, like our primary species, like also exist in other joints because they all occurred at some point, and maybe I don't know, the things break through or like a different weather cycles like permit like the oceans to kind of like flow back and forth, or I don't know, who knows how it works, but that's really the grander, like contemplation for like what we know what our world is more or less like, if you rationalize that is mostly like a flat with topography, you know what I mean, then okay. So, and if you think that the sky is just like a flat disk and it's just moving this thing, where you're between two records or something like that, or whatever, one's not moving and one is moving. So if the ground is just not moving ever, and it's just the sky, I don't know, maybe they're just like apparent energetic toroidal things that are going on. They sync up, and they would sync up anywhere. So like, there's nothing super unique about even our stars, and like where it's unique, completely unique. But every other center pole outside of ours is going to also have like a similar type of look. It's going to seem like you can see the entire cosmos, but it's really just a small area. What you think about that, son? I don't know. Give me some feedback. Something cray cray. The phone die.
I was listening. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
You want to know what? I think the only time, the only Infinity Stone I think would actually be worth it is the green one. Does anybody remember what the green one was?
The time stone.
You betcha. Time. Guys, that's the only thing that really works against us. I say this shit all the time in my Discord. I technically I can't believe anything due to the way that I do things. I can't believe anything past 89. Anything past 89, I literally have to take somebody's fucking word for it. Because I wasn't even here yet. That's kind of where I'm coming from. It's like there's so much time that we don't actually get to experience or know because of just our lifespan. I mean, imagine what our knowledge of this place could have been or could be if we didn't live only, well, I'm being generous nowadays, fuck 75, but back in the day it was at least a fucking 100, yo. Like,
Kind of don't. I mean, I don't know. It's like tough to even say, really. Like objectively, we could be just like living in the loop that's like the last loop before something happens that just makes this whole loop always happen, and then we're always just kind of like within this thing, living out our lives in these last periods. But it's possible that that's not happening. I don't know. Go ahead.
I don't know how to explain it because literally the hard part is knowing that you have to do this thing. But in replacement of the knowledge, you have to think to yourself, how many times have these motherfuckers lied to you? So you don't really
Well, you're
want to
gonna
take the take what they said card.
all right. Okay.
Well, I mean, how many times does it take for somebody to lie to you for you to not believe them anymore? That's basically the premise of what we're working on. But
Okay.
that's what I'm talking about. I can only go back 89 years. So whatever's happened in the last 89 years.
Yeah, like how long do you have to keep people just like occupied and tripping up in some roundabout of history that doesn't make sense? That's so you can complete your master plan. You know what I mean? And just get everything under control, keep everybody like all fucking goofed up, and then voila, order out of chaos. Poof, magic trick. I did it.
Yeah, sorry, I kind of fucked up there. I didn't mean 89, I meant 34. I was born in 89. I'm only 34 years old, so
Okay,
fuck
so I
that
didn't
up.
know like
I got that
generally how
backwards.
old you are.
But you
Yeah,
know what I
34
meant,
is
fuck.
relatively spry, actually, if you think about it. But like, how? But yeah, so like, all of a sudden, you're 14. You're like, oh man, I'm totally gonna drive a car one day. You know what I mean? You're like, I'm gonna go to college and stuff like that. You're 24. You're like, I've been drinking. That's been cool. I've gotten a couple DUIs, whatever. But I'm paying it off, and it's fine. But you're 34. You got two kids, like whatever. You're 44. Like, I was just like, where's the understanding? You know what I mean? Where's I get it. The consciousness, fucking. You know what I mean? People don't get that. Most people have to search darn hard. You know what I mean? Try to like pick up any kind of sparks of anything greater of an understanding other than just like this mundanity, right? So that's the funny challenge, and that's why kind of like time's working against you. So don't waste time with bullshit, right? I don't know. That's my theory. Or at least I'll
Essentially
only
what
waste
it's
time with
about.
my own bullshit. I'll only waste time with my own bullshit. That's the only bullshit that's worth bullshitting about.
Yeah, and
What do you
that's
say, Coach?
essentially what it's about. How they make you waste your valuable, precious time that you got here. Because let's face it,
Mm-hmm.
they obviously know something. I don't want to say that you only live once. I don't know. But let's just say you only live once, which means
Let's say that, but we don't really know.
this is like oh my god, this is a fucking lottery. You won the lottery. You got picked, yo. You get to go through this whatever the fuck this is, whatever this is. But you get to go through it,
It's
right?
whatever philosophical structure you really want to create for it. You know, whatever's
It's
comfortable for
different
you.
for everybody. It's different
I
for
like to think
everyone.
about it like respawning, or something in the realms of a video game, almost like you'll pretty much always be the you playing in the game that is your lifespan, wherever you are, infinitely repeating it with different conditions at each time, and it's going to make things kind of turn out different, slightly different. Maybe you win, maybe you don't. It's like, I don't know. It just feels like ultimately, it's uh it's like you can never. It's like some things almost seem like they're scripted out, in life. Like you're just gonna go some kind of way. Whatever.
Certainly. These things are definitely scripted out.
And it's like, but you're like intelligent. You're like, oh, I can intercept it. I'll fucking go this way, and you know what I mean. I'll make that not happen. But then there's like another thing that bloop like appears, and it still keeps going. So like things, just these agendas just kind of keep moving and they change of forms. But I think that's why the Greeks kind of thought of it that way, a little bit. Like just it's almost like your life, other people's lives. Like we're all just like being sort of puppeted a little bit by these god forces that are just like playing out these, I don't know, just like games or like jokes or I don't know what, contests with each other. You know,
I believe
I
in
think
the
that's a
hive
little.
mind.
I don't think I really truly believe in that, but I mean, I can understand their idea. The hive mind, I mean,
Okay.
collective unconscious, yeah, like that's pretty
Okay,
interesting.
so let's just say that maybe this entire time, obviously not this generation. I'm cool with that too. I've always said that too. But maybe not this generation or the next or the next or the next, but maybe there is a certain generation that is supposed to benefit from all of this acquired knowledge from all of these years of people connecting with each other and talking and learning, and then eventually at the end, with all that acquired knowledge, that's when, if you want to call it a game, the final boss starts, and we're like fully equipped with all our fucking gear, and we got magic and fucking all, maybe not magic, but you know what I mean, right?
Right, you're all maxed out on your levels and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Got all the
right,
spells,
right.
spells. I
And
got you.
and,
But
and I'm cool with that, man. If I gotta sacrifice all of my knowledge for the next fucking generation to beat this fucking place, I'm down. Fucking right.
it
Let's
seems
do this
right,
shit.
right. But what I'm saying about life is like it's I don't know. The video game adapts. It knows that you're all level 99, and it's like, okay, well, we'll just like switch it up now, and you
Yeah,
know,
now it's level 120.
yeah, now you feel like you're level 1 again or something, yeah. And it's just it's an interesting. I don't know.
Always constantly learning, right? Every day I fucking learn. I know that.
There was my friend was like he was a heck of a guitar player, and he said like yeah. He went like all the way through black belt, back to white belt, but just that's the constant thing. Like you're always cycling through. You're always even after you become a black belt or whatever the highest belt, whatever belt system or suspenders, whatever you like for pants, that you can figure that you never quite learn mastery at all levels, or that knowing the mastery of all levels is really the true super mastery. You know what I mean? Is to know like I'm a black belt, I'm fighting a black belt. I'm a black belt, I'm fighting a beginner. You know what I mean? To even know those preformings and stuff like that. What am I talking about right now? I'm not sure. But why don't you take it for a minute? I'm gonna try to heat this coffee up.
Well, we're talking about flat Earth. Does anybody know who Jin is? Jeremy, you know who Jin is, don't you?
Yeah, Jin CB1, the one and only.
Buddy, I had that motherfucker.
Yeah, we know who Jin is. I just got a question for you guys, though. Who's not drunk?
I'm not drunk.
I'm not drunk.
I'm currently not inebriated.
Why? Who sounds drunk?
Right. I don't know.
He's saying both of us. That's where he's
Drunk check.
that's where he's at. He's ready to.
I'm not drunk. No, I'm good.
He's
I'm
pulling
just
out
sitting here
breathalyzer.
smoking a cigarette. I'm in a public park. I can't be drunk.
Dude, you sound drunk, man.
Really?
I mean, even if you're not drunk, and you do sound drunk, I'm saying.
The giggling earlier kind of threw me, but maybe that's just nervous laughter kind of kicking itself off. Whatever. I don't know.
Well, some people talk like that, man. You know that guy from you remember the guy from what's his name? The comedian who was from Half Baked, the guy with like the red eyes. He's never smoked weed in his life, but he looks really high all the time. So
Yeah. James.
That's the thing.
No.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I'm not.
Anyway.
I'm in a public park, so if I get caught drinking here, I'm gonna be in big caca.
Well, you don't have to be drinking to get drunk, or to be drunk. You just have to have drank recently.
Oh yeah. No, I haven't drank today. Sorry. Smoked lots of weed.
Maybe that's what it is. That's all good, man.
Yeah.
People, you're allowed to drink. You're allowed to drink and smoke weed here. So
Sure are. Okay.
Some of us, mainly
Okay.
Jeremy, smokes weed on mic all the time.
My bad. Was I hot micing? You guys hear all that?
Yeah, we
Well,
heard you smoking some
you just
stuff.
think Mike is hot. Jeremy told me last night. He told me earlier he thinks Mike is hot, and I was like, "Who's Mike?" He never told me.
Like it's hot.
Hey, Mike could be a girl's name. I don't know.
Jeremy, are you drinking? Fine then. Kosho, are you drinking?
And freaking new perspective last time. A couple things to discuss with him. This coffee is too hot now. This is gonna burn me. This is terrible.
You drinking?
I got you, Kenny.
Remember, guys,
like
if we want to keep this, thing going, we gotta make it coherent and inclusive. Jeremy's talking to Kenny. Kenny's not
Hey,
even
what's
here.
good? What's good?
Huh?
All right. I thought he was here. All right. What's the topic, Coach? Why don't you actually do something here for once in your life and do something? Can you do something?
Okay, well, I posted the islands that Clay was talking about.
Are they the Rothschilds? Are they the Rothschild Islands?
That's so cohesive. It's like 20 fucking minutes ago. Thanks. That's super cohesive.
Okay, asshole.
Let's bring it back.
Just
up.
no gratitude whatsoever. Just shits all over you.
Once you wait once you fucking have some patience, collect your eggs, you know what I mean? Put them in your little nest. Wait for Clay to actually sleep, wake back up. You know he's gonna be back.
Okay, I was reaching for something because Jeremy told me to reach for something. Let me ask you. Lion just showed up. Lion's in
I
here.
can't say that my coffee was too hot. That's let's keep it focused.
We want to include things that other people can jump onto. That way we get this ball rolling. But unless somebody else is drinking coffee, they might not.
You could have made something out of that. You could have went to the coffee cup caustic thing. You could have went to entropy. There's a lot you could have done with his coffee.
Yeah, I'm a master improviser.
I mean, make something happen, Coach. Come on.
Right, here's the point now.
Can you get it popping?
The Line's here, and we talked about dimensions earlier. I posted a video. I don't know if you ever seen it. The one I posted, I could post it again.
Is this the silly nonsense one that you admitted to, or is this a new one?
No, this is a new one. I posted the updated.
Okay, so not the stupid one that you posted before. All right, just checking.
Yeah, this one's the correct one, and it's a good one. Let me post it again.
Yeah, but there's only 3 spatial dimensions, right? Like, we know this. In reality, there's only 3 dimensions.
Well, this argues that there's more.
You can't move in a different dimension than the 3 dimensions I can name, right?
Well, you can move through time even. So
Oh,
you don't even have to. It doesn't have to be a spatial dimension. So.
We were just talking about the time ring,
Yeah, irrelevant of time. What's the word? Irrespectable. I don't know the word. Put a fancy word in there that makes sense. Of time.
Okay.
Of time. You're only going to be able to move in 3 spatial dimensions, regardless of what time your clock says, right? Irrespective, irregardless. That's not a word.
Respectively.
Just put a fancy word in there that makes sense. Right, Kosho? No matter what time it is, we're only moving in 3 dimensions, right?
Yeah.
X, Y, Z.
And they be moved simultaneously.
That's a lot of syllables.
Like, it doesn't matter what time it is, you're never going to be able to move in a different dimension than those 3 dimensions.
right, Gojo?
Oh, sorry, I was doing
Like in
something else.
physical reality.
What?
Well,
Give
technically,
us
All right,
another.
I'll
Give us
repeat it.
another dimension.
no, I heard you. I heard you. I heard you. Technically, you're right. That's our capabilities. However, when we're discussing higher dimensions, we're not limited to our abilities. We're discussing the possibilities of, other dimensions and what it would be like moving through those. Okay, and the
So you
only
think
way you
time
can
travel's
think of,
possible?
I personally think that, yeah, I mean, obviously time travel is possible. You're doing it right now.
Will you end up with a
Um,
paradox if time travel's possible? You end up with a paradox.
time travel is possible because we're doing it right now. So, what you probably mean is like the freedom of moving freely through time, go forward or backward, or any rate or whatever. Um, but here's an interesting idea. Imagine you have a Mobius strip, and you draw a line on that Mobius strip, and eventually that line is going to go all the way around the top, and then it's going to go to both sides, and you're going to
You
end up
know
back
what
where
I
you
saw?
started.
Real quick.
Yeah.
There was a teacher, real quick, just on the Mobius strip before you get too far off, because I like that. There was a teacher that said you could write on one side of an index card. You can write a cheat sheet for yourself. But you can only use one side of an index card to take this test. What'd the kid do? He made a freaking Mobius strip, dude. Brilliant.
That's
How's that
Go
brilliant?
ahead. It's all the same side. You
Yeah,
end
but
up
now you
writing on the
can't
whole
see
thing.
anything. Yeah, but it's like,
You can see
what
it.
kind of paper what kind of paper is he
It's
using?
an
He's got to
index
not use it.
card.
I
Digital
guess,
still
okay.
true. No, but I did a chick that had a Mobius strip.
Okay.
It wasn't a landing strip.
Okay.
She shaved it into a Mobius strip.
She was old school.
Oh my god.
What were you saying, Okosha? Well, on a side note, before we get too far off the strip thing. Well, never mind. Maybe it's not appropriate. I don't want to end up looking like Kosho out here. Go ahead. What were you saying, Kosho?
I'm trying to wrap up my work at the same time. So
What work?
bear with me.
At the glory hole?
Listen, asshole. If you have a Mobius strip and you draw a line all the way through it,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh
I'll be
shit!
accepted.
This guy's gonna be my hype man.
Yeah,
Hit
well,
you with
yeah,
giggles all day.
you got the best of them, dude. You got him, the clown guy, Solaris. You got the best of them, dude. Anyway, what the fuck? Oh yeah, the
What's up
line.
with the
Okay?
Mobius strip?
Imagine
Yeah,
that you
tell him
draw a
about the
line.
Mobius strip, yo.
Imagine you
Break
draw a
me off,
line.
yo.
This would be like a two-dimensional, strip, right? And you have it going around on itself, and you got the person going in a straight line through it, whatever. This would be like
Negative. Hold on, let
this
me
would be
just
like
stop you right
traveling.
there.
Okay.
Let me just stop you right there. It's not 2D. There is no 2D thing.
What? What are you talking about? The surface
Nothing's
of a Mobius
2D.
strip is 2D. Yeah, the surface of a
No,
Mobius strip
nothing is
is, yeah.
2D. 2D, there's no 2D thing in reality.
Okay.
I will mail you something. I will give you my address. You mail me something that's 2D. Put it in a box. What are you going to put in a box?
I'm gonna give you an empty box. Is what I'm gonna do, and then what I'm gonna tell you
Exactly,
is
because
that,
there's nothing that's
yeah,
2D. Exactly.
no, because the box itself is a 3D object. On the surface of the sides of it are 2D. The lines that make up the corners, the corners at each corner or whatever, those are 1D, and the points, the vertex, those are 0-dimensional, and they make up a 3D
2D
shape.
is not a real thing. That's not a real thing, 2D.
Okay.
Just for the audience. But go ahead with your 2D movie strip. I'll play along.
It turns out
We have this 2D
if
thing
you,
that doesn't. exists. Go ahead.
If you want to put a decal to cover the entire box, and I want to print out a decal to do that, I'm gonna have to know the surface area of the outside of the box. The surface area
Okay.
is going to be denoted in 2 dimensions. It's going to be like probably 4 square feet or something like that, because it's a 2D surface. So this is how surfaces work. They are 2D indeed.
No, there's no 2D thing. You can't put anything inside the box and mail me it, and I can pull it out and be like, "Oh, look at this 2D thing Kosho just mailed me."
Okay.
But anyways, carry on. I'll play along. We have a 2D Mobius strip. Go ahead. But just as long as the audience
Anyway,
knows
the point
2D
is,
reality.
you can only
We're in
travel.
fantasy land.
You can only travel in one direction on that Mobius strip, and it creates a line going all the way around back onto itself. Whatever. Okay. However, we live in a third dimension where we can see the whole Mobius strip. You travel anywhere around it. So this would be like
We live in reality, yes.
yeah, in our reality, a single point in
3D
time.
reality.
Yeah, it's like a single point. A fifth dimension would be like if you could take that point and connect it
Oh,
to another
whoa.
point.
Whoa. Where do you get the fourth dimension? We only got 3 right now.
No, time is so let me give you an example. So this video let me
Why are you trying to
let me
go right
explain
to
you
5?
let me explain to you what this video explained. Let me explain to you what this video explained. Okay, it's very simple. You have a point, 0 dimensions. Okay? You have 2 points. They're both 0 dimensions. You connect them. They create a line. The line is the connection between the 2 points. It's made up of points all between those 2 points, okay? Maybe it doesn't make sense to you. It makes sense to me. If you add another line going in a different direction, okay, and connect it to that first line, these 2 lines are, if you describe all the space in between that's now 2 dimensions. Okay, let's do this again. And you take that surface and you make a surface coming out some direction. That creates a 3D object. Okay, now let's put that 3D object in our universe. Let's put it there at one moment and there at another moment. Let's connect those 2 moments. Now, that's the same as connecting the 2 points and creating a line, but now we're connecting 2 moments of this object and creating a line of that object. Where if you were to look at it, it would look like a weird oblong shaped from where your position at one moment to your position at the other moment. That would be the dimension in the dimension of time. It's basically connecting 2 points, that are moments. The moments are
That's not a
points.
real thing. You can't connect 2 moments with a line. What the hell? What are you saying?
Just watch this video, man. It makes more sense. I gotta fill out this report. Just give me a second.
Well, there's 3 dimensions. It doesn't matter what time it is or how many moments it is. There's only 3 dimensions you can move in. Time's not a dimension.
It is a dimension. Okay? It may not seem like it, but you're moving forward in time every moment that passes. A single moment, it doesn't linger. It goes to the next moment. And those 2 moments connected are indeed a path through time. So,
You
time
can't
is a
connect
dimension,
those 2
a degree of
moments.
freedom.
Kosho, it's not 2 dots on a piece of paper you can connect. This is like like crazy shit.
Give me a sec.
This is madness.
I gotta find last week's report. It's taking me forever. Give me a second.
connect two moments in time with what?
What do you mean with what?
What are you
First of all,
connecting the two moments in time with?
duration. The duration.
Duration is a thing you can connect two moments in time with?
That's exactly right. Have you never heard of that?
Yeah, but in the meantime, we can only move, no matter which time you're in, you can only move in 3 dimensions.
Well, you can move in one direction in time. I mean, you do. We just move in one direction. We go from one moment to the next moment continuously.
Aren't moments just how we quantify time, though? Like, it's not actually how time goes about. Isn't time kind of more fluid? Like, one moment does go right into the other, but it doesn't. It's not like the one moment stops and then you start the next moment. It's like a fluid motion into the next moment constantly, right?
Yeah, but you can pinpoint any of those moments. You can define any of those moments with
No, you can't, because you can't go back
precision.
to an exact moment, dude.
Okay, so let me give you an
You can't
example.
pinpoint
If you have
anything.
if you have a smartwatch and you have a warehouse, that's a rectangular warehouse, and you program a recorder to record the position of that watch in the warehouse and the time precisely, down to the nanosecond or something, or beyond that. Regardless, you'd end up with a spreadsheet, that has each of those moments, each of those positions at each of those moments. Give me a second, though.
Yeah, except like you're not actually in that time again. You're now watching that recorded time. So now you're still in time watching something that allows you to manipulate it like you're out of time with what you're watching. Because you don't have like a fucking recorder that records reality, bro. To where you can go back to a certain point. You can't do that.
Sorry about that. I was looking for my
You
report.
watch it.
Say that one more time. You said you can't go
I'm
back in
saying, like,
time.
so like you can record something and watch something that happened, but you can never go back to that moment because
Yeah, that's
as you're
fine.
watching, the world has now still changed around you, even though you're watching it. Like time has still gone forward in one fluid motion, like I was talking about.
Yeah, that's true. You can only time has one dimension and one direction, and you can go in that direction. We don't know a way to go back. We know ways to change the rates that we go in that direction, but that's it. So, but that's not a problem. That's just how that dimension works. We
But like what you're talking about with the whole recording it, like all you're doing now is taking a
what
slice out
that
of
was
the time.
that was to conflict with what you said. You said that each of those there's no moments, like there's not a point in time.
But there isn't in
It's just a
reality.
fluid thing. But it was just recorded. You recorded these moments in time. You recorded the exact position that this thing was at exactly that moment in time. So that was
Yeah.
a discrete moment.
Yeah, but then you're still in the fluid time watching something you recorded in a past time, like so that you can manipulate it like you're actually outside of time.
But no
By
one's
going
saying that you
forward
can
and
move through
backward.
time. We're not claiming that you can. I'm not claiming you can move forward and backward in time. I'm just claiming that we move forward through time, which we do. You can't stop time, which we don't. It's made up of discrete moments, which can be recorded. And at those discrete moments, you can see discrete positions that things can be at. So The only difference is we can move freely in the spatial dimensions. We can move forward and backward, and back and forth, up and down. But in time, we can move forward, as far as we know. In the same way we can measure the distance between 2 points in space, we can measure the duration between 2 moments in time, and it's quantifiable. And yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying about moving through it, but the moving through thing, we can still define, you know, what we can still describe durations and moments and things.
Honestly, dude, I still don't think they can actually calculate the fucking speed of light, you know? Because the way that they first did it is ridiculous. And it hasn't really gotten any better since. Because, like, okay, so, but you can't really measure how fast light is. It's almost like instantaneous.
Yeah, almost. But
Like when
it
you
turns
turn
out
a
there's
flashlight in the dark.
so
Uh,
there's people who've been found like they were missing or something, and they pinged their cell phone location by the towers using the speed of light, the known speed of light in the air. And also, the GPS uses the speed of light the one-way speed of light to determine your location, and also laser distance finders that measure like construction workers use. They can measure a two-way, speed of light, and then divide it by two to get the distance, um, to whatever they're pointing their laser at. So, and those are accurate. All those things are pretty accurate. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think that we do know the speed of light, but yeah. Well, maybe elaborate, Uber. Why were
well,
you
so
saying?
I'm just saying with what you're talking about right now, like, is that taken into account, like the atmosphere that it's pushing through? Because that's that's technically not the true speed of light if it's actually having to push through a medium. Like you would need, like a controlled environment to really test that, right? Because isn't that kind of
Yeah,
what they use for like space? That's why they say that the light travels so fast and so far, right? Isn't that your guys' argument?
yeah, yeah. Like I said, the two-way speed of light for laser distance
So,
finders using
so
pinging
then it
somebody's. Hold on a second. But to find someone's location or something, they use the speed of light in the air, as I said. However, the GPS uses the speed of light in a vacuum. So, both are known. But yeah,
wait. So the GPS uses the speed of light in a vacuum, but
way speed of
if
light.
it's tracking you, you're on the ground, so it's still having to go through an atmosphere. So it's not really just a vacuum. It's in a vacuum technically, if you guys want to say it is. But like it's still having to like send through the atmosphere. So that
Yeah.
like no matter what, that's a resistance. And uh
The
with the
GPS
whole
signal. Go ahead, sir.
no, go for it, man.
At the very minimum, let's say it was directly overhead, which would be the most, I guess. I mean, not the most, the least amount of vacuum. It travels 12,000 miles through a vacuum and then about 20 miles through the atmosphere. So the errors involved are nil, and they're corrected for later.
So can I ask you a question? So if the signal's coming from the sky, why do I lose the signal when driving in the middle of a a desert, or not even really like a desert, because I lived in California, right? Where there's I would drive really close down to like the border, right, of Mexico, and there's like a large strip of like desert there. Uh, and like you like lose like GPS signal for like a good amount of time. Your shit would just like skip out, right? Or like
How sure of you of that?
there's times where being up on like a fucking mountain, all right, where technically I should be closer to what's up in the sky, right? But I have no GPS signal. My shit doesn't know where I'm at all.
It depends on what you're using. Uh, if you're using Google Maps or something, then it's actually probably pinging it off the internet, off your uh, mobile network most of the time. But you can you can put your phone in airplane mode just to make sure that it's only reading it from the GPS, and try that again, and I'm pretty sure it will work.
No, I've tried all kinds of things.
And GPS, since GPS is going through the air and it's an electromagnetic frequency, how much refraction is involved with GPS? I'm wondering.
Very little, but it's
Oh, shut
corrected for. Yeah, very tiny amount.
So
But
there
it's
is
corrected for.
refraction. There is refraction, but it's corrected for. All right, just checking.
Yeah, there's all sorts of errors, and all those errors are corrected for. Most of them.
Yeah, how do they know how to correct for refraction if they've never actually got a measurement of the refraction?
Yeah, they don't tackle it directly. They just tackle the corrections that are needed. So there'll be a discrepancy with the speed of light, maybe because it's going through the atmosphere. Maybe it's curved or whatever. But after what they do is they get a pseudo range, and then they use the pseudo range from 4 different, you know, uh, signals to narrow down what the error is, and then they at that point. But the pseudo range is going to include those refractive errors and all that kind of stuff. But like I said, those are corrected for when they combine the 4 together. But that's not important. What is important is if you really want to test to see if your GPS is working or not, I'd put your phone in airplane mode and try it again. Oh wow, I am reading though that yeah, there is something to this. It says that sometimes military signal blocking techniques, sometimes they can cause outages for certain people in certain places for a short amount of time.
So
I'm just looking at the
let me ask
possible
this
outage. Go ahead.
real quick. Talking about like speed of light and atmosphere and all that other shit, right? Because like, all right, because we went down to the beach quite a few times and we're like bouncing lights off of mirrors across like miles and miles of fucking a lake, right? And it's just funny because some people try to argue that the only reason why we saw them and like we were each on the shore, right? Like there's video of them on the shore, video of us on the shore with times matching and shit like that. Like we made sure like all the bases were covered so nobody could talk shit about like how things were done, right? Um and like the only answer that we got eventually was like, oh, like refraction, right? So but that's light. Exactly what we're talking about right now. Like that's light, right? Um so why does it matter there with what we were doing, but it doesn't really matter with what like you're talking about with like sending like lights through the atmosphere and shit and bouncing lasers and shit off of stuff because we did that, but we were told that what we saw was refraction. But you just said that you don't have to really worry about refraction while you're doing that kind of shit.
So, like I said
So
earlier,
like
if yeah. Like I said earlier, let's imagine an extreme scenario, not where it's a breaker overhead, but it's like way in the distance. Um, and let's change the distance. So it's 12,000 miles if it's directly overhead. It's probably 24,000 miles if it's at some angle or whatever. And then it's going through, instead of 20 miles atmosphere, probably 40 or 60 miles atmosphere. So, like I said, it's going through 24,000 miles of vacuum to determine the speed of light. And then it's going through about let's just even call it 100 miles of atmosphere where it's slightly curving and also going a little bit slower. So the measurement that it's reading is going to be probably primarily considering the time it traveled in the vacuum headed towards the thing. And the slight curve that it's now doing and changing its distance a little bit is probably going to add to the error very little. And those tiny errors are corrected for when they collect the four together.
Yeah, so when it takes that curved path, it's going to throw the time off in a milliseconds or even nanoseconds. Will throw this measurement or calculation or whatever you're doing big time.
Okay.
Right?
Hey, if you say so.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you correct for it when you didn't ever even measure it what to correct for in the first place.
Okay.
I think you
So
guys
if
made the shit up to fit a globe.
you have 100 miles line and then you have 100 mile curve that's arced at about 1 degree or something ridiculous like that, probably a lot less than that. What's the difference in length? I don't know. I couldn't tell you, but it's probably somewhere in the orders of feet or inches, maybe. Actually, you know what? Let's look this up. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Give me a second. Huh? I'm not gonna look this up. I'm not gonna look it up. Actually, yes, I will. Give me a second. Okay, I got something for you. All right. So let's say that it's going through 69 miles. Just to make this easy, let's say that the light's going through 69 miles of atmosphere, and its refraction has a curving 1 degree, which is actually pretty extreme. The difference in length is about 4 feet. 4 feet difference. So let's put that all together now. The light came from a distance of 24,000 miles. I don't want to go over how many feet that is, but it's a lot of feet. 24,000 miles. And the difference between that and the refracted signal, so the correct straight path and then the corrected or the refracted path is 4 feet. So I don't know how else to say it, dude. That's like 0.01% of a mile. So I don't know what to tell you.
Well,
24,000 miles, 0.01% of a
not only do you
mile.
have a
Okay.
yeah, not only do you have a curved path now, you also have the light getting slowed down just from entering the atmosphere. It's now slowing down.
That's right. Okay. We went over that though. I mean, I can't say it's over and over again, but let's say it would travel 24,000 miles at going at the speed of light, and then 69 miles going slightly slower than the speed of light. You're going to come up with an errored calculation, an errored distance. But what's the error going to be? It's going to be minuscule.
Bro, that's
Because
69
most of the time,
miles. Satellite is satellite is right above your head, dude. If that shit has any angle to it, it's gonna be way more than that.
okay, well, I was using an angled. If it's right overhead, then it's going to be 12,000 miles, and let's call it 20 miles through the atmosphere. It's not going to be 20 miles, is it? It'll be more
So
like 8 or 10 miles. Broke up a lot.
Here starts over.
Yeah.
You're saying the atmosphere is only just 20 miles above us, then the atmosphere ends, or is it 60 miles?
Oh, I would not use 60. I wouldn't even use 20 miles, dude. We're talking about the speed of light. The speed of light through the air is sea level air. Sea level air, and even if you go up 5 miles, it's now a third of what it was at sea level. So the error between the speed of light in a vacuum and the speed of light in air is going to be a third. The air. So the more you move up, there's not gonna be any air. So you go up 10 miles, barely any air. 20 miles is gonna be basically the same thing as the speed of light in a vacuum. So I still haven't done this report yet. Okay, let me just get to this real quick. I'm gonna admit real quickly though that I thought when Clay had originally shown those islands, that was pretty interesting actually. I was like, well, that is kind of interesting because it doesn't show up on the on the main map. But I think that's just the laziness in the way Google shows their maps. That's all.
I heard the Rothschilds bought an island in Antarctica. Is that true?
Yeah, why not?
Those are your peoples, right? Are those your peoples?
I wouldn't say no if they asked me. If they said, "Are you my people?" I'd say yeah. So yeah, why not?
What if they're the most evil people on Earth? They would still be your people?
Well, I'd have to, you know. Yeah, it depends. Maybe I don't know. You gotta have friends in low places, man. And to be honest, they actually be friends in high places. So I'm the kind of guy. I'm not gonna turn somebody down just because they're, an evil person.
All right, listen.
Okay.
All right, listen. Let me ask you this: how much does light weigh?
That's a ridiculously. I guess it's not that ridiculous. Doesn't have any weight.
You're entering a realm of dangerousness for your model. I just want to let you know it has no weight.
Listen, let me say this. What I was thinking for a second. I was thinking, okay, it's got
You want to take
mass.
a mulligan? You're doing a
No,
mulligan?
I'm not taking a mulligan. No, I'm just telling you I'm still keeping the same answer. I'm just telling you how I came to that answer. Because light does have mass. Well, it doesn't have any rest mass. Okay. It does have relativistic mass. Okay. However, gravitational mass is something different, and weight depends on gravitational mass. So I still say no. Light has no weight.
Is that your final answer? You want to check with J Ace? I know that's your Glober daddy. You want to check with him real quick?
He's like my Glover cousin. Okay. Even though he's, I asked him. I said, well, no, I didn't. What did I say to him? I said something about him being Italian. What did he say? I forgot what he said. I think somebody else was talking to him about being Italian, and he said he was. Oh no, that's right. That's right. He said he's half Italian, half Sicilian. That's right. I just thought
You
that was
said
funny.
he's your Glober husband.
I said my Glover. I said my Glover cousin. You fucking deaf fuck.
Oh, I might have been a robot in a little bit. Either way, Glober cousin, Glober husband. I'm sure it doesn't matter for you. Anyways, the point is, listen, pay attention, dude. Don't get lost in the silliness, bro. This is serious business right here. Listen to me. When something gets hot, say you have an object and you have it and you weigh it. You have an object that has a weight. If I get the object hot, does it weigh more?
You mean if you heat? So if it's now hotter than it was, if the temperature has risen in that place, then yes, it weighs more. Yeah.
Okay, and why does it weigh more?
Because technically it's got more mass. The energy will actually provide additional mass.
The energy. You've inputted energy, and now it has more weight. Correct. Right. So the light. Now let's go back to the light. Does the light have energy?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, the light has energy. So the light must have weight.
I would say actually different. The light is energy, so I wouldn't say the light has energy. It actually is the energy. So,
Okay, so we have energy. Now we're gonna have some weight because you can't have energy. The weight doesn't just magically appear.
yeah, like I said, if you have,
You want to change your answer?
No. If you have light inside of a box, like a laser, and it's bouncing, in the box or whatever, technically the box would weigh more because there's energy in there. That's true. However, the energy itself, the light itself, I would not say has a weight. The light doesn't have a weight. But adding energy to something can add additional weight, sure, because it's adding additional mass. And actually, in general relativity, the stress tensor, or the what do you call it? The stress tensor is like a mass energy. So it's like it doesn't matter if it's mass or energy. That actually bends space time, right? So, but yeah. Anyways, I wouldn't say light has mass. I mean, light has a weight. It's got a relativistic mass, not a gravitational mass. That's it.
Okay, so we have an apple. We have an apple. It has a weight, right? I shine some light on the apple. It heats it up. Does the apple now weighs more, right?
Yeah.
So I introduced light to the apple and got more weight.
Well, you
But the
introduced
light
light.
doesn't weigh anything though. This weight just magically appeared out of thin air, magically from nowhere. Is that what you're saying?
Let me give you a more precise example. The example you're giving and scale it
Can you
down.
just answer my question, please? The
I'm
light just
trying to.
the weight just magically appeared out of nowhere. Or did the light give it more weight?
I'm trying to tell you where the magic is, dude. Because in that example, you're shining the light on the apple. Let's break it down to shining the light on a single atom in the apple, a single hydrogen atom in the apple, per se. You shine the laser onto the apple, hitting the hydrogen atom, and what happens is the hydrogen atom is now going to make the light disappear. Now the light is no longer there. It's been converted directly to energy in the electron. That and more energetic electron doesn't contain the light. It just has energy, and that atom, the hydrogen atom, is now going to have a bigger mass and contribution to the weight. And that's within the light is not the light doesn't exist there anymore. The light's been absorbed and converted to energy by the electron.
So you are saying yes, the weight just magically appears out of thin air, or did the light give
Yes.
the apple more weight?
Yeah, I was saying I said exactly what you said. I was saying what the magic was. It is magic, and I explained how the
The
magic
light gave the
works.
apple more weight. So the light has no weight, but when the light hits the apple, it has more weight. That's what you're telling me.
That's right. The light doesn't exist. Once the light decides to join forces with the atom, the light no longer exists. It ceases to exist. It now only exists as energy, more electron energy. The electron now has way more energy than it did because that light that was there now got converted to electron's energy. Yeah.
Yeah, so the light, which had weight, combined forces with the apple and the light gave the apple its weight. Right? Is that what you're saying now?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, so the light. Okay, so the light has weight. We agree. It's fine if
I'm
you
not
want to change
explaining
your
why it's
answer.
light. I'm not changing my answer.
So, okay, I thought you just agreed. The light has weight, and the light gives its weight to the apple. So now the apple has more weight, and that's where the apple's weight comes from. The light's weight. On a side note, you're a lightweight.
Okay, let me give you an example that might make sense to you. Okay, let's say that I have a certain amount of confidence. I have X amount of confidence, and your wife, she maybe has confidence or whatever. Her kisses don't have any confidence though, but she kisses me in front of everybody like she does all the time, and I gain confidence. But the kiss didn't actually have confidence in it. The kiss was something else. Okay.
What kind of gibber? Can you say something coherent, please?
All right, listen, dude. What I'm saying is that the light ceases to exist, man. So it doesn't matter. It's true. I get what you're getting at. That the object that weighs more, it has more mass, and so technically you would think, well, the light should have mass because you add light to it, and now it's heavier. But in fact, the light that you've added onto it, the light got absorbed and now doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't. It
Yeah.
ceases
So
to
the
exist.
light turn. Yes, I know. The weight from the light. The light absorb. The apple absorbs the light. So the weight from the light is now in the apple, which is why the apple weighs more. I know. I'm glad we agree.
Hey, except for when you're talking about the weight, it's not weighing any light. You're weighing the electron, you're weighing the proton, or what I said, the hydrogen atom. The hydrogen atom has a certain amount of mass based on a certain amount of energy that the electron has. Uh, which it doesn't. It does that electron doesn't actually. Uh, it doesn't possess light. It possesses energy. So,
Yeah, the
so
light, the weight of the light, dude, the weight of the light is absorbed by the electrons and the atoms in the apple, and now it has more weight. How hard is this? A fifth grader could reconcile this.
you know what I do a lot? I was thinking about this all the time. I play Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader on my Alexa all the time. I'm like, I wonder what it's
And you'd
really
be
fun.
losing all the time. You always lose.
No. I'm in Wizard in the Wizard League. That's the highest league that gets you. It's 15 leagues, and the highest league is the Wizards League, and I'm in the Wizards League. That's right. Here's what I want you to try. I want you to ask Jace the same question you asked me, and
Yo,
then see
hold on. I
if
gotta
the
make a
difference.
phone call. Hold on.
Make a phone call. Yeah, mute yourself first.
Okay, I'm back. Tell me how light doesn't have weight now, even though when it combines with the apple, it gives the apple more weight. So the weight magically appears from out of nowhere.
No, the light.
I mean, I could almost science this with an independent and dependent variable. This would be easy,
Okay.
even though you can't
Here's
even
the
weigh it.
deal.
You can't even really weigh it. We don't even know if this is even true or not.
The light ceases to exist when it combines when it combines itself with something. It doesn't exist anymore.
When the weight of the light combines with the weight of the apple, the apple now gets more weight. Yes, I know.
Now, when the light becomes a part of the apple, the light no longer exists at all.
Yes, the light ceases to exist because it gave all its weight, all its energy and weight to the apple. I know.
It gave it's right. It got converted directly to energy in the material, which got converts obviously. But
Yes, the weight from the light got converted into weight into the apple. Yes.
the light.
This is your model, bro. Dude, this is your model. This is your goofy fucking model right here of
The light has no weight.
how shit works.
The light has no weight. The
It
apple
does
has
have weight. It
enough
does have
weight.
weight. It gives it to the apple.
Yeah, when the light gives the apple more weight, the light no longer exists. So at every point during the life of the light never had weight. It didn't have weight before it hit the apple, and when it gave the apple weight, it didn't. Sorry, my boss just walked in.
That's code word for his mom. He's in trouble right now. He swept all his toys under his bed and shit and got caught.
I won't say I'm going to do my report. Okay, guys, sorry. I had to pretend like I was doing my report. Which I am doing, actually.
I'm back. What happened? Oh shit, Kosher got grounded and he left.
I'm still here. I gotta type in some names, hold on. Okay, I'm done with the report. Good news, done with the report. Yeah, Dice Slow. Yeah, whatever you said. You know, my girlfriend, she defrosted some steak, and she just told me to make dinner, you know, earlier. But she said to make whatever I want with the steak. What should I make?
Well, it's always going to be steak and shrimp. Unless you're a baller, then it's steak and lobster.
Well, I don't have shrimp and I don't have lobster, and I'm Jewish, so neither of those are kosher. But regardless,
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, it doesn't matter though, because I'm asking when somebody says what should they make, I'm saying with the steak, like another meat, like
Oh, I see. Like a side thing.
yeah, the side or like you know, yeah.
Probably potatoes or something. Like maybe mashed potatoes. And, I don't know, some Jewish thing or something.
Okay. Well, oh, last time I saw potatoes here, I think we only have potatoes in a can. I've never had that before.
Canned potatoes. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say I have either.
Yo, there's this new show. There's this show called it's with David Spade. It's called Fish Oil. No, not fish oil. It's called Snake Oil. Snake Oil. And basically they put up these two products and they make the contestant like guess like which one is real and which one's fake. And there's some shit on there, dude, that is real that okay, so for instance, there was a venison flavored whiskey. Like they actually make venison flavored whiskey, dude.
Wow. I don't know about that. Sounds gamey.
Yeah. Yeah, and there was another thing. I can't remember if this one was real or fake, so don't quote me on it, but it was called like carnivore something soup or con anyways, it was like chili. Oh yes, it was carnivore con chili. And it's basically made of like
Bear
all
fucking
bunch
meat.
of different. Yeah, it's made from all different types of meat, like that. Like there's some ostrich in there, and fucking kangaroo and alligator. Just put it all in the fucking chili.
Yeah, it's a little risque.
But the guy, because what they do is they have the two people go up there, and then they ask them questions, and they try to see like who's lying and who doesn't really own the company. And they ask the guy who makes the venison whiskey, they're like, "Well, do you have any other kind of whiskeys?" He's like, "Yeah, we do a whole bunch of different game one. We even have beaver anus. Yeah, beaver anus whiskey, like like I don't know how they ferment. I don't even know what you're supposed to do, dude. I don't get it. But I don't know how you
Is it
made
just
a
the
meat
name, or is
whiskey.
it like you think there's
No,
like some legitimacy?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point. They have it flavored is venison, like the one that was on there was venison flavored, and I think it's fermented using venison.
Hey, what's up? It's your favorite crypto baller. What's up, Dice
What's
Low?
going on?
What's going on, Mr.
What's up with
Crypto?
me?
Hey, what did crypto do this week? Can you fill us in?
My son just slammed his finger in the door. Give me a minute.
Oh shit! Sorry to
Oh
hear that.
shit. Yeah, that's no joke. I was gonna make a joke since you do work with doors. It's not
Oh, no, come
appropriate.
on, just leave it out. Yeah, just leave it out.
Hey, at least it wasn't his Peter. Can I say that?
Just leave it out. Just leave it out, man. Come on.
Yeah, I know.
God damn it. No, but I
Hey,
got
do you
two things
think
about I'm gonna
doors?
say them.
Hey, Kosho, do you think doors in like some alternate universe are like evil? Like
Do you
if
mean
everything's
like in
infinite, right?
Monsters Inc?
Infinity. No, I've never seen Monsters Inc. But if there is an infinity, that means that every single scenario has or will pan out. So that means that there'd be demonic doors that shut on people's whatever. You fill in the blank.
You're still going on with it though, dude. We're just move along. So come on. Let's not make it about
But
dinosaur. Come on.
that would have to be a possibility, right? If there is infinity.
Yeah, if there were infinite infinite scenarios, infinite universes sort of thing, yeah, there would be everything. Everything ever. There would be doors that when you walk through them you have an orgasm every time. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's
Yes,
that.
so. Yeah. Well, have you ever been to this website? The website's called Library of Babel. You ever heard of this?
No.
Okay, Library of Babel is a website that has everything ever written and or ever could be written ever already cataloged. You could search for the statement that you just said about the doors that as you walk through them give you an orgasm, and there'll be a page in that website that already says that.
Tower of Babel?
Library of Babel.
Library of Babel. Got it. I doubt that.
I'm gonna,
That's some
I'm gonna,
fucking Glober. Hey, that's some Glober tidbit. Come on, man.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna tell you exactly the page because it has different pages, different books. Like it's got like it's got the catalog of where it is. So hold on.
I don't buy that. That's highly suspect. Anyway, Dice. Oh yeah, Dice was good.
I stepped out to have a cigarette. Yeah, there's not much I can do, dude. I can't rewind the hands of time here for this kid. But yeah, he's got a baseball game
Hey, you
tomorrow,
sound
dude.
like a shit.
True.
Is it his
Yeah.
throwing
Does he play?
hand or any like?
It's his left index finger on his glove hand. So he's already
How does he
saying there's
play?
no way He's like, I can't put a fucking glove on. So I don't
What does he
know, dude.
play?
Hey,
He
put
plays.
some ice on it.
Yeah,
You
we
put
got
some
ice
ice
on it.
on it. Some,
We ran
some
cold water. We got some ice now.
anti-inflammatory pills. Have him elevate his hand because when there's blood rushing to the hand, it'll swell more. So, hey, have you seen that guy in India? He's had his hand raised for like 70 some years. Have your son do that. Just not for 70 years.
Somebody should
Nah,
call.
he's-
Somebody should call on. They should call on that guy finally. It's like he was waiting to get a question answered like 20 years ago or whatever.
Huh?
He's raising his hands for 20 years, so he hasn't got his question
Oh. Yeah. He's I don't know. He's angry right now, so because he's in pain. So I did everything I could. He's in his room watching fucking YouTube or something with some ice on it.
Don't they say pain is the best teacher?
Actually, it's not.
I don't know. I've never heard. That sounds good.
Hey, by the way, I posted.
Does right?
I posted it. Hey, flat dad. I posted the search. I searched for that quote. I put a universe where everything you do, no, where every door you walk through gives you an orgasm, and it turns up a bunch of times, including a page where it says only that, but it tells you the exact page, the exact room, everything.
Hey, what's the book name?
A bunch of
That's
random
some
characters.
weird ass title, dude. IICJ, whatever. I don't believe that.
It's okay. It doesn't have to make sense. It's a real.
You
It's crazy when you view the page.
universe,
You view the
a
page.
universe where every door you walk through makes you orgasm. That's great.
Yeah, anything that's ever said or ever been said or anything is going to be. It's an infinite playlist of everything ever, all the time.
All right, I'm back. So, yeah, as far as crypto goes, I guess the SEC got their interlocutory appeal shot down by the judge, which means now they're going to be going to some sort of either they're going to go to trial, which is probably far too expensive for the SEC to handle, or with like Supreme Court trial, or they're going to go to some sort of a sit down
Wait,
deal.
who
What is that
who
called
is
again?
who is? I don't know.
The SEC
Who's
versus Ripple.
no. Oh, versus Ripple. Oh, versus Ripple for what?
Well, they're trying to claim Ripple's a security, and Ripple's saying that they're not a security. So the battle's been going on for like 3 years, and as of like 90 something days ago, Ripple secured a
Wait, what's the
victory.
consequence? What's the consequence if they declare him as a security?
Well, then Ripple wouldn't be able to function as they were designed to, so it just really wouldn't work. So the fact that they were able to break through that, they're like 95% of the way through the entirety of this whole court case.
As I look at the XRP chart, all I could see is 3 big spikes. And what I call them pump and dumps. They're basic, like, get people to buy when price is high and tank it on them. And then whatever they're holding is, less valuable. So I see 3 of them. I see a big one in 2018. I see a medium one in 2021. And we just had one a couple months ago. A small little spike. But for the most part, I mean, 1, it's not stable. 2, it's not steadily increasing in value. And 3, it's, I mean, it's locked up in court. So I mean, because what you're doing, you're investing. I could see if you're trading it, then you'd probably be able to make some money off crypto. But like, as you're holding it as an investment, so you're not trading crypto really. You're investing in crypto. That's a different ballgame, dude. Because now look, you got it tied up in litigation, and then you got something brand new that takes a while for it to be implemented. But and who's to say they're even going to use that technology? I mean, it could be the best, but you never know with the government, dude. Like, they can, they want
So
their
what they
welfare crypto.
Yeah, they want control, right? Like whatever it's gonna be, they want to have control over it. If they can't have control over it, then they're obviously not gonna fucking be up for the idea. It'll definitely be a fight if it's ever gonna happen. But the thing about that is, Ripple just made it to where they can, like, major banks can like recuse accounts and stuff. So essentially, like, if you're like caught in some kind of criminal scandal of some sort, they can freeze your assets or even reverse the transactions in some cases. So a lot of people don't like that idea because it kind of takes away the aspect of decentralization from a central based government. But at the end of the day, like, these are some of the fundamentals that the major banking institutes are looking at as far as being able to utilize something they have some sort of control over. So, which isn't an unjustified demand or request. So I feel that the fact that they were willing and able to make that happen just makes them more likely to be that one thing that gets used on the major scales.
Well, it's also it's also going to have to whatever money they use, right? It's going to have to be on the market, on the open market as well. Because look, I mean, you got the US dollar. It's, some people trade it, but it's really not a traded index. I mean, okay, it is a traded index, but it's not a standalone currency, because when you look at, like, ICE futures, or you look at the DXY or USD, it's multiple currencies bundled together, which makes the US dollar index. So I see that sort of same thing happening, where it's still going to have to be on the market. That way it could be manipulated, because they make too much damn money off of manipulating currencies, basically letting people trade with it. It creates a market, and it generates capital. So I do believe that it's going to be one of the crypto ones. I'm just not sure which one.
Well, I mean, at the moment, it's number one as far as volume goes over over Bitcoin even, and number
Oh,
two, yeah, number two,
sorry.
it's been within the top 5 for like I don't even know how long. So if not in like second or third place. So just saying, like, overall, regardless of the price influx or volatility, it is fairly stable. Like, we haven't seen anything sub 40 cents in a long time. So it's only going up from here, and it's still being used and adopted amongst a multitude of countries and banks. Like, their whole network is ridiculously long. So I don't know, man. I mean,
Well, okay.
we'll see what happens.
I'll tell you what. I do see upside on it, though, because every time I can't give away like how I trade, but what I see, yes, it will go up, but I don't even think it will do that. I think it'll consolidate, to be honest.
Well, that's all
It'll
it's.
drop
That's
back.
all it's.
It'll
That's
drop
all it's
back. I'll tell
done,
you what
dude.
it's gonna do. I'll tell you what
We have
it's gonna do.
the
It's gonna drop
real
back
quick.
down to 35 cents, maybe 40.
Yeah,
Yeah, because it's at 50. It'll drop
I
back
mean, that
down
would
to
be nice.
50, and maybe stay there for a while,
No, I
and
don't see
maybe
that
make
at all.
another. Mm,
It's fixed. It's fixing to launch because it was the only crypto pretty much out of the entirety of the cryptos that have any salt to them that didn't spike on the last few bull runs. Like, we've seen
look.
some.
Look at the reversal point in 2022. Why didn't it spike at least 50% of the previous spike?
Well, like I said, dude, they've been tied up in court for the last 3 years. So
Oh, that
a
don't
lot of.
matter.
Well, yeah, it does, for
That
sure. It
could
does.
No, that could even be a good thing. It's all,
Well, I
however,
mean,
the
it's a good
market.
thing now. It's a good thing now because the fact that they were the first crypto and the only crypto ever to have any formal regulatory clarity as to how to perceive it, and it's certainly not a security. Doesn't even meet 2 of the 3 prongs of the Howey test to consider it so. So, I mean, like, with all that said, like, it's made monumental leaps and bounds as far as like anyone who's gone up against the SEC in the last 40, 50 years. So, like, this is revolutionary, dude. Like, our whole currency system is like thousands of years old, archaic. Like, it's time for the whole updated
No,
2.0 digital system.
no, actually, we, like, since the 70s and 80s, they've been, having man-made manipulation, but it's gone digital, dude. I mean, just with that alone has sped up commerce, and the the speed and utility of money. You know, whatever
yeah.
closing, whatever sort of
Major.
transactions, whatever they do, however they clear
Yeah.
their books, whatever. But
We got.
check
We
this
got.
out. This is what I wanted to get to. I wanted to make a point real quick that I see what you do, because there's like three different types of way you can trade or invest. One is with fundamentals. They call it fundamental analysis. That's when you take the news and you take like other no, it's just basically news and like, you know, news about whatever asset you're trading. That's one. And two is technical analysis by analyzing charts and finding value in the chart. And then three of there's, you know, other methods, but I'd say those are like the two majority. But I'll tell you what, with fundamental analysis, it's never like clear cut. It's, you know, they say one thing and the price of that asset, you look at it, man, they say, okay, we got good job numbers, and you know, whatever currency, it goes down, and you're like for instance the US dollar, say when they report on NFP, the non-farm payrolls, and we have, you know, over expectation, or no, the forecast is, say, whatever, 200,000 jobs, but we create 400,000, so we create double, but yet the price goes down, and it's like, okay, who are they like trying to fuck, you know? So like, if you're going to trade fundamental analysis, you have to find some sort of like pattern, or like
I don't know, bro. Everything's changing, dude. BlackRock just got approved for a fucking Bitcoin ETF. There's like two major banking institutes that accepted a small handful of cryptos, XRP being one of them, for mortgage and home purchases. There's like all sorts of shit happening. It's, you know, you're
dude,
just not, the mainstream media is not talking about it, is the whole fucking thing, dude.
all
But there's
the
been,
big news stories.
I don't know, you're cutting out.
Yeah, go ahead. Shit,
You cut
sorry.
out.
Hey, if we could, how about now? Am I good?
Yeah.
Yeah, dog, you good.
Hey, if we could tally up all the news stories about crypto and its effect on the price, how come it hasn't steadily gone up with all, like, let's just say there's 1,000 positive news stories and 500 negative, and we started at a, you know, base price of like,
Well,
you know, 40 cents.
I'll tell you why
And so
things
why
haven't.
hasn't it like increased?
Yeah, I'll tell you why we haven't really seen much like price action as far as like the whole crypto world is going. It's because everybody's been getting fucking dragged into court, and the government like has to make a decision as to what they're going to do about this. Like Congress has got to step in. There's got to be like guidance and boundaries set in place, so we're not seeing all these fucking crazy heists like Sam Bankman-Fried, like $8 billion fucking heist, and just crazy shit happening. But something has to happen because the dollar's fucking collapsing, the BRICS is getting powerful, our back's up against the wall, the petrodollar's fucking going to shit, and the only thing left, dude, is to accept this fucking digital technocracy, dude, and embrace it. And with that being said, like, create the fucking system to be able to fucking allow the commercial banking institutes to get involved and allow the fucking technology to flow and do what it's fucking designed to do. That's the whole cycle and adoption of this entire system at the moment. So,
Dude, they've been talking negative about the dollar, that it's going to collapse for years, and invest in gold. But the truth is, gold should be valued at probably about 25,000, maybe even 50, maybe even 100,000. Gold is artificially suppressed right now. The
Yeah,
U.S.
well,
dollar is the
I'm
most
hearing a lot of
stable
weird
currency.
shit about fucking precious metals. Like I'm hearing a lot of people saying it's going up, and I'm hearing a lot of people saying it's going down, which tells me it's gonna move one way or the other. But it's definitely gonna move, and there's a lot
No,
of
it
fucking
moves
crypto
sideways.
being backed by gold. Go ahead.
In the last 5 years, it has a range of $400. It's consolidating, dude. It's going sideways. It's being suppressed, dude. It should be
Well,
valued a lot higher
silver is the
compared
only
to the
one. Like
inflation.
all the other precious metals are on a slight angle up, whereas silver is the only one that's been like sideways, if not down, and that's because of fucking J.P. Morgan and a lot of other players involved. But yeah, you're right. Precious metals are being fucking um, suppressed, but you also got to account for the fact of like all the new deposits that are being discovered worldwide, offsetting the cost and demand supply, and so.
Doesn't most gold exists digitally anyways. It's not even real gold.
Yeah. Okay.
Back to the the petrodollar and how it's gonna go away. Have you ever considered maybe we join BRICS as well? Like okay, check this out.
Oh boy,
Right,
careful, bro.
right.
You're gonna get fucked. You're gonna get hung up and fucking hogtied, dude. Sound like a commie.
Hey, dude, wouldn't that be the best thing for them to do? Well, wouldn't that fucking really, flip people on their ass?
Yeah, that would be something highly unexpected for sure.
Don't they do those types of things all the time?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they do. They do some weird shit all the time. But hey, to be honest though, that BRICS thing, I doubt it ever get off the ground. They've been talking about this for years and years. Um and it's a narrative, dude. They get people talking, they get people downing the dollar, but to be real, the amount of flows that flow through the money. Okay, look, there are people like you and I, we're special because we see through some of the bullshit. But it's
You're
weird that
special.
you're buying this. you're you ride the special bus, but um with the financial thing, I don't see why I can't well no I can't believe you don't see past the bullshit. Like
Me?
the financial
As far as
markets are the
crypto?
biggest conspiracy of all, dude. They're the biggest fucking sham of them all, dude. It's the biggest scam ever.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of shady shit. I think there's like a couple senators and stuff that were like giving bailout money during a certain time period we all know about, that they were heavily invested in. I think he was like heavily invested in like 7 different corporations that fucking bailed out. But yeah, I mean, it's been an ongoing thing. You got lobbyists at play. You got money, money, bro. Everything's all
I'll
about
tell you
money.
what, dude. I'll tell you what. I'll teach you how to make money in the markets. You want to learn how to make money in the markets? I'll teach you, dude.
Have you ever worked at
I'll
in the
teach
markets? I worked for Merrill
only
Lynch for over a
you.
year.
You have your Series 7?
I don't have my Series 7, but my mom has her Series 7 and her fucking whatever 92. She's got all the updated shit. Yeah,
Series 5.
whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm not a stockbroker, but I only handled all the
Yeah,
like
but
incoming and
hey,
outgoing correspondences and distributions of funds and stuff like that. So like,
hey,
I would have like millions of dollars in my hands at like any given time every damn day. That's crazy.
Yeah, stockbrokers are just glorified stock salesmen, bro. They're not actually doing nothing, dude. They're just taking orders, bro. That's all. Managing accounts, big deal. No, I'm talking about literally taking your money, or if you're good enough, take other people's money, have a fund, and you know, make it grow. But there's ways to do it with like good risk management. I'm not talking about gambling, dude, because anybody can, you know, risk it for the biscuit. But I'm talking about actually using sound money management and making money, dude. There's ways
You know, Godric,
to buy low and sell high, dude. Believe me, there is. Every day. It works every day.
Godric teaches a class on this actually.
Yeah, I heard he's a trader, dude.
Good White's a financial advisor. Just so you know, Coach.
You know, right? Hey, remember I claimed that? That's hilarious.
He's
No,
a
dude, I mean,
fiduciary without the pho, just like strictly douchiary.
hey, that's pretty good.
You're welcome.
All right. Well, I'm at least I'm near a lot of pussies. I get in where I fit in.
Almost just spit my beer out.
You say you get in where you fit in. That's funny. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Anyway, dude, if you really want to learn how to trade, dude, I'll show you what I can do, what I make. I don't mind, dude. Just, you know, just
And
keep
you
it
know
to
what?
yourself, and you can go you can go into the markets and you know, carve out your own little whatever you want to do and make your own money, dude. It's great.
Hey, do you know what a prop firm is?
I think I heard about them, but I wouldn't use them.
Yeah, of course.
It's probably a scam, dude.
Well,
Or
they
if
are,
it's
but no,
not a
it's,
scam,
you pay. What you do is you pay like depending on what the depending on what fund you want. Let's say it's like $50. So you pay $50, and they give you a fake account that you have to manage, and you have to you have to in a certain time frame reach a certain threshold without a certain amount of loss or something like that. And if you pass their test, then they give you a real fund with a lot of real money, and you can keep up to in some cases like 1%. Actually, no, it's a lot more than that. So in some cases, you make like high percentages, but I think the tests are tricky unless you're an actual trader, like, unless you know what you're doing.
no,
It has to
I
be
don't.
consistent.
I don't. I'd be leery of those because you're probably not in control of your own money, or there's probably some sort of data that you're not getting correctly. You're probably not even getting level 2 data. You're probably getting some bullshit fucking feed that's, you know, highly manipulated. They could probably, you know, open the spreads on you whenever they want, or however it works. I don't know whether it's like crypto or futures or forex or stocks. Because stocks is different. When you trade stocks, like in any bank, and it's usually you have to have 25,000 just to open the account. Futures is a little different. It's a little less, but you got to pay a commission cost. I trade both, but most of my money I trade in stock. And I think that's what Godric does too. But futures are good too. I trade a lot in futures too. I'm lying, not most of my money in stock. I'd say half and half.
You know, like Ruhiv. You ever heard of Ruhiv's company he sold, where they do the arbitrage? They took advantage of like the arbitrage, and anyways, he's had the whole money, or the whole company that he sold for millions and millions of dollars.
That's the way to do it. You're just starting a financial business. Just, you know,
Yeah.
breaking in the debt, taking a cut. Yeah, dude.
But I've been looking into that too, arbitrage, because there's so many opportunities to make money with that, like basically risk-free money.
Yeah, I think you have to
And
have like a startup of like 10 million or something, 2 million, 5 million, something like that.
for what?
Good luck.
To day trade?
No, that's not what Ruhif was doing, dude. He had a business. He had a what do you call it? Yeah, he had a brokerage, dude. And all he was
Yeah, but
doing was he was the market maker.
they were just identifying arbitrage opportunities. That's
No,
what I
they
thought.
weren't, dude. No. You mean like some sort of carry trade or something? No, they weren't doing that. They weren't trading in a fund, dude. They actually had a business and they were the broker.
That's what I'm saying is
He's
that
told me
they.
about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you probably know them, but I'm just saying he showed to me. He was just showing me how they identified arbitrage, and then you can make deals through them that were basically from the arbitrage that they identified. Like they would identify arbitrage opportunities, and then you would just you know make your trade that way. That's what I thought. Unless you're telling me about something else.
I don't think he was actually trading. But I'd have to talk to him. I thought he had a business. My bad. I don't know. I didn't know he was doing that.
He said that he told me that they weren't even involved in any trading. Like they would just identify them. But he was saying that he never even did any trading himself.
But arbitrage is trading, dude. You're just
But
finding
I think
an asset with a higher. You're just finding an asset with a higher interest rate and pairing that with a lower interest rate and like taking advantage of that difference.
we're looking at two different sellers or two different buyers or whatever, and you know, like in one deal, like if the difference between the two deals was actually a uh, net positive or whatever. It's basically So it's like so you make both deals basically. You buy from one person, sell to a different person, different prices. But two people are selling. But two
Dude.
people are selling them
Yeah,
at different prices.
yeah.
I guess it
That's being a
depends.
market maker, dude.
Yeah, but I thought that he was just identifying the opportunities that because then all you would have to do at that point is make the trade yourself. But you still need somebody to identify you know out of those opportunities like who's offering what and like I say, like let's say you have you have a put option and a uh, what's the other one? A call option, right?
Paul.
Yeah, and so it's just like when you look for deals that multiple people are making, that when you put them together, there's basically there's no way for you to lose money in that deal because you put a put option with one person and a call option with somebody else, and in such a scenario that no matter what happens, you make a net profit.
That's market making, dude. That's
Oh, it was
yes.
arbitrage.
That's
I wouldn't know, man. But yeah, I thought Riff was because I was telling him about prop firms at one point, and he was just telling me that all they dealt with was arbitrage. But I've never done arbitrage on the stock market. I've looked at it in sports gambling, sports betting, but not in the stock market.
hmm. Yeah, I didn't. I thought he actually just had his own, brokerage, and he had people trading, with their money, and he holds accounts and just makes a portion off of, their like takes a spread or whatever. I didn't know he was actually doing.
Honestly, maybe we both have
Okay,
to ask
that's
him next
cool.
time we see him because I could be wrong. I don't know, but I got to run to the store real quick. I'll be back.
Yeah, I gotta go too. Hey, Dicelo, hit me up, dude, if you're interested. I'm not pulling your leg,
Gay,
bro. Oh
gay
yeah,
stuff.
I'll just. Hey, I'll tell you another thing.
Interested in
Bitcoin
what?
is
My bad.
going. A Bitcoin is going to zero, dude. And okay, I'll even make another bold prediction. It's going to zero in the next year, and we're probably going to switch over to a digital dollar in the next year as well. There's my prediction.
Was there a question there?
Nah, I'm just making some predictions, bro, and claims.
You said Bitcoin's going to zero? Huh? You said Bitcoin's going to zero? Did he take off?
Hey, mic check very quick. Oh, damn it. Hold on.
All right, one mic, dude. Don't make me start banning people and muting everyone. Jeremy, put down the toilet brush, bro. It's okay. All right. Get on the mic. Talk about some Ripley rockets. Ripple rocket. Ripley rocket.
Hey, I remember that day. That was hilarious. Where Zanuck thought, or made it seem like he knew what a ripple rocket was.
Yeah. We were fucking with him, dude, and he's just like, "Oh, I've heard of the Ripley rocket." Turns out there is a Ripley rocket, but I didn't mention nothing about a rocket. I was talking about Ripple going to the moon. And oh no, I did. I think I said it's the only rocket that can ever go to the moon. But supposedly there's a Ripley rocket, so I don't know. It was funny.
What about your dog's red rocket? You heard of them?
Yeah, I think Kosho's mom does that dance, song and dance. But I don't know. Kosho, you there? He's here. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty eventful.
Hey, I'll chat with you in a little bit. I am trying to take a shot right now.
No worries. I'm gonna play a XRP video. I'm gonna stream it. What's up, guys? How we doing? Is Good Way in here giving you financial advice?
Hey, it's
Yeah,
Plaid Daddy, bro.
he's making crazy fucking talk, saying Bitcoin's going to zero and XRP's a pump and dump, and Kosho's mom does red rockets with the dog, something like that. Tell him, good white. Is that TMI?
Yeah, I can. I said all those things.
I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know where you've been at, bro. We already profited like $50 in XRP by the time you last spoke and got back. And that's like your entire holdings, bro. So I think I got like 400 XRP. I'm not sure. I have to check. I got crypto all over the place, bro. I got 8 different MetaMask wallets for real, dude. I got an Atomic wallet. I got all types of shit going on. Yeah, you need to like consolidate, bro. Get your shit together. Why? No, eggs in baskets, dude. Eggs in baskets. If any one of those exchanges goes down, bro, it's like it's not just gonna be a couple accounts, bro. So if you got 8 MetaMask accounts, like, you know, doesn't really make sense. Like you'd be better off having your crypto on 8 separate exchanges than 8 separate accounts in the same exchange. It's not, nothing can go down. I own the crypto. Oh, you got the keys to the wallet, bro? You little Asian guy on Matrix now, or what? And are you bad man, Mr. Jones? I don't know, bro. I don't know what you're thinking, bro. Over here spending money on solar to feed the fucking electrical cartels. Should have been buying crypto. Dude, in 7 years, I'm not gonna have an electric. You can't beat that. Fucking 7 years, dude. We'll have some like fucking ether shit going on, bro. Well, solar would be obsolete, dude. As soon as this crypto bubbles, bro. You know, the new 1%, bro. Talking to him right now, bro.
How much would they have to pay you, man, to get you to push NASA to go out fanboying? How much is
He's
there an
talking about
amount?
NASA.
I was just asking, man. Like nobody was talking, so I was kind of asking Jeremy because he mentioned going like in calling out.
Oh, Jeremy would whore out for fucking pennies on the dollar, bro.
Huh?
Jeremy would be out there with a fucking one of those signs that you see people spinning on the corner, bro, for I don't know, $30 an hour. Is that good, Jeremy? NASA spinner, $30 an hour.
Oh my god, that was so fucking funny, dude. A NASA sign.
It's a big old arrow pointing up. Space is that way. NASA. The last adventure. See Jeremy doing all the little dances and shit and the spin moves. He's got the gloves with the fucking no fingers and shit on them. Walkman on and
trench coat.
Shitty fucking train conductor's hat or something weird.
80s tennis shorts and tennis shoes. Adidas.
He's got the belly shirt going, bro, with the mesh for the fucking airflow. I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know what you'd be doing in your off time, bro. Fines.
Playing
Fucking
pirate at night when nobody's looking and shit.
Sun worshiper, dude. You one of those people that stare at the sun, Jeremy? I don't know. I'm just fucking around. Sorry, bro.
Nah.
Oh,
What
buzz.
you want to say, Brian? Are you trying to holler at him?
Jeremy don't mind as long as it's funny, dude. As long as it's funny, man. That's what I've noticed about him, dude. He's a good sport. As long as it's fucking funny. If it's stupid, dumb shit, dude, then you don't get a response.
You've been getting roasted, bro, for like the last 20 minutes, bro.
Well, I was getting crazy busy over here. Don't be roasting me when I got mad shit going on.
Hey,
fuck
someone
niggas
talking
doing?
shit. Yo, is someone talking smack? Y'all talking smack about sun gazing? Get out of here, man. It's one of the best things that ever happened to me.
I had a serious question though, like because they say that like everybody got their, and it's kind of hard to doubt that.
You're breaking
It's
up.
kind of hard to. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Nah, I hear him. He's good.
No, he said something I missed.
I feel like
He
we
sounds
missed
a little
a
slow, but
word
he's
in
there.
his last
Got a
sentence.
price, right?
Start over.
They say everybody's got a price, and I'm like, I'm not so sure. Like, there's certain things I don't know if I.
Yeah, Brian, every
Alright.
once in a while you're cutting out. You might want to reconnect.
Yeah,
Now
I'm
you're
dropping
cutting
and
out, bro.
joining. I'll
Go
bring it
holler
back.
at the McDonald's manager. Tell
Y'all
him to
start
fix
staring
that.
at the sun. Die slow. You're a smart guy. It'll help you out too. You'll get even smarter.
Yeah. I often stare at the sun and then walk off rooftops following that white light that's just imprinted in my fucking vision. It's pretty crazy, dude.
Yeah. So all sarcastic aside, right?
It's crazy, bro. You're breaking up, dude. Breaking up. Yeah. Seriously, bro. Not even bullshitting. Sounds fucked up. Could be me. I don't know. Possible. All right. Say something.
Okay, that's got to be better.
Yeah, that's better.
Cool. So anyway, I've been sun gazing for 12 years? No, 10 years. Almost 10 years. Anyway, you say you do sun gaze?
I'm not saying I've never looked at the sun, but nah, shit often like it gives me a headache, dude.
Yeah. At first, it'll do that for sure. Got to get used to the energy exchange. It's tough.
Yeah. This homeless guy that used to walk around over here, I've seen him fucking doing that, like staring up at the sun and shit, the shirt off, just looking like fucking Jesus and shit, all dirty. It's crazy.
Looks like a portal, dude. When you do this shit, dude, it's weird.
Yeah, it does. It
And
like
wild.
spins around and like loops and.
It's like a toroidal field, huh? Like you're looking at the axis point from a 90-degree antipodal perspective. I don't know if you're trying to talk, dude, but I can't hear you.
No, I just said it gets the mind going, man. It's weird, but what else I did clips and shit. And man, it was so. When I did that laser, I don't know if you've been around a while, you might have seen it, but I went like about, I don't know, man, like fifth of a mile, eighth of a mile or something, maybe down with a couple lasers set up to test the shadows, umbra penumbra, and it looked eerie, dude. It looked like a real eclipse, man. Way down the road, except that one of the lasers went out, so I wasn't able to really get an accurate result. But I did come away from the wall that it was casting the shadow on, and it wasn't shrinking. It wasn't growing or shrinking, but it was only one laser. It might have been diverging. It was kind of inconclusive, but it was cool as shit the way it looked, man. Like it was weird, but when you looking at the sun during eclipse, man, it just looks like a portal into another dimension, dude. It gets the mind going like crazy, man.
Supposedly, this former BlackRock executive is saying that the SEC is going to approve the spot Bitcoin ETF. So that's probably going to boost. That's probably going to boost the whole crypto overall from, I don't know, wherever we're at. Forgot, I haven't checked last, but basically it's going to increase it by like $7.5 trillion. That's a big deal. So if we're at, let's just say, 2 trillion, the entirety of the market, just think about that, you know, a $7.5 trillion increase on top of the 2 trillion. That's like I don't know, what is that, like a 7,000% fucking pump across the board, pretty much. You know how all boats rise in high tides. All right, man. We'll go back to streaming.
Yeah, were you talking to me that whole time?
I just been talking, bro. Like I don't know, nobody's just whatever, bro. The fuck you been doing, Jeremy? You're like in and out.
Bro, I'm wild busy, dude. No, my shit is crazy. It's crazy.
Cleaning the bathrooms, or what are you doing?
Cleaning up wild shit, damn wild shit going on at the school. My shit never stops. You will never go home.
Oh fuck! Collecting pencils and change. Find it.
Bro, I love it.
You find any good shit or what?
Link. Bro, I found a Cuban link one day.
Oh dang!
It wasn't as nice as the one I already had.
Did you put it on your earlobe like a clip-on earring?
Oh, it's a freaking necklace.
Yeah, it's a Cuban link, dude. So.
Yeah, what are you putting it on your ear? Don't put it on your ear.
I don't know,
Hey,
bro.
did he
You do
put it
weird
on his
shit.
writing? That's what I really want to know.
Did you bite into it like the guy in Bloodsport when dude got his tooth punched out to check it, see if it's real gold?
I don't do that now.
So
I
how do you
don't
know
think
it's
that's how
gold,
you
bro?
check first.
Yeah, gold's soft, bro.
I
You should be
haven't
able to
got
bite
it
into
tested
it.
yet. It looks legit.
I just watched a video on how to test it. So you take some like a little bit of light grit sandpaper, like probably 120 grit sandpaper, and you scrape the fucking link across it just to make like a small, line. And then you take different grades of acid and you pour it on there across the line, like going the opposite direction. And
See
if
what carrot it was,
yeah, you see what carrot it is, dude. Wherever it dissolves at and wherever it doesn't dissolve at will tell you what carrot it is. And
It'll also tell you if it's real or not.
yeah, that too. But all jewelry is like an alloy. It's not, so there's a lot of impurity in that shit.
Yeah, it's not 24 karat. I mean, it's usually like 10 or 14, maybe. You've seen Busta Rhymes chain? This shit's like 4 pounds. I'm not even joking, bro. He's got like 4 pounds of gold on his neck. This shit's nuts. 50 said Busta Rhymes ain't got no friends. Telling him his chain's too big.
Right. Yeah. I don't know, bro. I don't know about all that. You got to wear 4 pounds of gold around your neck to feel like something that's it's not good.
Oh, and it's iced out, bro. There's like 1 million diamonds in it or some shit.
You ever heard of Bill Wallleather?
Never heard of him.
Yeah, he makes like a lot of jewelry, custom jewelry for celebrities. Done like a lot of shit for a lot of different people. Jesse James, fucking Jay-Z, bunch of people. But he does some pretty sick shit. If you check out his website, if I was gonna wear some jewelry, it'd be probably something like that. Sick shit like that. I worked on his house. That's how I fucking knew about him. I met him and shit. And yeah, dude, he's got some pretty sick fucking rings and all sorts of shit. Fucking crazy expensive though, dude. Did this gnarly jacket for Axl Rose. It was pretty sick. But all this shit's like expensive as fuck, dude. Like just a simple belt, you're talking like $700, dude. Fucking belt buckles that are fucking super expensive too. Stupid shit. Well, fucking A. Guess I'll catch y'all later.
Has anybody seen or heard from Zanuck? Like,
He comes in here from time to time.
yeah, we're supposed to we're supposed to meet like at LIGO this weekend, tomorrow or Sunday. You know, said he'd do it, man. He said he'd wine and dine me, fly me in. I'm like, you ain't got to do all that, dude. If you want, you know, you give me some gas money and I'll bring a helper or two if I can. But now he done RUNNOFT. But I want to do it before they start the construction and shit. While there's nothing going on there, no guard, no employees or nothing. I don't plan on messing with their shit anyway, but I still just want to get in and get out, get the measurements and get out. This is all these tests we've been talking about, Jeremy. You know, we have spent a lot of time with some reasonable ideas, you know, but still, this thing has already been built. It's and assuming that the laser can make it from one end to the other, all I need is 3 measurements: middle, beginning, and end, and I'll know for sure. Assuming that the laser does make it from beginning to end, I can know for sure. And I dude, did you hear that day when Zanuck was like, I'm telling him like I know what's going to happen because I know what I would have did if I built it. The surveyors would have come out and laid out a benchmark and a couple, maybe even at the end, whatever. And I still would have verified my shit as I went along. And if I had water right there, then it'd be a fucking no-brainer. I'd have used the water. And I said, so I don't care what the as-built say. You could tell me what you think it is after the motherfucker's been built. I know how shit is built. I think I do anyway. And but I said, well, you think we're gonna go there and it shit? But he goes like I said, let's bet. This is what I wanted to say. I said, let's bet, dude. I said, okay, I'll make a bet where if you lose, we'll make a like a kind of gentleman's bet. But if you lose, you got to go to Flattoberfest in Las Vegas, and you got to make a 5-minute speech, and you ain't got to lie and throw in or church it up or even say you're a flat earther. You just got to say we went to LIGO, we measured it in 3 spots, and it is not curving, or it is, you know. No, I said, but if you win, you know, you just think of something you want me to do. I'll go make a speech. You know, I'm not running from this. I want to see. That's why we talk about these tests. We want to know, and here's our chance, right? And so when I told him that, he says, "Well, what if like Louisiana's flat right there? What if the gravity vector is flat right there?" I'm like, "Oh my god, dude!" I said, "See, so subconsciously, bro, you're making excuses." Because deep down they know the shit is
Brian, LIGO's not curving, right? Man, that's like the most straightest structure that they've ever fucking built, right? So what you need to do with whoever it is, you know, the Glober, is say that the starting point here, which is on ground, on level. The end point is what is it, 3.6 meters or a meter and a half higher, right after 1,500 feet, or it's not quite a quarter mile.
Yeah, it's 2.5 kilometers. From beginning to end. But how you been doing, man?
I'm alright. Yeah.
I heard you once or twice, man, but I wasn't able to join like on various places, man. I wanted to join. I was like, damn, I want to talk to my dog. It's been so long, man. But
Yeah.
good to hear, man. But you remember Zanuck, don't you?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Knucklehead. He's a knucklehead, dude. For some reason, I like talking to his ass.
Mm.
But it's just that when I started talking about the consequences and all that, because look, all we got to do, it doesn't even have to be level. Like I know when I go there, probably 9 out of 10, or in my mind, 99 out of 100, it's going to match the water. But even if it's not level, if it's sloping, it can still be straight. The middle measurement will, if we measure the beginning and the middle, we might not even have to measure the end, you know. But it will anyway. But it can't be if it's not level, but it's still straight, which I don't know why they would have built it like that, especially if they have mirror pendulums. Nothing about it makes sense. I know what's going to happen when I go there. That's why they built the fucking canal right next to it, was to make sure the bitch was flat, dude. It's common sense. This was before the globe Earth, flat Earth argument. That's my opinion on that. And he started making excuses, dude. What if Louisiana's flat?
Where do you think they got the dirt to build that? Let's just say flat. You know, the Lego, right? From the canal. The canal wasn't already there, right? They took the dirt from that canal and it filled with water, and they kept following it. I mean, gee whiz, how flat is that? You know what I mean? How level? I don't know
But
what word to use.
so you've been around long enough to know. You've been a part of these discussions with these tests, me and you, Jeremy, Geo, Brandon, all that, you know, and fair ideas. Some of them better than others. But this one is it's already been built, dude. All we got to do is just go prove it, dude. I can't believe you fucking
If
went
they
up there.
allow us to test it, man, you don't even need water, right? You just put a marble on it, right? Because it's got to be dropping somewhere, you know, because they're saying that it's going out into the horizon, right? You know, it's the Earth is curving away from the bottom of Sligo, is what they're saying, right?
Yeah, it's
And
convex, basically.
yeah. And so all you have to do is put a marble on one end and just watch the marble roll. Right?
Yeah, but it's
Yeah.
so. I go all the way there, which I might do it, dude. But I might have to wait one more week, dude. But it's like this: if I go there, man, I'm gonna get the 3 measurements regardless. And this ain't something that they can argue. You know, when I showed the 3 measurements, when I get an elevation at the beginning, and I'll get an elevation at the top of the concrete slabs and see if they match them bullshit ass as built. I'll get a measurement to a specific spot on the tube. But as long as the tube is the same height above the slab as the or sitting on it, you know, in the same height, I'll get 3 consistent measurements, beginning, middle, and end. And and they're going to be.
What if
Excuse going to be.
Now, what if, Brian, everything, like you do get a drop or a curvature measurement or something, you know, like what if? Even
Then
though
that
you're not
explains
going to, you're not going
that
to.
motherfucker.
But, yeah.
That explains why they're rebuilding the bitch, because there's no way a laser would make it to the end. That would be my claim. But I know that's not going to happen. But I got to consider that possibility. If that's the possibility, then I'm gonna tell you all the results. But dude, I know, dude, it's common fucking sense, dude. Like if you built these long slabs and shit, dude, you know how they're built, man. Like, dude, it's just there's no curve. You don't measure level and then deviate from that and call it straight. It's for goddamn ridiculous. It's not reality. And remember, this thing was built before these debates. So these people out there laying shit out, they're laying out a straight line the way we do it in reality, bro. Dude, these Globers might have gotten some people's heads and shit about these measurements and dude, I do this shit. I've been doing it for years, and me, and most people around here know that they're just talking shit, dude. It's not the way reality is built. When we lay out a level line, it's horizontal. it's the tool. The tool's called a fucking level, and it establishes a horizontal fucking frame of reference, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, but Brian, they are claiming that LIGO, the arms are quote unquote straight. They're claiming that. I won't say
Yeah.
level exactly, right? But it's straight. So, how do we confirm that either there's earth falling away from the end of the, the end of the arm, or how do we confirm that?
No, I should have told you led with that. I'm assuming you knew. I don't know why I assumed that. Okay, so I'm going to measure LIGO in reference to the water. Okay, I'm going to make sure, even if I got to clear out that one section, we're going to clear it out if we got to, but we're going to make sure we have a continuous stagnant water, which we might not have to move anything. It might still be perfectly continuous, but if I got to clear out some shit, so be it. I'm gonna make sure I have that continuous canal, and so I'm gonna compare it to the water at the beginning, at the middle, and at the end. So let's say, for example, if I measure and I set a 5-foot benchmark, the water, and it matches the top of the foundation at 5 foot. Okay, so I've just the beginning benchmark. And I'm gonna go to the middle, and if it says 7 foot, and then the end says 9 foot, then that means that you realize on a globe, it can't match the water. It can't match the water. It could be sloping, right? But if I went there and if it did do that, if it said I'd shit a brick, dude. I wouldn't even, I'd be scratching my head for a while, dude, because I know that's not how shit's built in reality. But I'll say this. So all I got to do is get a measurement at the beginning, middle, and end. So even if it's sloping down, that doesn't mean it's curved. So in other words, if it's 5 foot and if it's continuous, in other words, if it's a globe, it's actually got to be 5 foot and then like 6 1/4 and then 9.
What's that word called, Brian? Where you put your feet on the ground and you go horizontal out. But there's the word for it. I think it
Level.
starts with T. No,
What does it start with?
I believe it starts with the T. I'm not, but you're on the feet on the ground of a fucking tangent. Okay, tangent. Okay, so you're looking to measure the tangent from here to there on their structure, right? Yeah. Which is what we need to do. Because they're claiming it is a tangent, right?
Right. It's so easy to prove, dude. I don't even really need an auto level. All I really need is my swivel laser, dude.
Exactly.
But I'm gonna get a couple different forms of measurements just so I have more data. But it's really just 3 measurements, and I said that wrong earlier. So here's what it would have to be on a globe. Okay, so in other words, if I get a drop in the middle, that hasn't proved either one yet. Okay, if after the first mile, if I get 5 foot at my benchmark, and then it's 5'8", like 5'8" after 1 mile, and then 9 foot at the end, then it didn't match the water. And assuming the laser made it from beginning to end, then I got some explaining to do. But here's what the reality is going to be. But if it's 5 foot, and then it's 7 foot in the middle, and 9 foot at the end, that's not curved. That's called
not
slope.
curved.
That's
Exactly.
rise over run. You see what I'm saying? So this is going to be it's going to be conclusive one way or another. But I think we all know it's going to match the damn water in our minds. I think they know that too.
That's why they dug that canal next to it. I mean, that's why they did that.
Exactly. Level was so important. There's nothing better than water. Stagnant water. There's nothing really to do long distance shit like that. Nothing better.
Well, that will be very interesting. I hope that somebody lets you do this, Brian, because I know you've already you're thinking about it. You're tooled up. You understand how to do it. You've already got a plan. You know what I mean? You're like ready, but I hope
they stop me,
let
bro.
you.
If they go out of their way to stop me because I'm not going to ask. Okay, I'll take a trespass Okay.
Okay.
But I'm not going to bother nobody. I'm not really even going to be up on their shit, dude. I'm going to be on the other side of the canal if everything
Gotcha.
goes the way it's working in my mind. But right, there's no guard. It's and plus this is tax funded shit, and I'm not trespassing.
No,
During
yeah.
business
You're not
hours.
breaking too many laws. Not too many. You know what I mean? Like you're not going to prison.
I don't think I'm breaking any laws, dude.
No, I feel you. Yeah.
If they really wanted to fucking hassle me over getting 3 fucking measurements and not even touching their establishment, that's some coward shit. Coward.
So
But
how are you gonna get the measurements? Go ahead. Sorry, someone is talking.
Okay, really, I'm gonna do it a couple different ways. I'm gonna really what I have in my mind is I'm gonna set up the laser, the auto laser, and I'm gonna measure. I'm gonna line it up to the top of the slab on the other side of the canal, and I'm gonna just have the story pole. I like using tape measures because I like using 1/16 of inches. So I'll get it down to the 1/16 of an inch, and I'll mark the height. I'll use my auto level too, but this is the main one I have in my mind is just get the height, and then check the middle the same way. Just go set up the auto laser. It's a 360-degree laser that's automatically level. It's got a
Yeah, we call it a whirly bird, right? The one that spins around, right?
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
how are you going to make sure that the whirly bird, the laser itself, which is level when you set it up because it's auto leveling and you can actually verify that. I use them every day. Exactly. How are you going to make sure that if you're not trespassing, that you're getting the
I'm gonna be on the other side of the
reading?
ditch.
But are
They
you going
wanna
to get the reading from the water or from the concrete tube? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm
I
with you,
don't have to
Brian.
get measurement as long as I'm using the auto level. I mean, I've thought about this, and I
Not an auto level. You're talking about the whirly bird. I know what you're talking about.
So I don't need a measurement, bro. I'm measuring. Look, we know the laser. We're doing the orthogonal measurements, right? We're doing 3 measurements from the side, so we know that if the laser's hitting the top of that foundation, then we know whatever it's hitting on
Oh,
the tape measure.
okay. Let me ask you this, man. So you're talking about doing it at night where you can see the beam, right? Some of our lasers, you can see the beam. Yeah. Okay. Well, some of them you can't, but yeah.
I do plan
Okay,
on.
I
I'd
get
like
you.
to
I
do
get
it
you.
early
I get
evening,
you.
yeah. But I think
I
even in
get
the
you.
day, I think we could see that beam. I think.
I see. I get you. Okay.
It has
Yeah.
been
And
dried
so
out a
you
few
could have
times
like
where
3
I
of
couldn't
them
see it.
set up. Put one at the point where you want to start. Put one down like 500 meters because I think those beams are good for 300 meters, and just see if
But
they
it's
match
not that
up.
far of a shot. Dude. It's not that far of a shot. It's like I think it's gonna be about 100 feet, dude, or maybe 80 feet. And it's just gonna be 3 different. Walk along the canal up to the middle of the arm, and get another. And then I'm gonna walk to the end if I even have to. If it's the exact same in the middle, we could turn around right there. That can't possibly work on a globe. If it's 5 foot, I'm just throwing that number out there, okay? But if it's just to give you a benchmark, okay? So if
Oh,
it's 5 foot at the beginning, and I get in the
be a
middle, and it's
globe.
also 5
That,
foot, it
that
matches the
would
water.
be a
That's 4
globe,
and a half
Brian.
go down to the end, right? You get that, right?
Brian, that would be a globe. If there's any deviation in your laser beam, right? Let's say you start at 0 and it goes to 5 foot. I mean that would say that there is a curvature because your laser beam is being lower, right? You're going over the curve, but the LIGO is staying straight, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna start at 5 foot though. I'm just gonna start at 5. I'm just throwing that number out there. Like I don't know how high it's gonna be. according to where I'm setting up. You know, I really don't know that. I'm just throwing out 5 foot to give. So I'm going to start. I'm not going to start at 0. I'm
And
starting at 5.
so what you want to see is 5 foot all the way across, 60 inches, bam, boom, 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 all the way across. When you
Yep.
right,
So no matter where you measure it, and that 100 feet, everywhere you put a tape measure, and in between that laser and the fucking laser, anywhere you put it
that's it.
out within a reasonable distance, then it's going to be the same elevation over that
That's
distance. But here's the
that's
thing. So you
what
agree?
we.
Here's the thing. It can't be if we get 5 foot, and then it's also 5 foot a mile down. I'll probably still go to the end. Really have to. That can't possibly work on a globe, and there's no way I'm going to miss by fucking 8 inches and 100. Dude, I've been doing this shit my whole life over them types of distances, you know. But I think it might be more like 70 feet, 80 feet. It's within reasonable range. This is going to be a conclusive test one way or another.
Yeah, but we have to do it. We have to do it correctly because any deviation will be called globe proof. Great.
Do it right. I will do it right. And plus, I'll probably do it a couple different ways too. But I like discussing the main way I have in my mind. But dude, that place is like right in between us, dude. So I think I'm about 8 hours, man. I used to live right by there, so I passed right by there a gajillion times. But how far away are you? You're past. See, I'm in Florida. I'm in Jacksonville, and you're like if I remember right,
I'm in Northeast Texas, Texarkana, right here. Yeah.
So
So
you are
not
probably
not
about
very
what,
far,
8 out? You're about 10 hours from there, ain't you?
if that. Yep.
If that.
Yeah.
Man, maybe you come in a stroke of luck and get a couple days off and a nice little bonus, dude, over the next 5 days.
I mean, it would be something that I'm willing to um, endeavor, right? But we have to have a plan, like we just said. Like we can't speak throwing up lasers and taking numbers down, like because the Globers would just be all over that. Those fucking you didn't do it right, or you didn't do this, or you know what I mean, right?
Oh, I got it. Yeah. We'll have the method laid out before we even go, and that's why I've discussed it with these guys, is because if it matches the water, they're fucked.
But I told you we can't match the water, Brian, because the
No,
water's
I'm
curved in their
comparing it
mind.
to the water, bro. That's the whole deal. Without the water, the test is kind of a waste of time. We're right back to the same argument where they're going to say, look all the way down it. But here's what's funny, bro. I asked them what's their excuse going to be if it does match the water. And if it matches the water, Aaron, and it's a globe, that means it's curved, bro. It can't match the water in their reality. You get that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They can't have a curve. They can't be shooting a laser. They say it's the straightest thing in the universe. So if it matches the water in their reality, it's curved. Right?
Exactly. That's why we have to step out of their paradigm and maybe test the top of the tube if you can see it, and if they believe that is a perfectly straight line, right? Maybe it's got some undulations in it or something. The concrete tube. I've never seen LIGO, by the way, but you know what I mean. Like you'd think that you could see it,
Maybe
and
somebody's listening. They could post a picture. You could find it, bro. You could Google Earth it, dude. They put a screen in there.
I would like to find.
Dude, after me and Blue talked about it, and I was gonna do it last spring, and I couldn't. But we were talking about it for days, man. And like a couple weeks before I was freed up, which I wasn't able to go anyway. But he didn't know that. Check it out. They dumped They brought in a load of concrete from off site and just dumped it right in the fucking canal, dude. I'm like, what the fuck? I mean,
really?
Like I try not to get too like conspiracy type, but I'm like, why in the world would they fucking do that? Like, they would have to probably pay somebody or flag them down here, dump a fucking load of concrete here in the middle of our canal for no fucking apparent reason. It's weird. But it's still going to be continuous, bro. If we got to move some of it, that's fine too. But concrete, just a pile of concrete,
It's fine. Water doesn't care about concrete, right? Water will still seek
Exactly.
its own level through the fucking concrete slabs they dumped in there. Everything's fine.
If we got to clear a path, we will. If I go all the way there, we're gonna make sure we do it right.
Yeah, yeah. So, how long is the arm that you're looking at measuring, and is it accessible from without trespassing? Right.
Yeah, there's a little like an old construction road. If I remember right, there's like a little old construction road runs alongside the ditch. It looked like kind of like just a little path, a little clearance where the trees ain't right on the edge of the ditch. If I'm remembering this right, there's no trees right by the ditch. It's clear.
Who does that road belong to? Is that the railroad or
Man,
like
it probably
the
belongs
state?
to Ligo. He
Yeah.
called. Look, Rakia called and to find out about what was going on there, and they said they were having like a planning party or some shit, like a opening soon party or starting construction soon or some type of meeting or some shit. But it was open to the public, and that was last Saturday though. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it, but he's like, you should go then. But I don't know if he asked him, but he called and they made it. You know, he made it sound like it's copacetic. But I'm just going to go get these 3 measurements and go. You know, I'm not going to fuck with nobody. I'm not going to harm nobody.
Exactly. You're not pushing no buttons. You're not stepping on nobody's toes. You're just getting your shit and getting out.
If I'm a glober, if I'm an honest glober, then I'm hoping I go do that. So I'm be like hoping Brian Leakey goes and fucking makes this measurement. Pro. If I'm a glober and I honestly believe in the globe, I'm not going to stop me. I'm going to encourage me. I'm going to do everything to clear a path.
Like hell yeah, go get it. Go get it. Exactly.
If they
go
try
get
and stop me, dude, that's chicken shit. That means you don't believe there. But that's so funny when I said that to Zanuck. Like you're gonna have to get. You don't have to say that everywhere in the world is flat. Just tell them exactly what we did. We got 3 measurements at LIGO, and I said, what excuse could you have? And he said, and he thought about it and shit. And he's like, well, what if just that spot in Louisiana's flat and the rest of the world has a gravity vector? And we all started laughing. Bro, subconsciously, you know.
Well, I do want to clarify, Brian. I do want to clarify, Brian. You said you were looking to take 3 measurements, right? You know, is that with 3 different instruments, or you're gonna take your instrument and move it 3 different times?
And I'm gonna do 6 measurements, 3 with the whirly bird, and 3 with the upper level.
And so you have 6 instruments.
I'm gonna bring the auto level regardless.
All the way from one end to the other with 6 different instruments that have not moved.
Just backup measurement. Just you know, I don't see what could go wrong with a simple little fucking level laser. But still, just in case, you know, just have a backup measurement and to record it.
You said how many instruments are you going to bring, right? You said 6, right?
No, I'm gonna bring 2 instruments. I'm gonna bring the laser and the auto level.
Oh, that's not good enough. That's not good enough.
Yeah, well, I don't see why not. I really only need 1.
Because you can't see from one end to the other. Is why.
I'm not. I'm only shooting the orthogonal, bro, from the side. I'm gonna do one at the beginning.
How are you gonna shoot? Yeah, but how are you gonna? You don't have a. How are you gonna shoot from the ditch up? You know, make sure that your elevation above the water is exactly the same as your first shot, right? Like, how are you gonna do that?
Laser in an auto level.
No. Well, kinda. Okay, I get you.
We're comparing it to the water.
You can kind of do that, but
I know what's going to happen, bro. I know I'm going to get there, and it's going to match the water, bro. I already know this, dude. I've built shit like this. Not something that was so technical, but still, I did fucking long-ass seawalls, level-ass shit, dude. And I know how we do them, dude.
I get you. It is possible. It is possible. Especially if you have 2 instruments, right? You can verify one against the other. I get it. But once you start moving one and to verify the other that is still in its place, right? And you start moving down the line, you're following the creek there, whatever that is, the pond,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
ditch, basically.
There could be deviations. However, I think the deviation of the LIGO would be greater than your deviation of following the pond, right? You're following level,
Yeah,
right?
I'll get the
And
metric within
yeah.
a
And
fucking
LIGO should be
minute, for sure.
deviating way more. Yeah, LIGO should be deviating way more than the water if
Yeah, the
it's a
margin
globe.
of error is not even a discussion. I could
Exactly.
send one of my fucking helpers out there that
Yeah.
and he'll get it within a fucking inch or so.
Exactly.
Got
Right.
play with.
Yeah. Yeah. LIGO should deviate way more than the water if it's a globe.
Right. If it matches the water, there's nothing they can say. They can't then say that water is curved. They can't make that claim.
Exactly.
They could say right here in Louisiana, maybe there's like a magnetic anomaly, but then again, still, no, you can't. Because if it matches the water, then they'd have to claim that the spot on Earth, water, it's flat and level, like true level, bitch.
Yeah. Especially in Louisiana, apparently. Thank you, Soundly.
Yeah, I know.
Right? So, no, man, I don't know if I can make it out there and meet with you because you got plans and you're already looking at it, and I Brian,
winging it, man.
you should do this, you should do it, or at least get someone to do it, or try it, or you know what I mean. I'm not saying like
this place is big of our whole community, not personally, but I'm like, dude, as a whole, like you haven't fucking went and got these 3 simple little measurements just to see if it lines up with water or not. We've discussed it so many times, and I know some people don't have. I'm not pointing this at every single person. I just mean as a whole, and even myself. Like, dude, I can't believe I haven't even went and did this. Like, we've got the perfect fucking monument
trait
right there.
Oh yeah, monument exactly.
Discuss this shit. We spend hours and hours and with all these arguments, and the proof is just sitting right there, empty, empty lot, empty guard gate, right?
Yep. 2 of them, not just one, but 2. We got one in Washington State, and we got one in Louisiana. Exactly.
We got the straightest thing in the universe, according to the our competition. We've got an empty guard gate, and we've got a pre-dug canal. Dude, like 2.5 miles.
They're throwing it right in our face. But you can't go there unless you've got like certain clearances, and or you're going to be trespassed. You can never test it by yourself. You know what I mean?
If it's not locked up, I'm not trespassing, right? And it ain't locked up.
I'll take the trespass, like you're saying. It's just like you're not doing anything bad. You're not stealing shit. You're not doing nothing. All you're doing is setting up lasers. I mean, what's the problem, right?
But I'm doing what they're doing. I'm doing
exactly.
I'm conducting tests. Look, I'm testing the as built. This is the kind of work I do. We've had a debate going for a long time. And,
you and Blue Marble had this debate a long time ago. I remember that. Yeah. Blue Marble was like, "This is how it's built, Brian." And you can read it, right? Remember he kept saying that? Like, fuck, but that doesn't mean that's how it's built, motherfucker.
That doesn't mean it's exactly. That just this model. In other words, if it's a flat Earth and it's level and matches the water, like level line, and then add R, they can show me as built all day long that corresponds to their model. That doesn't mean it. A lot of people don't understand that.
No, exactly. They don't. They just believe, yep, it's placed here, and those lines are tangent. Both of left right arms are tangent, and one of the arms is 2.6 meters above the earth on one end, and the other one's 2.6 meters above, blah blah blah, and that's it. So we're
Then
good.
here's how I'll tell you that it doesn't prove shit. Like where I'm saying a lot of people don't understand it. Here's where I'll tell you. Like they would tell me that the seawall that I laid out, like a little over half a mile or whatever, you know, it was fucking long, and but they would tell me that it's curving. And I'll bet anything, any fucking thing that wall that I constructed is not curving. I laid that bitch out horizontal. I did it
I
in
wanna
sections.
make sure that when you laid out that wall, Brian, did you use a level?
I used an auto level and a
Did you
level.
use a goddamn laser? Did you make sure that all the fucking blocks or whatever you use, right, for the wall, right? All the blocks were fucking perfect. So the end of the job, the customer paid you, right? And it was
Yeah,
a
exactly.
nice ass fucking wall. Exactly.
Yeah, it was a very nice wall, bro. And it went way. It was crazy if I described the whole thing. But I actually did some bridge work. But yeah, it was monolithic though. But yeah, it was fucking straight as an arrow. But here's the thing:
Exactly.
if I gave them the as-built to that wall, they would tell me that wall is curved. The
Mm-hmm.
as-built to that very wall that I laid out straight and level, and I know because I laid it out. Their as-built would say that it's curved.
Yeah.
When we know
Yep.
better.
Yeah, exactly. Because you laid it out. You know better. Exactly. I get it, Brian. I get it, dude. You know.
So when I asked Tune in a debate on Jaron, I asked him, how would you lay a straight line? He said he would having trouble hearing him do that debate, but I went back and listened, but I said what I thought. He said he would have he would pay a contractor to lay out a level line, and then he would raise it up at the end 8 inches. And I'm like, what a dumbass. So what about everything in between? You'd literally have to gauge how much you'd have to raise it up, like every 10 foot or really every 1 foot. You'd have to do the calculation every let's just say 20 foot, wherever you think that line starts possibly dropping down a smidgen. You have to adjust the line according to what the professional laid out. So he thinks that what the professional lays out is going to be level and curved. So he thinks to get a straight line, he's got to put a line next to that and raise it up at the end 8 inches. And just transition it in the fucking middle every 20 foot? I mean, it's stupid to even think about, right?
No, dude, that's how you deal with the globe, dude.
It's an answer.
That's how you deal with the globe. I mean, why is that so foreign to you? Yeah, I know what you mean because I heard your debate with McToon, and yeah, dude, what a joke, right?
It is an answer.
Yeah.
Yes, which is usually what I get.
Yeah. But Brian, you've been in this game a long time, like me, right? And that's what we deserve, right? We get that. We get that shit. They that's what they'll tell you. You give them the very honest answer of how you're gonna do something. They're like, well, nope, you're gonna have to raise it up 8 inches. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna raise the level line up to get a straight line.
It's funny these days to me. It's just funny, It's just hilarious.
It is getting funny,
But
bro.
yeah,
It
and
is
they
getting
never
funny,
do
but
any testing, or they've never built a wall like you. They've never been out grading large 1 mile pads like me, right? Where I never even thought about that when
bro,
I was
you're familiar
grading
with
it.
too, bro. You dabble with it. I don't see how you could not with what you do. Every now and then,
Because
or
I
maybe
did
even
it
more
was
often than not, you're gonna be out
in
there
my
doing the same type of shit, bro.
it was in my younger days, right? When I was first learning to run equipment and all this stuff. We didn't have GPS dozers and all this shit. And then we had a huge Walmart pad to build, right? Which is a mile this way, or let's just say a half mile, right? And a half mile
It's
this
pretty
way
big.
and a half mile that. And you never thought about it. We did it all just mechanically. There was no GPS back in the day, 15, 8, 20 years ago, right? And so we just did it just run your dozer, run it flat, make sure everything's flat, but we set up lasers all the time, right?
Yep.
And everything was flat, and the inspector came in and said, "Okay, everything's good."
So our whole world's built off these lasers and these horizontal frames of water level and shit, dude. And they contradict themselves. They argue against it. It's just, it's ridiculous, man. I love having conversations with people familiar with the equipment and all that stuff because you know how this world's built. But even if you haven't used the equipment, we've talked about it enough where people get it. They understand the contradictions. But still, I want to see it. I want to document it and put this thing to bed. If not for anybody else, for myself.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because I'll be honest, man, I don't think anybody knows what the whole world is. But I'll argue flat earth because I believe that calm water is exactly that. It's fucking level. It's flat. That's what I believe. I don't know how far that might go for, like with the way tides and shit work in between giant oceans. Like in locks, what the fuck's going on? It might level could be a little bit different in some places. That's maybe why the shit goes back and forth. Who fucking knows? Okay, but I know that level stagnant water is fucking flat. I don't know for how far, but I know for as far as I could see. I'd bet almost anything, at least for.
So what you're saying is water doesn't support itself, right? So it can't be a curve because that means the water down below the curve would be trying to support the water that you're trying to get. Yeah. Water does not support itself. It just goes flat is all it does, always. So and that's a good question, right? Does water support itself? Does water create a hump of its own, like its own power? No. No. Water
They got stipulated answers though. They'll be like, well, if you apply a force, like think of a magnet or think of a
shit
drop, right? A raindrop is a ball or something like that. And I'm like, hold on, dude. You're talking about this raindrop and shit. Like if you're talking about things like that, you take a little bubble. Yeah, it's round, whatever. But blow a big bubble. See what happens. That bitch is gonna be all wonk. It's gonna be everything but a sphere.
Take a raindrop and let it hit the ground and see what shape it is.
Right, and you get a big drop.
It's flat. It's flat.
It's opposite of what they say. They say when it hits a certain size, it coalesces into a sphere. That's exactly opposite of what we see in reality. What we see in reality, if you got a big bubble, it's going to be wonky, or a big thing of water. It's not going to be a sphere. The bigger, the worse it's going to be.
Exactly. It's going to be like this oblong-looking blobular thing that might be due to air resistance when it's falling. What they call air or water. Wait till that fucking thing hits the ground. What shape is it going to be when it hits the ground? Flat.
It's going to be a sphere.
It's going to be flat when it hits the ground.
It's going to be a sphere, Brian. God damn it! I've told you 1,000. Sphere.
Damn it! It's still gonna be a sphere. Oh fuck! Oh, I should go globe. Okay, I'm going globe. All right, you turn. All right.
Brian, I told you 1,000 times it's a sphere. God damn it!
You just don't listen. And finally, you gotta figure it out, Brian. We're gonna tell you 1,000,000 times. This is how it is, and if you don't figure it out,
the only
then
way
here's the stuff.
Yeah,
it's got to be gravity in there too. You gotta get gravity.
Gravity work as if it was round and bubbly in the middle, Brian.
I don't mean to laugh, but yeah, Brian, this is so funny. They have no proof, they have no evidence, they have no backing, they have no science, they have no testing, they have nothing except exactly what me and you were just talking about there. Like, Brian, what shape is a raindrop? Right? That's all they got. You know what I mean?
You got me. I give up. Dude, I'll flip the script and say, okay, I went out there and measured, and all of a sudden, dude, my brain scrambles like a Jeopardy board. I would still tell them their arguments sound like horse shit, you know. But they know what I'm gonna measure when I go out there. That's why they haven't done it, because equally I say we haven't done it right. Neither have they. They just you're gonna say anything flat and level that was built as such is curving, because you're using your model. You know, they always use their model to try to.
Yep. They're using their pictures. They're opening their book real quick. And, you know, and when Brian goes out there with his scrambled brain and his, what they call, you know, his, I'll just say retarded brain, he goes out there and he comes back with these experiments that are actually real life, like real life shit, right? They're just like, well, hold on, let me open my book. Yeah. Well, my book says that you're wrong. Okay. So.
Like, they're gonna have. I want somebody to go out there, dude, because I'm like, dude, what are they gonna kill me? Like, that's the worst thing they can do. Like, fuck, dude, I'm not a kid no more, dude. I mean, this needs to be put to bed, dude. It's there to be measured, and just like I said, we haven't done it. Like I said, they haven't done it, and so they need to bring representation out there with us, because and I know why they haven't done it, you know, because deep down, just like Zanuck was making that excuse, like when he thought about the consequences, like, we're making a deal where he's literally gonna have to come to Oktoberfest and give a speech. And just a 5-minute speech saying what we measured and how LIGO it is matching the water if it did, you know. And
It
he thought
is
about that.
or isn't,
He
because you
just
haven't done it
was
yet.
just so
So.
natural. I know I've said this, but I got to repeat it because it was so natural the way he said, well, the water might be straight and level there in that spot, and bending with gravity in the rest of the world. Like, that's his subconscious. And I said, Zanuck, that's your subconscious, bro. You know what we're going to measure when we get there, and you know your ass is going to be giving a speech come the 21st if you meet out there, because you know what we're going to measure. And he kind of lost it. He wasn't chirping as much after that.
So Brian, you need to hold up to your end of the argument right there, and just whatever the outcome, whatever the results, whatever you try. Maybe you can't get definitive results, whatever. But at least you need to do that and go to the Oktoberfest so that Zanuck is a liar. You can prove it. You know what I mean?
That
Like,
was part of the deal. Wait, that was part of the deal, though, Aaron. But no, he says that that was part of the deal. He's got to go do a speech, but he's got to get us to the Oktoberfest, because I don't really have the means right now, man, to be honest. But I'll tell you what, I'll find the means if I get them measurements. I think I'll find the means to get him down there to that place. But I'm pretty sure he agreed.
what was your agreement though with Zanuck? Was it
Well,
before
he
or
did
after
tell me-
Oktoberfest?
This is another thing that's funny. We were just discussing, what's going to happen when we get there and measure the water, and we never. I think we agreed that I would also do a live video. I'll go on whatever channel, and I will be honest, and I'll tell them exactly what I expect you to say. I'll tell them the truth, exactly what we measured, and exactly the consequences the apparent consequences of said measurements. But he never did tell me exactly what platform, but do it. And he agreed to. He said at first, he whined and dined me like we along real good. He said he'd fly me in and shit. He ain't broke. He ain't like got it like that, but he ain't broke. Because at first but the more we talked about it, I think he kind of lost his confidence, man. When we start discussing it rationally, and I laid out the method, like I think it subconscious kicked in. He's like, oh shit, I think this, but because he started making excuses, and but I think I'll get along with Zanuck in real life, dude. It's different. Usually when it's just me and Zanuck, dude, we interrupt in a certain way where we know what we get away with each other a little bit, but in real, we'll respect each other, dude. I'll get along with him, dude. We're just going there to make some measurements and to get the information out there. Whoever's right is going to be right, and one of us is going to be wrong. That simple.
Yeah. I know. I've heard you guys go back and forth,
Yes,
and
we're
it's always
suckers.
been cordial, but argumentative, but cordial. You know, and I like that. I like to hear that. So that's why I came back on this channel, and Gio let me in, even though Gio hates me. But
Gio don't
just to,
hate you, man. Gio
well,
hates me sometimes, man.
he mutes me.
We get
He mutes me
passionate
every
about
time.
argue against, dude. We muck with him a little bit when we're going against him a little bit and just kind of getting a little passionate with him and shit. But he don't mind, dude. He fucking's got thick skin, dude. We might get under his fucking skin for a minute and shit. But dude, he don't hate us, dude. There's no way, dude. He's old school.
I know.
Brother,
But
dude, almost.
yeah, but he ain't no who took over the show from Ranty? What's his name?
Brandon.
Remember Brandon just let us on all the time, and we would just chat, just have a good old time, like all night, you know.
No, I did.
Yeah.
But yeah, me and him are dogs, man. It's been a minute since I talked to him, man. But he's all right as far as I know, man. He's good, well and kicking. You know, he just got tired of the bullshit. But I'll tell you what, though, man. Yeah, I liked him, man. You know, Geo's gave us a platform where we come and spew most of our bullshit. And
true story.
But I'll say, man, that I know that everybody will support me in doing this because, like I said, we've talked about it forever. This is simple shit, dude. Like we said, the margin of error evens out. Here's the we do have an excuse. The flat Earth has an out, depending on how big that tube is. It'd be a cheesy fucking out, but still an out. It's not as cheesy as it's only flat and level in Louisiana. It ain't that cheesy, but if the tube is big enough, you could have a slight curve and cut the corner
I'll
and
tell
have a
you
lot of
what,
sight.
though,
But I don't think the tube's big enough, bro. I think it'd have to be about 4.5, 5 feet. I don't think it's that big.
I'll tell you what right now. They are saying so. The National Institute of Laser Technology. What is the tubes? What are they called? The
vacuum tubes or the LIGO?
LIGOs. So the Laser Institute of Gravity Interferometry, or whatever it is, right? So they are claiming, right? They are claiming it is perfectly tangent to the Earth, right? They're claiming that. So that's our one. Yeah, that's our one and only. We can't go to space. Obviously, it doesn't exist. But you know what I mean. So we can. There's something here. Yeah, there's something here that we can measure. Hopefully, right? If it would be public and open to the public, and the public could measure this, that'd be great, wouldn't it? Oh, no. Oh, sorry, Brian. You're going to be trespassed.
Half of them, I believe, will come over to flat Earth. Me and Glovers go, if Glovers and flat Earthers go there, and confirm these measurements. These are fucking measurements. They see that.
Yep.
Yeah, they see that the water is that the LIGO is matching the water. That we know for a fact water ain't bending. I think a big majority of, or a big portion of them will come over to. Not deniable, but there's half of them that'll just throw fucking LIGO right under the bus. Like this ain't one of the tests that you can, like I said, there's no excuse for
It's
the
our
bullshit.
only
If LIGO
one on
matches
this
the water,
Earth we can test. Yeah, it's the only one
There's no
on
way-
Earth we can test.
There's no way out of this for them, bro. Unless they just throw LIGO under the bus and say, oh, that shit, them lasers never to the end anyway. That's they're only out. Or to say that Louisiana's level means flat there.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
but
it
everywhere else in the
might be a
world
little
is
bit flat
curved.
right there, but yeah, okay. But then
built
it's not too flat just down the road when you got Sunley's Bridge, right? Yeah,
The
it's not too
as-built are wrong. The laser must not have made it to the end anyway. It's all a big. I mean, we'll get some serious conspiracy theories after we do this. But I know a lot of them lately. They don't. I don't think this is one they can argue.
It's curved as fuck over Punch Train, right? It's super curved over Punch Train, right? But we go to LIGO, which is what, maybe 100 miles away or
Not
something.
even.
Yeah.
Not even close. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's super flat. Yeah. That's what they call
Funny,
super flat.
dude. That's funny. Man. That's just this is one of the tests. Like this is just ain't no the laser or. This is what we discussed, but we didn't have the money to construct. We all concurred pretty much that we're gonna have to build a straight ass wall. We could tip it over. We could float something in water. But I mean, that we come up with a few ways that if we could pull it off, But this was one of the surefire methods. There's
That's what
no
I'm saying is they
little
already built it. They already built it for us, Brian. Right? But we don't have access to it.
Man, I want to go tonight.
You know. Come on.
I want to go.
Come on. Right? They already built it. All that stuff we've been talking about for what, 7 years. Right? Let's build a straight, just a fence, with perfect, angle beams, and it's going to be metal, and we'll just see how if the Earth deviates away under our fence, right? That was the old Brian Mullen theory, right? And they shot that, away from us. Well, LIGO's already done that. That's what they've done. How come they can do it and we can't? And how come they can do it and we can't test it?
Have already done it, and that's the whole thing. Is they could sit on their high. Like we've showed you the plans and we know this. No, you don't know until you go and make these 3 simple measurements, or more. But until you make these 3 simple measurements, you don't know. You're saying it's the straightest thing in the world. Well, okay, you build a straight wall. You've confirmed that it's straight enough, at least for a laser, to make it from beginning to end. So assuming that it does make it from beginning to end, I have no reason to doubt. But
it's supposed to be tangent.
Right. Assuming that one assumption, then it's game over, dude. So we're in the same camp. To deny it, we're gonna have to claim that the laser never made it to the beginning. Then I won't claim that.
I'm just saying,
But
if you find one, if you find the high end, of that tangent where that LIGO's sticking out, right, and you put a marble on top, of it. It should roll down to wherever their center is, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's enough to make it roll, but
but you know what I mean, though, right? You know what I mean, though. Should be.
It should. Yeah, it should roll to the middle.
Pour a bucket of water on it and see what happens.
That's more
right?
like it. Yeah, the water would definitely drain toward the middle. There you go.
Exactly.
I'm not even going to mess with their facilities. I'm not even going to touch them.
I know. But you know how simple it could be if we could fuck with their facility, right? If we could.
Yeah. To show them that it's, no matter how much water we pour on here, it's just spreading out, buddy.
It's not draining towards your center or something, whatever it is. It's not going downhill. It's just here. Yeah, exactly. It's flat.
I'd be like, well, it's a fucking equipotent fucking water draining.
Shit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Yep. Here we go. Yeah.
You're telling, but this one here is going to be solid, bro. One of us is going to be wrong, bro. The only thing stopping us is not doing the measurement. But so help me, man.
The only thing stopping you, Brian, is access. That's the only thing stopping us, all of us, right? If you can't have access to the most tangent line in the world, not one but 2, and you don't have access to them, the government says nope, stay away. Well, I know, but you can't get up to it and measure it. You can't get up.
Yeah, if they had it locked up with signs and shit, but it's wide fucking open, bro. Rocky has said it's wide ass open.
Well, that's good.
There's no gate, no fence, there's nothing. It's wide the fuck open.
Well, then go do it, Brian. What are you doing? Then go do it. Let's. Well, shit.
I'm good. I've just been having a hard time. I wanted to go this weekend.
Me too. We got shit to do. We got families. We got shit, we need to take care of. It's
It's a
an
money
awesome
thing, man.
idea. Yeah,
My shit's
exactly.
tight. I just paid. Like, I was wondering why these people are calling, like, texting me, like, is your property for sale? Like, I ain't paid taxes in like years, dude. Like,
Yeah.
come to find out, they were about to try and take my fucking house or something, man. And I had to pay like multiple
What?
taxes. I got it paid off. I zeroed it, but man, it put I wasn't. It was an unexpected big fucking bill.
Fuck
I
them
don't know how many
government
years
people.
it was.
Fuck that.
I didn't even, I just asked him how much it was. It was almost like they had a mind read machine or a X-ray, like to know exactly how much money I brought and had available. Because, dude, I had like $8 left, dude. It was they hit me hard, dude. But it was my own dumbass fault for waiting so many years to pay it.
Well, I mean, you're not required to pay taxes unless you have a business. Do you own a business, Brian?
Well, I paid that tax too. They don't even call it a business license anymore. Like for a few years on that too. But you know, that's, I always catch up. But they just call it a business tax. They used to call it a business license. It still looks like the license, but it's called a business tax now. They don't even call it a license. This is local, and then I have state shit and all that. But anyway, but I have a fictitious name which I've never really disclosed, but it doesn't matter. I also have my personal name, Concrete, of old, a long time ago. But point being is this is
So you
I
do
had to pay that too at the same time. I caught up on
Well,
everything, dude.
well, Brian, here's what I want to say: is if you are in the state, quote unquote state, right? You know, like you said, with your fictitious name or with whatever if you have a business name right now, if you're required to carry insurance for
No, I'm a
employees or
limited.
something, right?
Dude, I'm a limited liability
They will come after you 100%. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, they want their money, bro. They want their money, but for this president, so they can't take that. That's I'm protected from personal shit. That when you have I mean, I'm sure you know about this. It might be different in your state, but you know, your transportation in your house is protected if you file for limited.
As
I've
long
been
as you, yep.
LLC for years, bro.
Yeah.
For
If you're
years and years and years.
LLC or even an S
Still got to pay
corporation,
it, right? I still got to pay it because that has nothing to do with business. This is just my property tax. So the house has been paid for a long time, and I just haven't went and paid the annual taxes in years.
oh, for the county. Oh shit.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know what it
The
is.
county?
I think it is county. Yeah, it's county. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. They
Like
they
5
want
years
you
or 4 or 5
regardless
years.
because
I
all
forgot.
your taxes there on your property tax go for local schools and local police and fire department, all the stuff that you never use, right? You never use that shit, but you got to pay $20,000 a fucking year for that shit.
It's business though, bro. You know, so I'm
I
not
know.
gonna bitch
I get it
about
exactly. You don't bitch about it. You just pay
the
it.
state I bitch about before I bitch about the.
I know, and I pay mine too. I pay mine.
Florida's crazy, dude. Workman's comp, like I'm not even gonna go into all that. But what I do.
Well, that's business. That's not
Always
county.
loopholes, right? There's always loopholes, and but anyway, I'm legal. But if I was like to hire like a certain amount of employees, like, dude, you don't even know. I mean, they tax, bro. It's almost impossible to have a legitimate business around here, bro.
Nope, you
It's
can't.
to
Nope,
get one up and running.
exactly.
It's almost
Nope.
impossible.
You'll go broke running a business. You'll go. How to say? I can't afford to stay in business, right? Like I can't afford to stay in business because of the county, because of the taxes. Are you kidding
Because
me?
of the state. It's because of the
Yeah,
state, dude.
exactly. Yeah. I can't afford to stay in business. Or what kind of business model is that for the state or the federals, the counties, where they want people to fail, right? You can't even afford to stay in business. You're paying too much to them that you can't even go do jobs. You can't even buy equipment. You can't buy materials. You can't. Yeah, fuck off. Exactly.
It just makes it harder for the small man, the small business shit.
Yep.
And so for the bigger businesses, they got their shit modeled out, and corporations and all that. The bigger
Yep.
corporations and
Exactly. They don't want you. They don't want
They
you.
make less. They make less than they want because of taxes, but it's not as hard for them, man.
They
And
don't want you, Brian. The
right,
big companies, they don't want you. They want you to get
that's
the
the
fuck out
only
of here.
thing, dude. See, in concrete though, they don't have computers to do this shit yet, and I don't know how they would. They do have machines that'll it not work. Like if I do decorative concrete, a lot of it, dude. I do almost all residential.
Stamp
The
guys.
last few years, I've done residential. Yeah, stamp. I got mats right here, and I do some badass work. But I'll do driveways, sidewalks. I don't give a fuck. I'll come fucking steps to your front door. I don't give a shit. You know, if you want to pay, I'll pour you whatever you want, residential. And if you got the money, I'll pour you some fancy shit. But I'll say this though, man. There's no I don't think they're gonna have robots. Like they do have machines for long roads, and you could set these concrete machines up for a driveway, but it's just not. It's not worth the money, dude. It's just so easy just to lay it down with a couple of guys lay it down, set this machine up over an individual patio or something. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think I'm in threat of. I'm one industry of a few that is not in threat of robots.
I'll say this, Brian, too. The private people that I work for, I do excavating, not concrete, but excavating, digging for certain people. They want a water line or whatever, right? They always pay cash. So I'm just like, hell yeah. I'd rather work for private people versus a plumbing company. The plumbing company calls me. I got to give them my 1099 or whatever, all these tax
Yeah,
documents
it's
and
a
shit
fucking
so they can
nightmare.
pay me. Fuck you. Exactly.
And it's
And
like even when you have all that stuff ready, it's like, dude, you gotta stay on them to process that shit. Like, dude, I done did the work. Now pay me my fucking money. And I hate it when they don't. Like you're doing say a neighborhood or something, and you're doing like at the clubhouse at the neighborhood, and they didn't tell you, that you're doing subcontractor or any shit like that, and done. The work's already done, and they want to see a 1099 and shit, which I have. But if I didn't, but even then, still, it's like now you're asking me for insurance and workman's comp and a 1099.
Yep.
The job's
Before
done.
you can get paid. And I'm like, no. The contract was I show up and do the work. That was my bid. You accepted my bid.
Yeah.
And now you're bringing up all this fucking shit on the fucking back end saying, oh, you need this, you need that. Oh, no, fuck you.
Now they're referring me to some other people and who need this other shit. Like this wasn't discussed, bro. So, but anyway, that shit only works once or twice, before you recognize what questions to ask. If they need this shit, but I'll get it to them beforehand. If I even want to do business with them, and I make sure that shit's processed before I even start the fucking job. You don't have to give me the check, but you get my check and hold on to it. Well, you tell me when you got the check. Here's all my paperwork. You tell me when my check is ready. I'll go do the work, and as soon as it's done, you hand me my check. As soon as you're happy with when I do the job and you're satisfied with it, you hand me the check.
Exactly.
And,
that's the problem with
that's
the problem with big business. So like I was saying, I'd rather work for like private people. Would I kind of turn down the big business? I mean, the money's there. Fuck yeah, it's there. But the complications are there. The fucking red tape's there. The bullshit is there. The wait time is there. The everything. Fuck you. I'm gonna go work for
extra money, bro. The extra money is not worth all the fucking headache, dude.
Not at all.
And here's the problem, dude. Here's the problem. Like you get to rolling, and for one thing, they don't appreciate good work. They're just like, next job. They're handing you the next plans, and you're waiting to get paid.
Exactly.
You're still back paid for 2 or 3 jobs, and they're handing you other work, but they pay eventually. So you work and it's. But something always happens with each fucking contractor. It seems like where in the end, and there seems to always be an end. You get ripped off. And you wind up getting hit at the end, and so that extra money you wind up losing.
100%, like you said, they don't appreciate the good work you did, even though you did really good work. You brought in extra guys or something, just to maybe be on their good side, whatever. But as soon as it hits the office, they don't give a fuck. They're gonna call another contractor tomorrow.
And
They don't give a
so when
fuck.
you do good quality work for residential, like, do they bring you
Well,
and sometimes lunch and all
certain,
that? And if you do
yeah,
good
but they're
work, they
still trying
appreciate
to
it,
milk
dude.
you. They're still trying to milk you, though. You know.
But still, though, they appreciate skill. Like when they're done, you can tell if somebody's not happy. Look, I'll try and get mad at some people. I've had a couple of them, but usually I'm like, if they're not happy, dude, I need to fucking job right. There's probably something fucking wrong, or maybe there's something I need to make it right. And when they're happy, dude, it's just like that's good business, man. When they're happy to pay you,
That's true.
and
That's true.
and they're
So
satisfied, and they tell their friends, and fucking you wind up doing the neighbors and shit, and yeah, man, it's that's the way business is supposed to be done, man. There's out in the commercial world, there's too many sharks, dude. You gotta really fall in good with some, and you gotta hope nothing bad happens to them people, because like I said, there's a million things that could happen, and they're always ahead. You know, it always winds up that way where.
No, you're 100% right, Brian. You got to get in with the local good people that are doing business, and they find you somehow, right? And you do good work for them, they'll always call you back. You know what I mean? Exactly. And you've got everything they need, whatever paperwork and all this bullshit, employees, whatever. You get the good bid, and they'll call you 100% every single time, right? Even if they don't accept your bid or not, they'll still call you and say, "Brian, come look at this." Right? What do you think? Right? You'll give them your bid. Like, well, I found some guy that was a little bit cheaper, and you're like, well, I'm, my schedule's kind of full, but if you want to go with him, go ahead. Right? You know,
I do most of my communicating over the phone. Like, dude, I've been doing this shit so long, Aaron. Dude, I need to quit saying that. You got to fucking YouTube. I've been doing it so long that, like, dude, I know just from hearing them describe it a little bit. But I'm picky who I work for, even
yeah, you can
nowadays.
pick and choose your jobs. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I've
Me
worked
too.
with decent
Exactly.
people, kind-hearted people. You could, you talk to somebody for a minute, and I'm not saying I can't be fooled, but I like to work for decent people, and kind people, and I like to do them right, because I already know I'm probably giving them a better deal than they're gonna get. I'll literally price jobs based on people. Like if you're an asshole and everything, I'm not gonna cut you no breaks. I'm gonna still give you a good job, but if you're a dick, I'm gonna charge you full price, dude.
Exactly.
Good job.
Yeah, I get I do a lot of my, like you said, not vocal over the phone, but through text message. I want something in writing,
I do it.
And,
That's how I do it nowadays, dude. I don't
yeah,
even answer the
and
fucking.
so one of my customers will give my number to one of his friends, who gave his number to another friend or whatever, and this guy will text, message me and say, "Are you busy? I got your number from so and so." And I won't answer that. I'm like, what? He just asked me, "Are you busy? Are you like what?" You know what I mean, Brian? Like, what if I messaged you and you didn't know me, and I said, "Hey, are you busy?"
A text or a phone call?
Text, straight text. Are
See,
you
I'm good with
busy?
that. You
Yeah.
can text me whatever you want, dude. At least I know why you're trying to get a hold of me, dude. It's so many
No,
business
but the
calls
the
and all
text
that.
is this, Brian. The text is this:
Yeah, it's
is
funny.
"Are you busy?" That's it, right?
Yeah,
Are
and
you
nothing
busy?
else.
Of course,
Are
I'm
you?
fucking busy. I don't know what to respond, right?
No. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. What's on your mind?
I know. Yeah, I should do that. You're right. You're right. I should open up and just see, because maybe this dude's got some money. Who knows, right? Yeah.
It's
But
funny though. Just, are you busy and nothing else? That's funny. Yeah.
who texts that? Are you busy? I got your number from so and so. One of my clients. A good guy that keeps me busy all the time, right?
Or is this Brian Leakey? It's the whole text.
Like, yeah. I mean, come on,
Is this
dude.
Brian Leakey? I don't know. Is it?
Why are you texting me? What do you need? What do you? If you think I'm busy, why are you texting me? Right?
Maybe
Like,
Brian.
if you need some work, text me. Say, hey, I need some work. I got your
Yeah,
number from so and so.
Describe your job. Give me a brief description, man.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit is okay. You know.
And then yeah, that's information, dude. Like they can, you don't even hardly have to go to jobs if you're like they could just video. I mean, they can. People don't
I
mind
know
that.
these
Like,
days exactly. Yep.
in there, they will quickly. They'll get a picture. There's even apps where I think it'll even the picture. You can get the measurements off the picture if you don't know. And
Yep.
but dude, even so, you know, it's you've seen it a million times. So you know, or and you give them a price right there. You send me a picture, I'll price it right now. And you know, if you want to, if you're interested, then we'll schedule it. That simple. Done such smooth business, dude. So little communication. I don't charge them till I'm done. That's the business I like to do. So that's how I do my business. I don't want to
Okay.
pay. I'm not gonna charge people money up front. Look, I'll finance
So
the
you
time, but when I'm done,
so
you pay
you
me.
your bid, let's just say your bid on, let's just say video communication, right? It is just a rough bid, but it's probably on the high end, I'm guessing.
It's
Just to
accurate.
say
Yeah,
that,
no,
heck,
I give them much
when I
honor.
get there, but Brian, when you get
Yeah.
there, Brian, when you get there, and the customer's like, well, I also want this, and I also want that, and I was,
Oh,
I
they
was
gotta pay.
also
Yeah, dude.
wanting this, this,
I
and that.
fell victim to that. I was too nice way back in the day, like a long time ago, dude, when I first was working for myself so many
Right?
years ago. But I fell victim to that because it was a little extra, but I'd wind up doing so much extra. I got shitted, but
Yeah.
I realized that, dude, if people want extra from what they agreed, then charge prorated value, get you a fair price, you know? And
Exactly.
so I finally learned, it probably took me so years too long, dude. I
To
just look back and always
be a
felt
good
so
person to actually say it to him, right? That's my problem, right? My problem is that when I go there, right, they're like, well, while you're here, what about this? And remember, Brian, I just do digging. I'm an excavator. And so in your situation, right, when you finally learn like how to prorate it, how to be on the site, on the job, and to say, yeah, it's gonna cost this much, right? You came up with that confident fucking answer versus
Here's the problem
back
with it, though,
back in
Eric,
your
bro, is that concrete's different than everything else. It's not like trim carpentry or something where
I
go
know.
back and
I get
hey,
it.
look, I
I
got to
get
get
it.
it. So, but if I have extra concrete, and I'm thinking, I used to think on the terms like, yeah, I'll just order extra yard. That's an extra such and such. And the guys are already here. They're getting paid for whatever. I'll throw them a little extra something and everybody's happy. But here's the thing, dude, it winds up where like when you start making deals where if there's extra concrete, you'll do. But dude, it just turns into so much extra work. Like, and
Exactly.
it's on the spot. You're on a timer
Yep.
and then it sometimes can interfere with the initial plan. It's
And
just
your next job, the next job, you got concrete trucks waiting over on your next job, right?
it's just you got to concrete. I learned to slow down and plan it out properly. Try, and don't take on more than you could chew. It's the wrong business to try that, and I've learned a
Exactly.
couple lessons, but I've never really learned giant lessons except for with companies. I'm not even going to go into a bunch of stories, but I got hit hard a couple times. But it's like I've never like had to tear out a big foundation or anything sizable. I've maybe did a section or two here and there if I wasn't happy. Rare,
You mean
I
callbacks or something like that?
I get it right first time, and don't bite off more than I could chew.
That's
Especially
right.
in this heat. Jesus Christ, in this heat, it gets so hot, dude. Got to be real careful when you're pouring in the summertime around here. You know how.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Humidity, the weather affects your business so much. Concrete. Is what I'm saying. You know, and you can't plan for that. You know, it's unpredictable. You can check the fucking weather, but you never know, right? In Florida, it's gonna fucking start pouring down rain at 1 second, and then
You
be
assume it's gonna rain, don't you?
98 degrees and 100% humidity the next minute. You're just like, what
That's
the
the
fuck?
problem. This year was one of them years where, dude, usually you could count on afternoon showers in most of the city. You know, it's going to hit you for a second or two at least. When it gets, just the humidity is just so thick, it almost has to rain. The bottom drops out. It's scattered all over town all day long. The heat, and then it
Mhm.
gets right back hot again. But you can count on it. But this was one of them years, like it happened, like periodically. I don't know. You explain it. I just know that this is one of them years where we didn't get them afternoon showers like we do, and I know to look out for them. Just seems like every decade or so, man. I could be tripping, but I recognize the pattern, somewhat of a pattern, where when we don't get them afternoon showers, then it's going to be a rough one. And this summer was a rough one. Before
You're
that, the last
roboting, Brian.
what?
Roboting a little bit.
What's that? I lost.
You're roboting, Brian. Just a little bit. Not a little bit. You're totally roboting. 100% roboting right now. Must be one of them
Tomo
storms.
arigato.
Robot. If you can hear me, it's robot.
I'm still. Tomo arigato.
Okay, now I can hear you now. That's loud and clear.
Man, my Wi-Fi's pinning me down, dude. I'm not gonna be able to pace no more. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, you sound great now. You've been really cutting in and out for the past hour.
Yeah, I'm always moving
But
around, dude.
it was only cut in and out for not too much. But you just started roboting like 30 seconds
Well, if
ago.
I have to sit in this one spot and talk, dude, on every show, I'm gonna have to get a shittier mic.
Your mic sounds good, Brian. Because remember, for the past 5 years, you were like the worst mic guy ever. Like your mic was always the worst. I
I
remember
still
that.
am. Still am, dude.
No, it sounds great right now, man. Sounds great.
A little while, but I got a reputation to uphold for the shitty
Yeah.
mic. People ain't gonna listen to me.
I remember that on Jose's and fucking Randy's channel. That was so funny. You were just known for the shitty mic guy. Oh, that's funny.
Yep, they just give up, man. But and I'm gonna hook my eventually I'm gonna
Hey,
get a
have you
laptop.
heard from Jose, or have you? I don't even know what Jose's doing. Or
He messaged me a couple times. I just got a couple messages on TikTok, actually.
really
But,
from Jose?
Yeah. He sent me a video and he sent me a couple messages. But yeah, he messages me about once every week, man, just with a little short, small talk.
Okay. Have you been on his show, or does he have a show, or what's going on there?
I don't think he's had a show in a while, man. I think been a minute since he's had a show that I know of.
Yeah, I think I can't remember for about a year or a year and a half. That
I like Jose.
yeah.
We clashed a lot.
Yeah,
But
but
still,
it was a good show. You know what I mean? It was always a fun show
dude,
with
probably
Jose.
say the same about me. Yeah, he was a dick. He probably say the same about me. But dude, I love we had good times over there.
Exactly. Yeah. He hated me too. Not hated me, but you know what I mean. They always banned me or cut me off or whatever. Just
Yeah,
Jose
he had thick
style.
skin. He had thick skin too, man. He
Right.
wasn't one to hold a grudge for long.
Yeah, that's right. And I wasn't worried about it either.
I don't have nothing personal against anybody, even the few people really get on my nerves.
Yeah.
even them, dude, I'd still go have a beer with them, dude. It ain't nothing personal.
Exactly. Like,
It's
what's the point?
just a debate, bro. It's something that we're passionate about, and even if it's somebody on my side and we're having a disagreement, it doesn't have to go to World War III. We might get on each other's nerves and might split up
Exactly.
we might have to break up, man. We might have to break off the engagement for a week or two. But that ain't nothing personal.
Exactly. Yeah, I do think Geo doesn't like me for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's because I switched from Brandon's channel to Geo's right when he was starting it, and me and Bandy came over there, and we were just me and Bandy would just talk all night long about bullshit, right, and not flat Earth, just talk about stuff, and Geo was like, we need to change this channel over to what blah blah blah, and he would cut me and Bandy off. You remember Bandsaw Bandit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he'd cut us off, and then finally one night I was just like, "Hey, Bandy, I got a kid on the way. My wife was pregnant and shit. I was like, I'm gonna jump off this channel and forever." And Bandy was like, "Okay, all right,
Yeah, but you know what they say, man? Never say forever, man. Dude, because you get to the point where you practically forgot about it, But because you said forever, then it's lingering, dude. And then it's just even if I'm drinking, I try not to say never. I try not to. You know what I'm saying? But it's like there's so many people around here, dude. It's furthest thing from his mind, probably, man. And he don't like being disrespected. Nobody does. So if he feels disrespected, then he's going to do something about it. And so are you if you feel disrespected. But it doesn't mean,
Yeah, but
that,
so let's just say, Brian, 2 weeks ago, right? I kind of came on, and I was talking to Kosho, and Kosho was like, "Oh, we know how to weigh gas. We know how to weigh gas." So he's talking to somebody else about weighing gas, and once they were done, right? I didn't interrupt or anything. I said, "Kosho, how do you weigh a free gas? Like, how do you weigh a free gas?" Right? He goes, "In tanks." And I said, "Kosho, that's not how you." And boom, I'm muted right there. Boom. Geo muted me right there because he didn't want me.
He did that to me the other day because I accidentally interrupted, and I went back and listened. I didn't think I interrupted. I actually went back and listened, and indeed I did. But then he quickly unmuted. I actually interrupted him, dude.
No,
But he unmuted me and cleared the floor for me, man. So dude, I don't know, man. I try and see it from their point of view. I get aggravated sometimes. I'm sure they do too. It's just
and
nature, man.
it's not my
Just don't hold
platform,
grudges,
so
man. Don't hold grudges,
yeah.
man. That'd be my advice. I would try and encourage you. You're gonna do it. You're a grown man, but I'd just say, man, I try not to hold grudges, man. I get aggravated sometimes. I'm sure they do too.
Oh, I mean, he's allowed me on here all night tonight with you, So I'm super happy about that, right? And like you said, Brian, I don't hold grudges, and maybe you know what? It's his platform. He can do what he fucking wants. I get it, So I'm not gonna sit here. If he can mute us both right now, and boom, what are we gonna do? Nothing, right? It's Geo's platform. I get
Well,
it.
there ain't a lot of people in here.
Yeah.
Is to discuss thing and
But
get
you
anything
know
off
what I
your
mean, though. Yeah.
shoulders. It's not always the right time to bring it up. So you got it off your shoulders. I understand, dude. Like I'm sure he does too, man. I'm sure he does too. He's a forgiving
But
person.
like I'm saying,
I
it's
know.
his platform. If it was my platform, you know what I mean? Like if it was your platform, like yeah, I did the same thing. If somebody was doing something and it's my fucking space, yeah, I can. Okay, so I do get that, right? Yeah, it's his space, and so I don't get all weird. I'm just wondering why. Why?
Good point. That is a
Me?
good point.
Yeah.
Ultimately,
It's his fucking house.
fair though, man. Dude, he's pretty fair, dude. Like I said, I've come on here buzzing a couple times and commented to him. I didn't tell him fuck off, I fucking hate you, but I was like, man, come on, man, just a little bitchy shit, And he'd be like, welcome back a few days later, shit. you know. But that type of relationship, you never know what the hell he's dealing with. He's got all us knuckleheads, and we just have our own point of view. So he's got to try and actually, man, it's really a hell of a job. That's one thing I appreciated about Jose is he's kind of stuck right in the middle of it. And Gio, I'll give him props for that. I still give him props when I go on Earth Awakening. I mean, when I go on modern day debates, like I've done 5 of them.
I
And,
watched
or any
it.
other channel, I try and mention his show or any other Discord that gives people fair voices, man. And so deep down, I do respect it because he's right in the middle of it all, man. And I know just think if you comment to him 2 or 3 times and he's got 200 members or something, that's 600 comments, dude, a month. If you just message him twice a month, dude, he's just got it's a steady job, I would imagine, dude. So if sometimes he does something that ain't fair to you or me, fucking suck it up, man. I'm sure he's got his reasons. He ultimately he's fair, dude. In my opinion, when it comes down to it, he's about as non-biased as we could hope for.
Yeah. No,
Some
Brian,
flat
I
earthers
agree.
don't even let Brenda or don't let Zanuck or any of them people talk. No, I like the debates. I don't want to run from anything. I want the head on. I like the confrontation, the discussion. That's how we grow, in my opinion. And he facilitates that.
Brian, I think me and you through Ranty's and Jose's and Gio's have been the most like muted, for what 20 seconds, muted people ever. Only because like we don't mean to cut people off, but they seem to stop talking and we just jump right in there, right? Me and you have been the most muted people ever on all platforms for like the past 5
Really,
years.
dude, I don't get muted that much.
Yes, you do, Brian.
But that's where they're usually muting everybody and shit, dude. I've never got a warning. Jose mute me a few times. Yeah. Especially like if I'm going on Jose's, it was different though, bro, because I'm going up against multiple people.
I remember.
And so it
I
gets hectic.
remember.
When you're trying to keep up with 3 or 4 people, it got hectic and shit.
I remember. And Jose was kind of waiting for that to mute you. He was kind of waiting because
I look back, dude.
Blue Marble would come on and Bob the Science Guy would come on, right? And you'd be sitting there just trying to argue to all 3 of them, and then he would just mute you. It was it was kind of a classic move. Yeah.
I've word searched cursing Jose out in Spanish through text message, bro, after he muted me, bro. But we were friends a week later, bro. Like, I was drunk as fuck, dude. And so was he. We were both drinking on the same day, dude. I think. But no, dude, but it's like this, I mean, I've backhanded. Like, I've even do the Geo. If I'm making a point, I'll throw in, I don't mean no disrespect, but I'm like trying to make my point strong. And I'm kind of like, back, like, I don't want to call it a backhanded insult because it's not really an insult, but it kind of is, like I'm trying your point of view. You just made a statement. I'm not calling you a liar, but I'm like pretty much saying what you're saying is bullshit, So, I get sometimes I don't mean to. It ain't that bad, man. We know how to behave.
When
shit
you
gets exciting, man, it gets like that, and then usually that's when they're muting a lot of people to try and keep the conversation smooth.
the very first time I heard you, Brian, was you came on Jose's, and I can't remember who you were. Jose was just letting everybody on. And you were, I guess, against a Glober. It might have been fucking one of the Australians or something. And your comeback was like, "Oh, I'll split your fucking lip." Right? that was, and everybody was just like, "Wow, this dude is badass." Brian is. I'll split your fucking lip. You come at me like that. And that's how I remember you. It was the very first comment you made.
I never mind getting muted for 30 seconds or a minute, I never mind, especially 10 or 20 seconds. I never mind getting temporary muted. Like I even am good with that. Like if they are willing to take the time and go back and forth and mute, it's probably a job. But if they're willing to do that, I never mind getting temp muted, bro. And that's usually what happens around here. As long as I keep my cool and shit, within reason. It's just temp mute shit, dude. I don't see no problem with that at all. That's never bothered me. At first, I'm
That
like,
that.
"Fuck, I'm muted, man. I'm muted." And then fucking like half the
But
time I'll go back and
when you
listen.
first
Half the
when
time I'll
you
go back
first
and listen, and I did interrupt somebody. But then there's the other half the time where I got interrupted. But before I could complain about it, I'm unmuted. You know what I'm saying?
when you first came on these shows, I do remember it was Jose's, and you made that comment like, "Bitch, I'll
No,
split your
I said
fucking
I'm
lip."
tight as
Like
fucking
you were
mud.
argumentative because you didn't know how the show worked or anything. You know what I mean? You just came on and you
The
wanted to
devil.
and that was the phrase I still remember. Like,
It was
I'll
big devil, dude. I told him I'd
split
bite his
your
fucking
lip,
nose
bro.
off, dude. It
And
was
I love
big
that, man.
devil.
That was badass. That was strong shit. I love it. It was cool, is what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
know,
devil
but
just
that was
disrespected
years
me.
ago. I mean,
Yeah,
goddamn, that
yeah.
was fucking what, 6 years ago, 5 years ago, right?
It's
Yeah,
probably 6 years ago, but maybe even six
six
and a half,
years
dude. I
ago.
don't know.
Yeah,
It's so long,
exactly.
bro. It's
Yeah,
hard to keep count.
yeah.
And that's why
And
that's another reason I got to go do this measurement, dude. Like I've been so involved in this, and it's almost like what am I just like don't want to go get the proof because I like to debate. No, I do enjoy it, but not that much. I want the truth. Is really why I'm in it, dude. I don't care what I'm might think's happening subconsciously. I'm not gonna psychoanalyze myself. I'm gonna go get the fucking proof.
exactly. Go out and do it. Man, like I'm in Texas, Northeast Texas, right next to Louisiana. So if you have a plan, if you have a fucking plan, call me. I can help out. You know, I'm not good with
I'll keep it tight,
photos
dude.
and
I'll
all
keep
that shit. You know, but I got lasers, like you said. I got. I know how lasers work. I know how straight lines work. I understand about horizontals and shit that we deal with. Um, but other than that, like optics, I'm not good with that. You know, I don't know. I don't have a P900 or anything like that. So
Get your Hold on. Let me make sure I'm in my spot here. Okay. Your face 111.
yeah, Aaron. Yeah, same guy
Just want to
from a long time ago. Yep. Yep.
know you, but I don't know. I don't know this fictitious guy. So I'm
Oh,
just gonna.
face one. I'm face 1111, but I'm not in the chat. I'm not in the chat. So whoever's doing face 11 in the chat, it's not me.
No. Okay. It's just one message I sent a while back, a long time ago. It says we have
Yep.
two mutual servers. But how do I get a hold of you, man? If I can't message you, I don't think I have your number, dude. I might.
Uh,
I actually
uh,
might have your number, believe it or not. But I don't think I do. But I'm gonna
how
look.
many how many people are here listening? Because I'll just give it to you.
Oh, yeah. Look, just I'll tell you right how to do it because you don't ever have to send a message ever again. But you can direct message me just one time.
Okay.
I'll walk you if you want.
How do I do it?
All right, hold on one second. Let me make sure I ain't got your shit because we hang out a lot, dude. Okay, do you have no? It's a 904 area code. So right now you're looking at a screen that says hold on, I'm wrong screen. Screen
Wow.
that's you looking at the list of people.
Well, I'm looking at a screen with a whole bunch of icons right now. I'm on my phone, so
Okay, so you see a bunch of icons. Okay, me too. Okay, scroll them icons, swipe all the way down where you got at the top left of your screen, above all the icons, you got a white square icon, like almost looks like a television or something. It's at the
let's
top of all the icons. It's on the
scroll
left, the top left. Do you see that?
up left. Mine says voice command up there.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Hold on, I might be able to. Okay, hold on, I might be able to do something else. Hold on one second. Let me try one thing. Uh, Okay.
Oh, man.
You was able to hear that ringing, but I let it ring a couple times.
Oh, I didn't hear any ringing.
Okay, let me try one other thing. Because it'll actually call you right through Discord. I didn't realize that. Okay, you said it said voice. What say did you said it said?
My top left says voice connected.
Next.
That one, and I'm
Okay,
looking at
down.
all
Okay,
these.
do you see a blue box right underneath that, or a
Let me
white
see.
box
Let
on
me
the
see.
left?
Okay, hold on. I scrolled down all the icons of the people that are watching,
Yeah,
and
double tap.
okay. Now I want the which box? The blue box.
Well, you
There it
white box,
is. Blue box.
and then it'll give you a white box after that, I think. And you ultimately want the white box. I'll tell you what. No, blue. If you got a wait, let me see. Shit. Okay, yeah. If you got a blue box, we're friends. So scroll
I
down.
got you. I got you. Here we go. Missed call. Missed call. I'm gonna wave to
Yeah.
you.
You wave to me and just text me a number. I'll never call you. I'll just message you.
Okay. Okay.
Text message you. I actually got a lot of people I give my number to, and they've never even called except for maybe once or twice. And they didn't call. I just say, here's my number. Just don't call. Just message. And yeah, just in case, man. Because I'll keep you posted, man. If I go there, I'll let you know what's going on and shit. You know, I've discussed it with you and a few other people in depth, you know, and you understand it all pretty much. So I'll definitely keep you posted.
All right. Did you get that? I just sent it to you.
Let's see. I'm going to tell you.
And this weird, looks like a pig waving at you. Whatever that is. It's cute. It's cute.
Got it. Okay, I got it. And I'm going to do this. It looks like a little.
I see you. I see you typing. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
like a Teletubby.
Yeah. Something like that. Okay, cool. All right. I
Oh, yeah,
got you.
bro.
I got you. You got me. Like you said, I'm not gonna,
Very, very
share
good to hear
this,
from you, bro.
do anything exactly. But I may just out of the blue one day, while you're at work and I'm at work, I'm gonna like call you. Who knows,
Yeah,
right?
do that, man. Just message me, man. If it's something that needs to be discussed or something, then yeah, just message me and tell me you're going to call, and I'll make sure I answer. Because I never answer the ringing. I
You're,
always just say I'm busy. Text me. But if I know it's you, then you just message me and tell me I wanted to talk. I'm about to call you, and then I'll answer. You know.
dude, you're 100% like me. I never answer my phone. I just wait for the text. Like, hey, it's
Yeah,
me. Answer the goddamn phone. You know what I mean? Like that.
that's
Or
funny as fuck.
whatever. So,
That's
okay.
hilarious.
All right, buddy. Hey, I got to jump inside, man. Man, we had a great talk. It's good talking to you, Brian.
Catching up.
You're doing great work out there. Keep it up. Let's obviously just keep on keeping on because
Hey, next week, man. Next week, sometime we'll go crash. We'll go crash one of Travis's coffee sods, man.
exactly right.
Yeah, dude, we're always welcome over there, bro. It's been a minute, dude. I owe him. I gotta pay my respects, man. So yeah, definitely message
He's
me,
my
brother.
boy. He's my boy too. Me and Travis. He stayed at my house 3 times in the
Yeah,
past.
dude. Yeah, and he's all over them, dude. Me and him had lunch and shit, dude. He went out of his way to so yeah. Like I said, I gotta pay my respects, man.
Yeah. Okay, let's do it.
Later.
Have a good night, Brian.
You too. Good night.
All right, good talking to you. All right, brother.
Name one. Spooky. Do you like spooky?
It was,
Come on, you know you. What's up?
Rookie. What's up, Rookie? I think it's wild how they hijacked refraction like that. So crazy to me. And that it's went on for so long. It still goes on. Where'd you go? Are you gone?
Well, I
Is,
guess if you're turning the microphone. I'm sitting here talking up a storm going, why the fuck are you answering me?
yeah, no, you're muted.
Uh,
I was actually watching a video, but like if someone's gonna have some sort of combo or whatever, like I'll be in here
I'm
paying
down.
attention.
Yeah. I don't know what to talk about. It's gonna fix me home, but
Take your there's all kinds of stuff to talk about. But I mean, right now there's some more pertinent information that I think is important for people to be looking into. I'm just not sure how much anyone could go into it, and it being streamed on YouTube. People need to be educating themselves on it, though, for sure.
we can be careful. Well, no trouble, huh? No any trouble? Mhm. I think I'll come in here and turn the mic in the house.
You're so
Hi!
muffled.
No?
You're so
Am I?
muffled. I can't tell what you're saying.
Can you hear me now? It's better now. I suck, I guess. Wait, I know what it is.
Yeah, I can hear
I
you
have
now.
the Wi-Fi. There we go. I turned the Wi-Fi off. That's what is the Wi-Fi. It's fucking bad. I think. If you can hear me still. Grindage, buddy.
Polly Shore. Is that, yeah, it's my favorite.
Yeah.
He was one of my
I used
favorites.
to think
Still
he was
is.
funny. Yeah, he was for a while. But he's a
MTV
weirdo.
was best when he was the host.
Yeah, it was. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd so hang with him.
Hmm. But yeah.
I mean, maybe I don't know. It's like that's a persona. That's his acting persona. Who knows what he's really like in real life? But I don't think anyone can
I
fake
bet you
that
money he's the
well.
same
He's
dude.
probably the
He's the
same. Yeah.
same dude. Yeah, I bet you he would be pretty close. Maybe he doesn't go buddy, but he probably talks something like
Buddy. I'm not gonna do all my Polly Shore impressions on here.
that. Yeah, he had his time, I guess. I always thought Eddie Murphy was funnier, but then he went and stopped doing stuff he used to do. The raunchy stuff. When Delirious came out, we listened to that so many times. I had it all memorized almost. Of that fucking skit.
Ever heard of the Meissner effect?
Yeah, you
Just out of
guys. Somebody's
curiosity.
asked me about that a couple times. Yeah, I've heard about it, but I don't remember what it does.
May have been
It's
me. I don't
something that
know. I
somebody's
was
been
just
asking me. It might have been. Yeah. No, somebody else was asking me about it. Somebody else was. Some Glover was asking me. You know what
oh,
that
really.
is? I'm like, dude. Yeah, you're
What
going
do
too
you?
far with that.
Well,
That's what I told him.
what was he saying? Like, what for Glover to bring it up, like, because it really doesn't have anything to do with flat or globe. That's why it's like, but for a Glover to bring it up, I'd be curious to that combo.
Well, like I said, they steal everything. They'll turn anything in around and try to say that it makes sense to them. Oh. Just because some dumbass says it, so you know.
Well, it's got more to do. It's got more to do with magnetism and superconductors and. But the weird,
Oh, I
unique
know what we could talk
thing,
about.
the weird, unique thing about it, though, is that it repels and pushes away. So it's like wherever the Meissner effect is occurring, wherever that is occurring, and I'm just thinking, like, if you think of a craft that has like this capability within the craft, it would have to be totally separated from if anyone's going to be in that craft, right? It would have to be, say, for instance, around the outer edge, and then like if anyone was going to be in it, they'd have to be inside. And I'm not even sure that this could even be done. This is just like the minute that I saw the Meissner effect and started reading about it and looking into it, which I haven't looked that deep into it. I just know that it requires really, really cold temperatures, and I think
What
that
does it
you
have to
need
do
to
with
have
that?
really, really cold temperatures to
I have
have
to
that
look it up.
superconductivity. But well, what it does is it repels and pushes magnetic fields away. So, and I always look at like magnetic field. The the ether has many different fields. It's a dielectric and a magnetic and other fields which we can't even measure or harness because there's really no way that we
Oh, yeah,
know
I know what
of
you're
to
talking about.
interact with them.
Meissner effect. You're talking about like the ping pong ball under pressurized air, like that kind of thing, where a spherical object will levitate under a flow.
But
Is that what you're talking
seems
about?
like
Meissner effect.
seems like a way to totally reduce the ohms, like to totally reduce the resistance in the ether. Like it would
Yeah, but
it would
it only works on something that can be magnified. So you couldn't like make a person like float. You know what I mean? Wouldn't work the
well no,
same.
but if you're in a craft and that craft can be made to
Right, but
function.
where I would have trouble is when you stop or when you turn. Like it'd be fine if you started moving and you were just moving in a regular direction. As soon as you start changing direction, then you're gonna have to have some kind of a thing that will allow your body to take those effects without smashing into the side of the fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like you would think
Yeah,
that
I
you
don't
would
know
have to
about
be rotating. Like you'd have to be rotating inside of it or something. You get what I'm saying? Like so that way your force would be countered, right? You know what I mean?
suspended in it. That way it's not like well, like all
Like
depictions
maybe
of
maybe you'd have to sit inside of one of those gyroscopes. You know how they have the different planes that so when it's spinning it stays rigid and then it can turn and all that. Like imagine that. You were inside something like that where your chair would turn no matter which direction you started changing direction, your chair would turn so that your body would take the force properly. You know what I mean? Like in
like
downward stroke or whatever.
gyroscopic
You know what I mean? Yeah.
center.
But
A
if you were
gyroscopic.
rotating, but if you were rotating in a circle, it wouldn't even have to be very fast. But if you got it yourself rotating, and then you were able to get used to that much force, you know what I'm saying? Like if you were just like your body would just get used to it after fighting it or whatever way you could do it, and then you could use that particular, you know what I mean, right? You get what I'm saying? But you could also use magnetic fields in order to slow you down. Like, the pod that you're in, like let's say you're sitting in a pod and you're in a seat and you're strapped in 5-way or 7-way or whatever that straps you into the seat so that, the G forces don't rip your body apart. And then you're inside of some kind of a spherical thing that is rotating, right, around you so that when the ship or whatever, the craft changes direction, you stay level and you stay even. So the ship flies around all different directions, but you stay in one spot. See what I'm saying? or it arcs you so that you could take the feel. You can, your body can take the force without it causing to, because otherwise you'd just pass out. You know what I mean? Or it'd kill you, or you get brain damage because your body can't take too much G-force. Not for a very long period of time. You'd stroke out. So I don't know how that would work, but it makes more sense to me that they'd put you in a fluid and you'd have to breathe a fluid. That would be the only way they could put you, like, to keep you from sloshing around and killing yourself. Because if you were in water already, then the water sloshes, but there's no air inside of the tank. Then when you when you change direction, it wouldn't necessarily cause your full body. Your body would change motion inside of that water, but it wouldn't necessarily, you know what I mean? If it was thick enough or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it makes more
Yeah, I
sense that
don't
your
know.
body would have to be in some kind of a fluid suspension in order to take those kind of freaking G-force.
Yeah,
That way,
I don't know. Maybe there
you
would
know
be
what I'm
some way to have like some like gyroscopic type center, or I'm not even saying
That's
that
what I
this
mean.
is
Is
even
it
plausible.
makes more
Yeah,
sense to
I
me
just
that
like
you would have to be rotating some way in order to keep the blood flow into your brain. Your body would have to be spinning in a certain direction to keep the flow of blood going upwards while you're changing direction in the other way, so it counters it. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, you just end up a big bloody spot on the wall. You know what I mean? If you're doing, like, let's say, 8 knots or 8 Gs and you change direction, you know what I'm saying? You'd make a 90-degree, you're fucking dead. You're going to be a puddle on the wall. You know what I'm saying? Your body can't handle that shit. I don't know
I
what G-force will rip you apart, but I know that at some point you just liquefy, like, you know what I mean? You just turn into a puddle. The magnetic field that holds your cells together can't hold it anymore, and they just start to fall apart. That's a fucking scary thought.
Well, if you're in the center of it
That
and
is
there's
a
some way
scary
to like, if you're in the center of it and there's some way to have this effect going on the outer perimeters of
Right.
whatever you're in the
It
center
would have
of,
to be going in every direction all at the same time, though. See what I'm saying?
maybe it wouldn't even affect you in as far as the G-force. Maybe I don't know about that. Like, and I'm not even saying it's plausible. It's just that's the very first thing that
The only
my mind went
plausible
through
thing, which
as
we all
soon
know
as
is
I
just
saw it.
theory, is if you could phase out. In other words, make your body phase out of existence while you're going around the corner and then phase back into existence again. That's the only logical way you could actually travel at any speed with your physical body. I don't think you can do it. I think you have to be a spirit first. I think it would kill you, and then once you're a spirit, you could go wherever the fuck you want, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about all that, but
Well, think about it. Obviously, there's a
maybe
limitation to how much G-force a body can take before it can't live anymore, right? All your cells would literally just start. They wouldn't be able to move. They wouldn't be able to swim around and do their jobs, right? Because of the G-force. So I'm saying, like, in order for you to have a ship that could move people, it could probably move things, right? Solid objects, but to move a person requires, like you get bruised. Like, someone can hit you and you get a bruise, but if you just got continuously hit by something, then that's what it would be like if you were flying in a ship that was going that fast. You'd be,
well, what
you'd
causes?
constantly be
Hold
stroking
on,
out.
Hang on just a second. What causes the G-force? Like, isn't it just isn't
Change in direction.
resistance? I know, but isn't the resistance the part of what causes? So if you're able to completely remove any and all resistance, then would there even be any G-force? Like that would be one question, and another question, like,
But
is it
only
possible
those
to
magnets can
create?
be done that way. That's the problem. See what I mean? So your body wouldn't necessarily stick to it, like, unless you were able to seal your body up with metal or something, and then use that to hold. I don't know. I mean, it's a fascinating thought. I'll tell you that, but I don't know enough about the true physics and liquids and all the fluid dynamics enough to know, like, whether it's even possible. I'm just assuming, in my head. I'm just coming up with it. I have no idea. But I do understand, like, the shining light through slots, and you get, fringe patterns and things. I get that, but I think that's because light is wave, and light is different than you think it is. It moves
It's
different.
not a wave. It's induced in a medium that, and the
Well, I think
medium
what it
behaves
is
like a wave.
right, but I think maybe light does affect things, like, well, because certain kinds of light does. Like, ultraviolet light causes the atmosphere or atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, to heat up,
And I think
causes the
and
ocean to
I
heat up. You know what I mean? Like,
and I think what when they say collapsing it into like a point, which is what they want to call a particle. Like I believe that the effect that causes either it to be spread out along the entirety of the wave within the proximity of the field, or for it to be collapsing into one point, like is all about polarity. And knowing that thought and intention and uh, like intent and measurement devices and things like that can affect polarity. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, but it's the medium where the interactions are occurring because
They
it's
call
just
it
points of
quantum locking, but the quantum level doesn't exist, and nobody can prove it. So,
it's just points of interactions.
well,
It's
yeah,
all
it's
a unit
obviously
of
there's a
intelligence.
flow of energy coming out of that magnet, and when you supercool it, it slows it down, or it does something to it. It augments it, and it plane shifts, it lock shifts the thing. Notice how he can only turn it that direction. If he tries to turn it the other way, it won't spin. It'll only spin on that axis. Pretty fascinating, if you ask me. But it's literally because of the cold. The cold is what's causing the magnetic effect to slow down enough to actually, so that it doesn't just swing back and forth and just flip around and stick to the other side. You know what I mean? But because it's so cold, it's slow. I don't know. I guess it's slow. Like when you just look at the cold waves of the steam coming off of it and the pattern that's in it, and you notice that there's this vibration pattern in it. Even when he's not spinning that block, there's this pattern that causes flow of it's like it's spilling up and out of it. You know what I'm saying? Constantly. That's a flow of energy. It's pretty interesting that you can see it like that. It's pretty cool. See that? See? That's what happens to it whenever the temperature raises. It just falls off. It wants to wrap around and stick. Oh, you're not watching what I'm watching. I'm sorry. I was just watching a video. I'm talking over. Dude.
Hey, is there a mod around who can? I don't know who natural or neural override is. I don't know why they're muted. They say their server muted. And I don't know why. I'm sure it's for a good reason, but the model builder, he and the model builder are having a convo in text, and they're wanting to VC, but he says he can't because he's server muted. I don't know if that's something that could happen if someone could maybe unserver mute neural override and let him and model builder have this convo that they're having right now. But like I said, I don't know why he was. Maybe a reason that he needs to stay muted for. I don't know. I'm just curious. If anyone's listening.
Hi, Globus. Are you here? Oh, he's mute.
You talk.
What did you say? Snacks? A ticket to Utah?
You going to Utah?
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
Oh no, I said you talk.
Oh no, I just joined.
No, you just did now.
Yeah, I just joined and I just talked. Yeah. Do you think the Earth's still flat?
What do you mean? Like, oh, do you think that somebody was like, oh yeah, guess what's this ball? Here's pictures. You seen that happen to me yesterday? No, it didn't. It never happens to me. Nobody ever cares about it.
Yeah. It only cares to the people that don't actually care, but they care way too much about nothing, which is really funny.
I've been in. I know you think like helicopters are real cool, but I've been in planes and they go even higher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Nothing to say, huh? All right.
well, no, the world record helicopter landing was on. Albeit it wasn't a landing, it was one skid on the top of Mount Everest, but that's 29,500 feet, so that's pretty high. That's getting up to airliner height.
Yeah. It doesn't look like a ball when you go up into a plane.
Well, no, that's because it's so fucking big. That's what you have to realize.
No, I don't have to realize that. I have to realize that's a story people get told. But people also get told that boats go over the horizon.
Well, you don't have to realize that, but then you also don't have to realize that a piece of a single organism of bacteria on a beach ball would also think that it's flat. Same thing, it's just scale. It's not science and rockets.
Yeah, you're probably not even existing. I mean, in that rush now. None of us are really here. You know, what if you just if you just use just your common sense, you know,
Which
you're
is
not
what I
gonna
use every
say like,
day.
oh, I must be on a ball. Oh no.
Which is what I use every day. That's what kind of helps keep me alive.
You think? Isn't that just dumb luck? I think it's just dumb luck.
No, dumb luck is when you trust your senses so much where you don't realize that they will try and kill you. That's dumb luck.
Yeah, like nothing in reality really just jumps out and grabs me and go like, "Hey, man, you're totally wrong. It's obviously a ball." Like nothing in reality does that for me. Except you. You're the only person that tries to think that they can say that. Really, other people don't even talk to me about this shit anymore. Honestly, I'm so far gone.
I feel honoured in that, but things like the sun rising and setting doesn't make you go, oh, if it was flat, it would appear and disappear, but it doesn't.
No, I mean, none of that. None of it works for either model. To be honest, I don't know. Do you think that the eclipse stuff, the moon stuff, that doesn't make sense to me?
Yeah, but just because something doesn't make sense doesn't make it wrong. It doesn't make
No,
sense
no,
to me
no,
how
no.
a
You don't
sewing
understand.
machine fucking
I
works.
know,
Doesn't
I know.
mean they don't work.
I know. You think I'm an idiot. It just like decided to
No,
question something like that. But
no. That's not what
I'm
I'm
talking
saying.
about like the broadly the entire it's everything that must make sense.
But it's things like I hear it all the time. I hear it all the time. The moon's 238,000 miles away. That doesn't make sense because no one's ever measured it. That doesn't mean shit.
And it doesn't make sense. What do you mean it doesn't make sense? Because no one's. What's the furthest fucking somebody's ever seen with their fucking eyes? Anyway, how far do you think that is? What fraction of 240 or
Hundreds of
243,000
light
miles?
years.
What fraction of 243,000 miles?
of light years.
Has someone seen 1,000 miles?
Well, you should be able to on a flat Earth, but you can't.
Sure.
Because it's
Okay.
curved.
Has someone seen 2,000 miles? What's
No,
the maximum?
because it's curved. So, but
So
on
you
a
can
flat
see
Earth, you should be able to. So,
I just mean like what's the limit to like distance that you actually can see going horizontally?
well, that depends how far the horizon is. And something can be above the horizon.
Just give me a number.
Something. I can't give you a number.
What I'm trying to do is to like let this 247,000 miles. I want to make it seem like it's actually the real distance to you, because you just like get to say it and hypnotize yourself to thinking like, oh, that's what we see all the time. It's fine, But let's just say that's a fucking massive distance, bro. And, like that you just believe that you just like see it like that.
No, it's not just believe. You
That's
can see it every day.
it's like
all
a bunch
the
of
time.
Santa Claus shit somebody can put in your head. You know what I mean? That's what it seems like.
Oh, I can't give you a distance, but I'll give you an example of when you can see a wind turbine
you've
or
never
a
seen
ship past
but-
the horizon, and you can see
hold
the
up.
top of it. That's how far
But
you can see.
you've never seen 1,000 mile
Because
distance,
it's curved.
right? You've never
No,
seen. Have you seen?
because it's
What have you seen?
because
700 miles? I'm
because it's fucking
asking you.
curved. That's
But
why you can't.
Don't do this to me. Just answer the
Jesus.
question. What's the limit of distance that you can see here? Right?
A 1,000 light years. You can see stars.
1,000 light? No. I mean here, like on the ground. Like if you're trying to look horizontally, or even from a
Not that
mountain
far
going down.
because the
I'll give
Earth's
you that.
curved and
How
you
far
can't
can you see from?
around it that much. It's not
Fucking,
science and
do you
rockets, bro.
understand? You need to give me a damn number, and then you need to
I
develop a
can't give
fraction.
you a number
Fucking
because I
stop!
can't
You
go
bitch!
and
Stop
pace
talking.
it out.
Stop talking.
Do you
Make it an
understand that?
X. Just make it a fucking X for right now, okay? Whatever that number would be. Make a fraction now with your 247,000 miles. That you're looking at the moon, right? Do you understand that fraction? Now, let's just say like the most you've ever seen to the most you see, which is the moon, right?
Can we talk like even maybe 1,000 or so? Like if it's some high altitude footage, maybe we. But diffraction still seems like a cool analogy.
I know, but Don, that's like saying like, okay, well,
100 to 1
yeah,
still, yeah, on 1%, yeah.
that's like saying I can't curl like 100-pound dumbbell. Let's say maybe I can, who knows? But then, or that's like the most. I don't know what's the most somebody can even fucking curl on a dumbbell. Like
Right, you could give them
couple hundred pounds?
6,000 miles. You could say they could see 6,000 miles. You still
Okay,
got them
right.
40 to 1.
240. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all I was trying to get at. This guy's a little bit thick sometimes. Doesn't understand simple points that somebody's trying to make. Thank you, Don.
So simple points. So 1 degree
It's
of
a
arc.
simple point. You're not
1
going to.
degree
You're
of
just
arc
going
is
to. It's a simple
69
point.
nautical miles. Or 69 miles. Why don't you get an A3 piece of paper and draw a line that's 69 centimeters long? I know you make it inches. That'll be even better. It'll look flat as fuck. With 1 degree of arc. You wouldn't be able to tell that line is slightly curved. That's called a projection in terms of perspective. Sorry, it's not science and rockets.
It actually is.
It is science and rockets.
I'm bored, Jazza. I'm sorry.
Of course you are, because it doesn't make
I'm bored
sense.
with your. I played with all your brain cells, dude. I'm bored.
It doesn't make sense. That's why you're a flat earther. I completely understand.
I want new toys.
Right. Speaking of stellar parallax, stronger. I'm just kidding, man. How y'all doing? Like, y'all holding it down, man. Y'all holding it down at 5 a.m. East Coast.
That's what we do.
What is he doing? Is he trying to make you eat the ball again? Just another night of eat the ball?
I'm not throwing a ball around for you guys to try and catch because you don't understand it, so you wouldn't be able to even comprehend where it's going to end up. So there's no way I'm going to do that.
Wow.
It's not science and rockets.
This guy's a mind reader.
That's like
I wanna-
if we said we didn't like hamburgers, it's like you've never had a hamburger, you've never tried a hamburger, you have no idea how they work. Like, come on, I just maybe don't like it. Actually, it turns out I fucking do. But I'm from. How do you think I'm not familiar with all the bullshit that you're already familiar with, Chaz?
One,
Does he
Did you have
give
to go to
you a
fucking globe
fraction?
school
He's
to
not
get it?
familiar with a map.
Nick,
Fraction
I
equals not
appreciate
familiar with a map. Sorry.
I appreciate the Australian accent that you just tried to put on, but I'm not from Australia. You just said I can't get a hamburger if I throw a fucking hamburger around the room. Fucking no.
This
That's
whole
the most of it.
but to me, man, like this whole topic exists because it's not difficult to make people question things at a certain degree. You're just not going to know. You just have to take somebody else's opinion for it. You know.
No. That's
You know
not
that
the
happens.
case.
Yeah, it's
If
called
I
expertise.
was,
It's a thing. But,
you know, mate. If I was 1,000
deserve
years
that.
ago, 1,000 years ago, if I had seen the sun rise and the sun set, I would have gone, okay, that's interesting.
Okay, listen, I will give you that. The sunrise, noon, and sunset thing, that does not make normal sense for what if you're thinking that like how I consider how it's working. Yeah, maybe you would think that you're on ball. Sure.
Until you get in a canoe and go from 45 degrees south and discover new land at the equator and the stars go right across. They don't go across in an arc and then you'd go, hang on, I was down at 45 degrees south and the sun rose in the east and set in
Oh
the
my
west.
god.
And it made an arc and it's not fucking rocket science.
Yeah, paperweight dome Earth. Big fucking deal. This guy,
Well,
dude.
it's not rocket science, dude.
People work when people do that and they go, okay, it could be a ball, but what else could it be? Okay, I can't figure it out yet. So that means it has to be a ball, guaranteed. That's not how it works, dude. That's not how logic works.
Okay, so we go, okay, it might be flat, but the sun does this crazy shit. It goes up and goes down, and then, oh, fuck me days. There's a full
Variables.
moon, and then
Yeah,
the moon
new
gets
phenomenon.
a shadow goes across the moon that completely covers the moon, and it's a circle like the moon. Still doesn't prove it's a sphere, of course. But then you're going, okay. It's not science and rockets. Let's look for some more observations. It didn't take many more years after that.
Why are you co-opting it's not science and rockets or it's not rocket science when you're talking about things that are only approachable via rocket science?
I don't know whether I coined that phrase or not. It's not.
No, I've done it before you.
rocket
Don't even worry
science.
about it. And I've
No, I
undone
don't.
it the wrong way that you're saying it, which is the right way to say it. But anyway,
The right way
it's just
is
that this topic itself is directly concerned with that. So, like, why would you say? You know what I mean?
what
That's
I'm
like if we were talking
saying
about
is
microbiology, you'd be like, it's not
that
about microscopes and science. What?
the traditional way of saying it is it's not rocket science, meaning it's complicated. But I like to say it's not science and rockets, meaning it's still complicated, but you just don't fucking get it.
But he's asking you why are you so confident that all the phenomenon give you pure falsification of all these other models of what the sky can be when really you need a rocket to get up in the sky and more tangibly validate it? That's his point, I think.
Okay, well, like I was saying about my couple of points before, is we don't need that. That's exactly what I was saying. The sun
Hey, well,
comes up,
why?
it goes down.
You're so confident, like.
Because this, if the Earth was flat, it would appear and disappear. It doesn't fucking do that. It's not science and rockets.
Well, I guess if you just like saying that, you like saying it. Who knows? Maybe it's a catchphrase. Maybe you get points for every time you do it, or a percentage on
is.
it. Get a kickback. Hey, but anyway, listen. The thing is, like, I'll tell you what. As a flat earther, it doesn't to me making looking at the sun and the way that the sun moves through the sky and the way that like it looks like a little coin, sort of on the horizon, kind of peeking up, and then it goes all the way above head, and
But
then
it doesn't.
that's
It
just like a
doesn't.
flat circle, and then it
Why?
looks like
Why
a
would
coin
half a
going down.
coin? Why
You
would
don't
half
have
a
that
coin?
much fucking
Can we hear
time
his
on the
point
horizon.
though?
I'm trying
Let's
to tell
hear
you
his
about one of the most confounding things to me, but you don't want to let me complete the sentence.
No, you
I'm gonna
you go
take a
ahead.
break.
I was just
I'm gonna
curious.
take a break. No, I'm gonna take a break. I can't. I'm fucking pissed now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because I'm gonna have a quick smoke break too. So
Oh, you think so? Yeah, have a smoke over there. Okay.
yeah, we'll reconvene.
Anyway, Don, how you doing tonight? Morning.
Good. I'm ready to make Jazz a spin, man. I'll smoke one with him. I was listening early to Jeremy absolutely wreck Kosho over and over. It was like 2 points. For whatever reason, they're talking about the extra dimensions, but like Jeremy keeps just going. We have everything in reality is three spatial dimensions, and Kosho just keeps talking about the other dimensions and. You know what I mean? Like maybe they're spatial. Like he couldn't sell. It's like he wanted to contest the three spatial dimensions, but
There's no
didn't really say anything ever.
If
You
you add
know,
if you add a temporal dimension, you do not then create a spatial dimension.
I'm like that just happened for a
I
million
mean,
times.
unless you do, unless it's like some kind of Donnie Darko type thing, you know what I mean? I mean, you'd have to think of yourself not as a human, like walking around like you are, but as some kind of crazy like
Right.
earthworm that just has
Some
this
million
insane pad.
timestamp
Like
slices of like time
it's
travel,
every
whatever. Like,
no, it's every motion you've ever made connected.
right.
So
Oh, I
like this
see what you're
long
saying.
trail
You
of
call
yourself
it.
from being a
Yeah, yeah.
baby and just the emanation of all the way your entire life, every place you ever go is one shape.
That's cool. I remember that trail. I remember when it like, God, I remember was it like he had the feeling and then it just burst out at the end or middle of the movie and that whole trail thing happened. I remember that. But I was very young when I saw that movie.
Movie's very weird. And I don't know how great of a sci-fi is, but it's got a good soundtrack. But the thing is, it's just like that idea, like the fourth D becoming like it's like a hypercube or whatever, you know? It's like
Every piece of the world having that same phenomenon.
whether or
Where
not, but that's still not really like a. I mean, that's a conceptual spatial dimension. That's not an actual spatial dimension that we access. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you could
yeah.
conceive of all these like existential realities of geometry that don't actually occur. It's just like an idea. But yeah, we've only got I agree with Jeremy.
I mean, it's just like, dude, this is what our reality is, Like, if we could say, yeah, there's maybe some other degrees of freedom, because he'll define it. That's the thing, is he'll go with lead the definition, of degree of physical movement. You know what I'm saying? Like, but anyway, then
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So degree of
degree of
DOS,
movement, and then if you caveat with spatial, then of course,
or
yeah, spatial.
degree of freedom, really. So like
Freedom,
that's
yeah. Sorry, freedom.
similar to like how like a gyroscope's got like hinges, like it's got particular degrees of freedom.
So yes, that was good. The second one, and these are old. They've done this 100 times, but I was like waiting for some cool, whatever, but it just wasn't much. The second one, Kosho, I think came with a little bit of analogy, but I don't know if I paid long enough attention to see how well it got destroyed. But Jeremy hit him with the when you put heat into something or energy, it has more weight, and so then we're just basically gonna say, light has to have weight, right? Or any energy.
It has more mass, right?
Mass. Well, mass gives you weight
because it's acceleration or whatever. But that's just energy is acceleration is mass, but that's not necessarily weight though.
But it can give you, well, true, because it has to have some container or rest or whatever, their other thing. But it's like, logically, it's kind of fair to say that it's like, it's in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, because he kept saying, like, you could box it up, it would be in there. You put it in the stuff, it's in there. You know what I'm saying? But then to say, like, it's just not in there itself, that to me seems mislogic. It should just be like, it's in there, but we can't do it. We can't really measure it or say it, or we don't, But really, why can't you? Because, you know what I'm saying? You can. It's, whenever you get it, it has the way. It's just so weird, man. But it's like, I'm kind of into some of the more progressive theories about, there just being a field and light not actually, being a piece of material that ever leaves something like energy is just something that's just, the perturbation or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Just weird other stuff. The chain link and stuff or whatever. I don't know. But it's cool. I mean, I'm an ignoramus when it comes to all this. It's just the logic on the surface to be like, yes, this energy has this. So Kosha's analogy was cute. He gave the kissing analogy. Did you hear him? He was like,
"Did you get that from Brenda?"
He was saying something like you can have like happiness or affection, and like a kiss doesn't have that in it. But if you get kissed, you'll have more happiness or something. I'm like, the kiss is the photon and the happiness is the weight or something. It was kind of good.
Era. That's a good analogy that you just used, because you flat earthers say this all the time, that nothing makes sense. But you all say,
oh my God. You are
ironically, hang on. Ironically, you all say,
ramrod.
Ironically, you all say that you once believed the Earth was a globe, and now you don't. And my question
whatever. I
is,
definitely don't believe as much as they used to tell me. After.
Okay.
What's wrong with that?
Okay, so you just believed it was, from what they told
Dude,
you.
No, here's my problem. I want to stand on the shoulders of giants, logical giants. Science uses logic. And when you say, give me proof Earth is a ball, and they go, all the other planets are a ball, I go, damn, those are some weak ass shoulders I don't want to stand on. That's pretty much what it was. We
You gotta go back to the 1980s, get some shoulder pads.
That's kind of standing on the shoulder pads of paranoia, really.
Nope, nope, nope.
Yes, yes, yes.
Being logical, man. It's
Man,
just logical.
that's like your ground. You're like electricity that finds ground. It's like you finding a chance to say something with paranoid.
We've got a moon on the flat Earth that we know. If you guys say it's close and local, we know for a fucking fact that it's not flat. We know it's a sphere because we can see 8% of it either on the
How
dark
much
side
can
or
you
the
see?
full side. I can't remember the percentage, but we know it's a fucking sphere.
Fine, but did you say 80 or 49?
8.
Oh.
Yeah, just the wee little sliver on the edge. So we know it's not flat.
Could it be semi-flat?
Oh, so you're pulling shit out of your ass now?
You fucking live
I'm
in
just
easy land.
asking.
It's
Just
tough for you to
asking
know that anything,
questions.
isn't it?
It could be a ball all day floating, man. It could be anything, bro.
Oh, so it's like a frisbee.
We need
You
to.
are the confident person, not me, bro. Don't.
They've got you
You
all
all
fucked up
are.
with these flight routes, guys. I mean,
The
Yeah, how
flight
did that
routes
go,
mean
man?
fucking nothing.
no, it's just so expensive for you to get here. But if you were here and you could just like look at the North Star and then like watch all the fucking constellations just rotate around it like a goddamn merry-go-round, then you'd be
Why
like,
don't
wow.
you see? Why don't flat earthers?
And
It's
then
ironic that
it's
there's a
just
lot of
natural
Australian.
observation, bro. It's not science and rockets, Jazz. And I was just trying to say something before, and you kept interrupting me, but
Oh, I wasn't here.
yeah, but no, yeah, you were interrupting me when you weren't here.
God, you're dense.
Got no manners.
Fuck.
But listen, I mean, what makes sense to a flat? Nothing about the sunrise, none of that makes sense to a flat earther for saying like, "Oh, you're on a flat plane," because it's like literally like you're in a like under a glass bowl with like somebody pushing a coin up. That's
That's
like
a
the geometric
really.
transform, right? That's what
That's
you're
a.
seeing like every day from wherever you are. You're seeing
Right,
That's
the
a
same
right.
drop of the
really.
coin rise to you above you like it's a flat disc, and then set like it's a coin, sort of.
That's a
Am I wrong?
really strange thing to say, and it doesn't do you any favors because no one sees that
But
except obviously you flat
what,
earthers. You want to see
what are you
that.
talking about? How do you see the sunrise? Like a flat disc, like coming up to you
Is he a?
sideways?
Are
It
You don't
you a
see it like that.
trustee?
rises just the wee tippy top, and then when it sets, the wee bitty bottom,
That's what he's
or the
saying. I
or
told
the
him.
other way around. Why, how, and why in the
That is
fuck
not
could that
that is
ever
not an
happen on a
observation
flat
that
Earth?
supports the flat Earth. That's all I'm saying. But
And
do you think I just deny that's going on then?
well, from what you're
Jeez.
saying, I think you are.
But I'm
Well,
not. Like
The
he
s-
just is talking
like
about the
the
middle
whole.
part, Jazza, where you're talking about the beginning. He's saying that this is a hard thing for the flat Earth, Jazza. The reality. I don't know if you want to slow down or have a little more trust in what you're hearing, or maybe you having less paranoia of all the flat earthers out there that are just having this dumb cult that's just very serious and urgent or whatever to you. But buddy, like, are you like a trustee of all this? Or are you actual field agent? Do you go out and like, what do you do?
hence the paranoia that is within the flat Earth. Why would you think anyone's an agent? Everyone
I
that
mean, are you an active scientist type person? I'll
no,
be a way better talker. I'm sorry.
I'm just an everyday average Joe that observes what they observe, and it
No
sure as
Joe.
shit ain't that the Earth's flat.
So you're a trustee. Okay, cool. I mean,
Okay, so you're
average person.
paranoid
Okay.
as fuck.
I'm just saying you trust all the shoulders that you really never stood on yourself.
So what you're saying is that because I don't believe you, I must
Believe
be.
what? You
That's
mean
what
no? You mean okay? Hold up. Can it be more fair? Let's do each other because you don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. I
No,
would be like, that's right,
no,
and
no,
that,
no,
and
no,
I,
no,
and I'm coming
no,
against
no, no,
that. Is
no,
that
no.
who you are? Do you have time for them?
No.
Okay, right. So that's right. That's our contention pretty much here. That would sum it up. You're a type of guy who just doesn't have time for science, even though I guess it wouldn't hurt you if they just put the science on the table,
No,
would
no,
it?
no. I
And
have time for science.
Triple no.
well,
You guys have time, claim to have time for science, but you
well, if
don't
they were calling a
because you
meeting,
don't
they might have some
understand it.
science. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'd be like, yo, you're gonna have the science in the meeting. You give them one little meeting, man. You know what I'm saying? All right, talk. All right, like, all right, yes or no? Did you have it? Next time, have it. Like, I got that type of time. Maybe you don't, because you're pompous. But maybe not. Maybe something else. I don't know. I don't mean like that in a bad way. I mean, maybe it's like a healthy thing, you know, to just be like, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe not. You know, but I have contention with that. I'd be like, it's probably healthier to just, you know what I'm saying? Like, let people be who they want to be and keep science open.
Exactly, and all I'm saying is you're healthily calling governments and government agencies false and fake, which would incline that your paranoid is.
No, I mean
because,
it's
hang on.
relatively the same as if you were just to be questioning, like like Jazz. It's like you're the one that's saying like, yeah, Jesus Christ is real because the Vatican says so and all
No.
that, and somebody else is like, I don't know, maybe Thor. You know what I mean? Maybe they're like all about that shit, and you're like, no,
No, that's
because
completely
I'm
fucking
not that
bullshit.
paranoid to think that Thor is actually. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how you are. You're like you're enforcing a paradigm every time here. Like you're
No,
enforcing your own
no.
paradigm to hold your own head together, not for us.
No, Thor's a character in a movie.
I think you're a Poe.
It's a
I think you're a
metaphor.
flat earther. You can't be this bad of a glober.
You're probably right.
Hey Jazza, can you
Welcome, Issa.
yo, hey, what up, boys?
What did I walk into?
I read this cool article. I read this article about like it's like we were talking about how like only 50% of the population has a internal dialogue. So
Yeah.
also there's a certain group of people that can't visualize things in their mind. And
Yeah, I
I
know
was
what you're talking about.
and I was curious, like
No,
Jazz,
exactly.
can you visualize things in your mind?
I don't think he visualized a logic gate.
Hold on. No. This is like there was a whole thread. Like, it's an interesting thing that's kind of a phenomena that people are becoming aware of because people didn't realize that people can visualize things.
You have to be able to in my job. You have to be able to
Dude, please
visualize
don't
where
tell
you
me
are.
that they're Mandela affecting my own mind. That's gonna fuck me up.
No. I'm just saying
Carry on.
certain people can't visualize things.
Right, I know, but you telling me that tells me that means I don't understand people at all because I always thought everybody had logic and reason. I was always told that. My dad told me that. My grandpa told me that. Every man that I've ever met, wise man I've ever met, has told me that. Every man knows better. Every man
Have you
knows
ever
what he's
met
doing.
Wendy from The Shining?
Hang on, let Isa carry on. I've got to go to the pub.
Sorry. Did I cut in? I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, Jazza.
You gotta go to the pub. You gotta get a beer.
What's up, Stacy?
Go ahead, Isa. G'day, Stacey.
Oh no, it's just I was curious because I saw this.
Oh,
There's like this one
Stacy is
thread.
here. Hey, long time no speak, Stacy. Hello. Hello.
I'll be back.
Hey, man. It's that whole thing. I mean, you know what's crazy about that?
Get you next time, Isa.
I often think that about that with my own mind. You would nobody knows what the hell, how the heck anyone
this is what
else
you guys hear?
thinks.
The
You mean
back
you
of the moon is burnt.
you don't know what other people are thinking, and
Back
so
of the moon exists.
Yeah, Labatt
you
Blue.
don't you
15.
don't know. You don't know. So
Because
so
right
that
now
whole
I'm
thing
thinking
of like
that the back of the moon is.
Don't know
I'm sorry.
what
Go
other
ahead.
people
Come
are
on,
thinking.
ET. Come on. I'm sorry.
You just hit the money on the press right there.
Okay, thank you for. I appreciate that. I was just it was a very simple point. Just trying to say that it's a very simple point. It's just
You and
that you
Jasmine need
don't.
your own table.
It's extremely simple, and it made the point.
Is that it's a very strange thought to have, to imagine if other people that you know think about anything that you do, like in the same way. It's
Like-
very strange. That's it. Like the world or life or vision or anything or sound. I'm a musician. Sound. I always wonder about that. You don't know. You don't know anything about what other people think. I remember when I was a kid and me and my friends used to kid about, do we see color the same way? Like you don't know.
See, ET, exactly what you're talking about right now. Sound. There's, I don't know what they're fucking called, audio something or others.
What?
But hang on, ET's just talking about sound. And so
Phonons.
there's audiologists. Is that what they're called? Something like that. They know everything about sound and wavelengths and shit. And then the one thing that I keep calling out, and no one has ever done it on Flat Earth, is all keep going on about we can only see so
Wait
far.
for it.
And I've said, so you're all optometrists now. They're people that work with the eyes and give people glasses, but you all seem to be experts in it.
Optometry.
You're a numbnut.
If I'm a numbnuts, you're a dumb cunt, and you can eat my nuts. Cookie Monster.
Hey guys, you know what's funny? Like he just said, like he just said a second ago. Yeah, he at least he recognized my experience in the audio world. I
what's that,
expect
listening to
the
Bowie
same
albums?
is true in the video realm.
What's your audio qualifications? What are your
I would
qualifications?
expect
the audio world?
it to be fairly easy for someone to pop in and be like, pop in with their own experience.
You're like Roger from American Dad, like completely now. You know.
Oh, you want to make fun of my voice now?
You're just a drunk gay.
I
alien
can
now.
change my voice if you want me to.
It's just it matches the avatar. It's
Oh,
just
he's
like a
drunk
complete
now?
package.
Oh, wow.
It's just fantastic.
We're just gonna work it
Oh, really? You think you have a better voice than I do? Funny, because people love my voice, actually. I will destroy you. I could probably copy your voice and dominate it. So, but whatever.
Now, ET, audibly, obviously, you've got an awesome voice and you're an expert in audio. So, what do you do?
How are you building him as an expert? With what?
I'm not an expert.
With what kind of paper and tape? What are you doing this
you
with?
guys need to
You
get
guys sound like fucking 5-year-olds. Do you realize that? You sound like
Yeah,
5-year-olds.
it is kind of
Hang on.
pathetic.
Like,
Hang
Jazz,
on.
hey, your voice is funny.
It's
Give
like
me a
somebody
break,
put like the
dude.
IQ speed limit up.
If you want me to act like a retard, I can. Smanks, if you want someone to say that you can't see across.
That's better. I think I like that better.
You need to get a qualified optometrist on, which you've never done.
We're not going to get it popping like this. We're not going to get it popping like
I
this.
mean, we're all adults
Okay,
here.
look,
I like to believe, right? Are we adults?
Look, it was just like
like
two
to think we
people,
are.
and it's growed and it's brewed, right? And like,
I'm not an
when
adult.
it's
Nor am I
comfortable,
ever
you can
gonna.
kind of be a little bit more, and jazz.
I
When it
am.
started,
E.T.,
hey man,
if you could realize,
hey, shut up for 2 seconds so I can say to Jazza, thank you for the convo one-on-one earlier. I know, I say names or this and that, but thank you for you a man for being in the discussion. That's number one. You got to come to the table and talk about it, man. Regardless. So I know you feel strongly about how you feel, and thank you for taking little jabs here and there about but because it's like just the honest feedback. I want you to hear the honest
every
feedback.
couple months.
Era for sure will do. Yeah, cheers for that. Oh,
Okay, I'm
Awesome,
confused.
Don.
now.
send your message.
Don, the homie coming through. I thought he was like a Junior Demok, but no, he's like a whole new Pokemon. But within that
They're all
line,
coming
it's
through in
like you'd be like,
waves.
oh, that's a new type of fire Pokemon, right?
I wanna say really quickly hello to everyone who knows who I am. I'm going on mute.
Hey,
Hi.
Cookie Monster, what's up, man? Good morning.
Right. They don't be really having the real fighting up in here.
Where's
You know what
Geo
I'm
at?
saying? You can't
Where's the
make it real
boss?
silly.
Where's the guy who runs this place? Is he ever around? What's up, Geo?
He's sleeping
You
right
in
now.
here?
Stacy's here.
Uh,
We got
what's up?
Rocket Man.
Where's
Who
Stacy? I haven't
don't
really.
remember. She's right now.
Oh, there
I'm
she
just
is.
trying to wake up and deal with this
Ah,
crazy
there you go.
nonsense this morning. I'm like,
I was
damn,
waiting for
y'all
you to talk to
crazy.
make sure you were the same person. I was like, is this the same Stacy I was talking
It's
to
still
before?
me.
Y'all crazy.
Stacy
You're
345.
all crazy. Everything is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Make your little
And,
song.
and
Make
so,
make your own song, you know?
hey,
Good
Freak Flag.
morning, ET. It's been a
ET,
little while. Yes, sweetheart. I hope you're doing well, though. I did hear
can,
you.
ET, can you just like appreciate the fact that like I brought this with Don and Chazza to being this wonderful party here? Can you just not make it all about ruining it? Thanks.
I'm not about ruining it, and I'd actually like to be more about being part of it. Not going crazy.
No more singing. Can't. No more
Okay,
drunk
no more
singing.
singing
Can we
tonight.
just
Okay,
can we get to the
we'll
part
kill
where we
singing.
make out
Just try and
have
pay
makeup
attention to
sex and we can move on?
No,
Can we do
no,
that?
for real. Okay, no more
passionate
singing
embrace.
tonight. I get it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. No
We'll
doing
get
that.
down later. Okay.
We'll do that
Tonight.
tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow. I'll be fine.
You and me. Yep.
Is it still tonight? I mean, for me, it's morning. It's what now?
Don't you
6 something
dare
in the
say
morning?
that. This is
5:30.
Friday night. This is Friday
It's
night.
Saturday morning. It's 5:30 in the morning, Ron.
Don't you dare
So
take Friday night away from me. You know, this happens every weekend. People from different time zones try to take away Friday morning from people from on the
Can't be
West
that much of
Coast.
a different time zone than me. It's still morning wherever you are. Because
Nah,
5 hours
whatever.
the United Kingdom, and it's midnight.
Well, I
It would
took a
be.
nap, Stacy. I had to sleep for a few hours, and it changed
Oh, you
my
can't
world.
sleep if you're drinking, babe.
I can wake up and keep going. No problem.
Wait,
I bet
who's
you
this?
could.
It's that Jim. Which Jim is that? That's what
It's the only gym, apparently.
One right here.
It's
Hello.
Jimmy. Is it Jimmy or is it Jim?
It's actually James, but yeah.
Damn it! I'm just kidding.
it's like Friday night.
James.
Some people are just going to bed partying, and some people are just waking up on the other side of the whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Cookie Monster. I just grabbed a ginger snap. What's funny about cookies? You could eat like one, or you could eat like 30. You can be a monster with it.
Only like three to five. I try to keep it realistic.
I mean, it could
Chips
be
Ahoy
any
cookies.
number.
Sounds
Any
too
number. 1,
realistic.
3, 5,
That's true.
15, 30. I mean, you
odd
can eat
numbers.
any number of cookies. It's craziness.
You know, it's weird. Some people don't do
I'm still
anything.
slightly
They just
confused.
drink water. Weird.
Yeah, you must be that
Cookie.
type.
Sorry, my bad, Cookie.
So what's going on, Jim? You got some things on your
Damn
mind?
it, Cookie. I'm sorry I cut you off.
Damn it, Jim.
I want to know what James thinks. That's what I want to know. I've heard everybody else so far. I think I have. Well, maybe not everybody. But
Wait, sorry, what's that? What do I think about what?
I don't know. Whatever. What you? I mean, you came in here. Tell us.
I'm just listening to you guys. Like,
Sure. I don't know what we're doing. I just came in and everybody was talking about something and I was trying to figure out what they were talking about. And then a bunch of people came in and it got weird. And then now I'm trying to figure out what happened. And
Yeah,
it
I
got
think the
weird
best
before this
conversation
morning before.
to kind of go back to was somebody talking about visualizing. Like, that is a true thing. A lot of people I didn't know until like last year can't picture things in their brain. They can, and they may talk about it, think about it, but they can't actually visualize it with pictures and stuff. I
That is
see the whole thing go down in my head. You know, when someone tells me a story, I'm actually picturing it, the whole thing. Like it's my life, a movie or something.
Stacy, me too. I've thought about this for several years. It's a beautiful conversation, and I'm fucking encapsulated in what people think about this whole concept. It's a beautiful idea. I want to hear other people say it too. I'm bored with my own because I've thought about it so many times. What do you guys think about it? Everyone thinks about things all
Yeah,
weird
you're really
and
just saying
different.
nothing, no words.
Do you
It's like
do you think
you could
do you
just
think
nodded your
that
head.
it?
Don't offend me. Don't try to do that. Don't do that. It's just that a lot of people think about things like drastically
Okay,
differently
you
than.
just asked.
Yep.
You just asked.
Okay, there you go.
You just.
What's going on?
Oh my gosh. So, buddy, do you think it's possible that someone thinks that they see it in their head and that you're getting false positives, false negatives, all this, and like maybe you can't? Like, how do we know if we can? Like, I think I can.
Do you
But do
think
I know
they're
if I
projecting
can?
it onto you mentally?
I'm saying,
Is that possible?
what is the test? Hey, sir, can you see things in your head?
No
Yes
way
or
to
no?
properly
Is that
test
the
this.
test?
There's no way to test it
Well, give me the test.
realistically.
There's gotta be a test. Come on, give me the test. Give me the
There's
test.
no fucking way to test it. You can't do it.
Well, you can ask people, can you see a picture of a star in your head? And you'll be like, yes, I can. I think I
But the
can.
question is,
And
it's the same thing with a banana. If I give you a banana and I tell you to close your eyes, and have you smell the banana. Just because you say banana when you smell it doesn't mean that you smell the same fucking smell that I smell when I smell a banana. They might be two completely different things inside of your mind and the way your senses sense it. But because I told you when you were born it was a banana and I kept telling you that, you eventually I now have that stuck in your mind that that's just a banana. It doesn't matter whether it smelled like a fart or whether it smelled like an orange. It smells like a banana to you because that's what you were told to believe. You get it?
but
That's what I think.
it's just that when you ask someone like what, like to actually visualize it, tell me what you're actually seeing. So in other words, you say, okay, I've seen this, long. I won't go into detail, yellow thing,
Well,
and
yes,
so they'd have to visualize it for
probably
you.
could say, yes, I see an orange, a picture of an orange that's orange colored in my head whenever you say an orange. And I do.
Yeah.
But the truth is, you can't represent that on the outside and prove that that's actually what's going on, or whether it's just synapses in your head and you're converting it into that as it comes out of your thought and becomes words, right? Or we won't really know that for sure. But I think that's what he means by it. But it is interesting what he's talking about, though. I agree.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
It's an amazing concept for sure.
Surely it would depend on your state of mind when you're being told that, because you might, I don't know, if you're writing, you might then see it in your mind as writing, and just might depend
Well,
on the frame.
when we're children,
frame
when
of
you teach
mind.
a child what things are, we show them the items, right? And we manifest that, right? So that way they can identify it. This way we are on the same page. This is how we teach our kids to see. But I think what's happening is people aren't spending enough time teaching their kids how to understand what their world is. They're not just spending time with them at all. They're just leaving them in the corner with the TV set or the phone, right? And so what happens is they go to school and they don't know these things, so the teacher has to teach them. And then the teacher gets frustrated because they don't, you know what I'm saying? And then it becomes this issue where it's a combination of shitty schooling, bad education, and children that are lazy because their parents are lazy. You know what I mean? And trust me, we're all sitting here with either a computer screen in front of us or a phone screen in front of us. But we all do it all day long when we have our spare time, right? When we're not being forced to be engaged in the world, we're spending our time on the phone or on that black mirror that you've got in front of you. Think about that. It's like we've all been railroaded into believing these things, and these icons like Nike and in fashion shows and all this stuff on TV. It's all just created just to sell you and convince you that it's good so that you'll buy it. It's literally it's a creation out of nowhere. It means nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's all just really a figment of your imagination. Because the way it's explained to you is how you're going to see it, right? It's just forced on you. Kind of like how we learn language. Human beings can't learn language without another being to teach them that, right?
Which is hilarious because imagine if your reality became a figment of your own imagination and it wasn't even real at all. Like, where does that imagination exist then at that place? Is it in your mind? Is it out in the universe? Like, what is it then at that point?
I think if you get to that point, you probably have to talk to somebody that maybe get some help. I don't know. Because I
No
mean, I
way,
don't know.
dude. That doesn't make any sense.
No,
I know
I
it
get what you're
doesn't.
saying. Like,
But I'm saying, like, if people start talking to you like that, I would say
imagine
that I offer them
it's
help.
in your, which is reality. So I get what it's saying in that sense.
It doesn't make
I know
any sense.
it's
Classic flat Earth theory.
no, it doesn't. But we all have to deal with that in our own way. I don't know how to deal with it. It depends on the situation, I guess. I mean, I'm trying to be as honest as possible without, like sounding like I'm trying to make shit up, but I don't really know how to answer that question, to be honest with you. I guess I'm just trying to think of the most
Because
reasonable thing.
it's a crazy ass question. I'll tell you why.
Oh yeah, of
It's
course.
a crazy ass question. A lot of people fucking deal with in a weird ass way. Like, let's take some big world event, one in the past, right? Whatever it might be. There's many of them. A lot of people view them in different scopes of vision, so to speak, and some people view these events differently, and then other people call them crazy for going down those little rabbit holes or scopes, viewing them through those scopes. That's not fair. Number one, it's not fair. Number two, it's not right. Number three, doesn't make any damn sense after you. And the crazy thing is, once you view
I
all
don't know
the
if we're ready for the
vision and
crazy part
everything.
yet. Go ahead.
That was quite an interesting, the crazy part, and that it doesn't make sense. Just because something happens and it seems outrageous and it doesn't make sense, doesn't make it not true.
Well, I mean, I don't want to be the 9/11 guy.
I mean, that
Stacey
also
wants to
applies
speak.
to flat Earth, though, Jasmine. Just because you don't think it is doesn't mean it's fucking crazy.
No, and you're right, Stacey. All I'm saying is
What does that be crazy?
just because something doesn't make sense, I don't, like I said, I don't know how a sewing machine works properly. I couldn't fix one. Well, I probably could, but that would make me a Dunning-Kruger cunt. I don't know how they work, but I'm not going to go out of my way to try and fix one that I don't know how to fix. I'm going to...
Because you're not
hang on. So why would I not go, there's some fucking special cunts down the street that know how to fix sewing machines, and why would I not trust them to fix it? And it comes out of the shop completely fixed. Why would I not?
Okay, you're right. Until then, you drive down the road 2 weeks later and you realize they didn't fucking fix your oil cap and you've been leaking oil the whole time. So then you're like, someone's like, you know what? You might want to listen to me over here and have someone else take a look at it, fix that for you, because I know you think it's fixed, but it really isn't. But that's the point. Someone may give you things and information and authority that you trust or whatnot, or even a car shop that you think you trust, and that one person gets in on that car, messes it up, and somebody has a better idea or a better solution to fix your vehicle. But you didn't listen. If you keep just driving it every day like it's fixed until your car breaks down and it runs out of oil completely, then you're screwed.
Yeah, you got to be
If you're not
careful.
smart
And
enough to figure that out and then not make that
yeah,
same
but
mistake
can I give
over
you
and
one
over, then
more
you're
real
just
quick,
dumb.
Hang on.
Or just toss.
Hang on,
All
Stacey.
right, I'll do.
Stacey, listen to the state of paranoia you just used in that example. I don't know how a sewing machine works. I took it to someone that did, and they fucking tested it in front of me, and it fucking works. And then you said that oil was running out of my car. That's a whole different fucking ball game. It wasn't.
No.
There was no oil
That's not
leaking
what you
before I
said, Jess.
There's
took
no
the car.
balls
We'll unpack
involved
that
in
in
either
one
of these
second.
examples.
Let's unpack that, buddy.
It's quite common
No,
knowledge, though, that used car salesmen. It's a saying. Come on, man. Come on. And
You
the
remember the
people
first
that
time before you put your
garage and
hand
they
on the
charge
stove
them.
and your dad told you not to put your hand on the stove and you didn't listen and you burnt yourself? That's one of those times right
Well,
Have you never had
you
it
touched
where you
on one
send
of
to
the.
one,
Can I
Gary?
can I say what I wanted to
Can I just
respond
get this?
to him with, please?
Out? Can I just get this
Yeah,
one bit out?
that's that.
So, God, have
Sorry,
you ever had it
just
where you?
just real quick. That don't put your hand on the stove. It's one of these times I'm gonna have to go because I got to go to the pub. We'll catch this next time.
I put
Jazza,
my hand on the
I needed to
stove.
tell you about that point, man, where you have the contention with that group of people, buddy. And you made a great analogy about how there's people trying to, you're not going to try to fix something you don't know how to fix, right? And you got a contention with a group of people who appear to be doing that to you, right? But it's like, it's a free roll. You should take it as a free roll, dude. It's just free science, but that's where I contend with you.
Error, absolutely, dude. But I really do have to go, and I'll probably be back
Thanks for
because
listening, man.
it's going up the
Listen,
fan.
Everyone
So
isn't paranoid.
Bro, good luck with what in your current trajectory. Good luck.
It's not necessarily unhealthy
That's a
paranoia.
nice thing to
Put it that
say.
way. That paranoia is a healthy free roll sometimes, buddy. They're not
Sometimes
maybe
paranoia is good.
jumping off.
well, like I
Sometimes.
what I always like to say, and it always hits me in the ass, is don't let paranoia be a little bitch.
But don't walk like a
Don't let
lemming
it
in the gas
control
station.
you. Don't you dare do that.
It's fucking hitting me
Jazza.
right in the precision on.
Yeah, and
Have a good one, Jazza.
I need someone like to say, just because you're not paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you.
Exactly. That was Kurt Cobain from Nirvana, I believe. That line
Yeah, I knew
popularized.
somebody else has said it for a long time. But, yeah.
You better run, Jazza.
Sorry, Stacy, I didn't hear what you just said. Better run, but
Oh, his white team call you, sir.
Oh, you're still here. Perfect.
You're making me
your little goodbyes. Oh, you're
even
so
more
cute.
paranoid. I'm out.
Sorry, I
Now
didn't mean to
he's
do that.
really paranoid.
You're making
Send
me
each other a
really
little empty
paranoid
gift
now,
or something.
Stacy. I'm fucking looking around
Good night,
everywhere.
Jazza.
He's like, oh shit, run.
You can stick around, no problem.
You guys
Stick
need to talk
around.
about scrapbooking or something together.
Alrighty, no,
I think he's trying to say he has a fucking life and he's
Start
gonna go
running
do
now.
it. You know, like
No,
fuck all of us.
Like a
He's
That's what he's
safe.
trying to say.
Nobody has a real life, okay?
I'm
Get
fucking
that
telling
idea
you
out of your
now.
head.
I'm not getting.
Yes, we do.
Nobody has a
I'm
real
gonna
Jazz
say
life.
right
goes
now.
blue gone out
Okay,
already.
I'm out. If I
Diane.
see him,
You're gonna get to
call
crafting,
the
serious hardcore
authorities.
crafting now. Okay.
Oh, he actually did leave.
He's
He'll be
got his
back.
pumpkin already.
He'll be back.
He's got his felt all pre-cut now.
I love that. Somebody told me. I was like, what? He was explaining it to me today. And I was like, oh, that's good.
I
just
guess I'm
figured
paranoid every time I take my car to the
Congrats.
shop still. I don't trust nobody fucking with my car.
I don't fucking trust
Every
sewing
time
machine
somebody-
people either. I don't fucking trust anybody. That's why I learned how to fix it myself. If I can't
Right.
fix it, then it fucking doesn't deserve to be in my house. Fuck it. You know what I
guess
mean?
I'm a paranoid bitch.
I get
if you're
paranoid as
insured-
fuck every time I consume marijuana, which is why I don't consume
I
it
don't get
anymore. I
paranoid
get
about that anymore.
really
Matter of
paranoid.
fact, when I was a kid, I used to get so fucking scared that I was going to get in trouble and I was going to get arrested. But then when it became legal, I was like, why the fuck do I care? Like, they ain't going to fucking know. How are they going to know? They don't know if I'm just happy.
Yeah, you're okay. Well, you're just
They don't know
afraid
you.
of you're afraid of your parents at that point. You're in. Maybe
I
you're
got pulled
gonna.
over one time
I
and
don't
I had
need
been
dark.
drinking and I
Yeah.
was like smelled like booze and I didn't get a DUI. I don't know how I did it, but then I
have you
tried to
ever
be
had-
nice and like get out of the car and give the guy a hug. It's like,
Have
get
you
back
ever
in the
had
car, stupid.
death
Let's go on.
paranoia? You had death paranoia before?
Fuck no, I can't wait.
Huh?
I can't
Oh,
wait.
he's one
I
of these
can't wait to
people
come
who
back and
want
tell all
you want to
dummies what the
die.
truth.
You want to die.
No, I don't want to die. I just don't like it here.
I've met people who want to die. It's a thing. Some people.
I want to
just
know what
can't
happened.
Fucking
I
wait.
want to remember what happened before. That's what I want. I want out.
Right.
Okay.
Sorry,
maybe
I
I
don't
go a
want to
little
die.
out
I
of
just,
line there. My bad.
Dull knife conversation.
I don't mind. I don't mind admitting that. I think a lot of people feel that. Because the way things are right now, I'm done with it.
No, you're not done with it.
Nice
No,
left
you're
here.
just getting started.
There's a few people left, but you know, Well,
You're
I
just
know,
getting started.
but I mean,
You got a
I
lot of
just did
shit to
this.
do.
but what I'm going to become beyond
It's
now
a
is going to just be
hello.
even more and more crazy. And
Yes, that's what you must do.
you
You have a
wanna-
lot of work to do.
I got a
Your
lot of
time
people to piss
here
off.
is
Oh
I got,
wow.
your time here is not done. You must continue. You must continue.
we're
Cookie.
eternal.
You have to. Yeah, we're eternal anyway. I know, but the transference is crazy. But Cookie, you must continue. And Stacy, I was talking to Cookie the other day, listening. I mean, and Andrew is here. I've been talking to Andrew lately, and I know several other people here as well. This journey is not over, and it's not ending soon. Anyway, I'll go on mute. Listen to you guys talk about it.
I don't know anybody.
About
No, I'm
that.
kidding. I know most people, or I think I do.
You
I
owe
don't
it
know
to
much about them.
everything to make
I
everything
look,
better.
yeah, I wish I could believe that.
But just because you had a
But I
chance
really do believe
for
that. I do
everything.
get frustrated and like get in negative. Like, screw it. I don't want to do that. It only lasts for.
It's easy to get negative, dude, but you know what, man? Because that brings me down to a lot of the time it has been, and I'm like, you know what, man?
It doesn't matter whether I
You
think positive. It's not going to change people's minds about what they're thinking in their own heads because I
fuck
have no
other
effect
people.
over that. You know what I
Why are
mean?
you worrying about other people? That's probably what's bringing you down in the first place, trying to control everything. Just worry
No,
about
I just
yourself, man. It's
no. I
way
guess you're right.
easier
I
to.
have to. It's a little bit true.
I know it's a
I don't
struggle
But
with
necessarily
wait,
want to
wait. There
control it. I
has
just
to
don't
be a
want. I just don't
balance
like watching
there.
people
There does have to be a balance. You're right,
Because if you
Stacey.
don't care what other people think, then you may not sometimes question yourself in some dark moments that
Oh,
maybe what
trust
you're
me,
doing
I do
ain't
care.
right. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
I do care what people think. I don't like when
Oh,
people don't like
I'm
me
sure I know
anymore.
you
They
do. I've
dislike
had
me for the wrong
conversations with you.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, I think everybody's like that a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, even though we say we don't care, we do. Especially when
Oh, we
somebody
do.
like wants to go so far as insult us on a personal level for no reason except for that
It's
we're
like,
just arguing with them about something. It gets kind of crazy.
but
That's
it's
the
like,
kind of
well,
thing that gets on my nerve. Again. It's like, why you gotta be so mean and rude? Like, I disagree. I'm sorry. Like, don't hate me for it.
Yeah. Why you gotta be like that?
I'm
Why
a
you
really
gotta
nice
be
guy.
like
Otherwise, I
that?
swear. You know, like, girl, why do you gotta be mad at me for that reason? Like, I can think of a lot of other reasons why you probably wouldn't like me, but that's not the one I expected. But yeah,
There's
it's
people
just
that
crazy.
are necessarily where we're at in this community in a week or whatnot, whatever word you want to use for it, because a lot of people out here are feeling like they don't want to live in a society like this, or they just want to give up. They're so over this shit and how people act and everything and money and life, right? Life is tough. I feel like this is too much. I didn't sign up for this shit. I hear it all the time. So it's not just everybody in here and anybody and everybody.
Oh,
Honestly,
I signed up
it's
for it.
people going through the struggle. Everybody out here is going through a struggle, even if they're putting on that face, acting like, oh, you need to get your shit together. At home, they go home too, and they deal with that. You know what I mean? They go home, they deal with that shit. So I'm just waking up, and they're really dealing with themselves. You're not fighting anybody out here. You're fighting yourself every damn day. Yeah, it doesn't matter what they say in the long run in a way, because it matters how you perceive you in that mirror.
Thinking. Yeah. We have that term.
Everything is perspective.
Thinking. Stop thinking so much. Stop taking yourself so seriously. Because that'll get you in trouble. Because you start taking yourself too seriously, and then you start getting your ego takes over and your selfishness takes over, and that's what got you in this trouble. That's what got you drunk. You know what I mean? It's your selfishness.
That's crazy. I agree with what
I don't know if that
Stacy
helps
said.
you. But
No, what Stacy said and what Cookie also just said, and Rookie, yes, I do remember you. It's so important and basically key. But I want to put this certain little thing into the mix of everything. Something that's happened to me in the last, it's literally been 3.5 years about since I met you people. You people. It's comedy. Stand-up comedy. I found it's amazing. Go check out stand-up comedy. Go check out Kill Tony specifically. It's changed my whole life. It made my life into something that was quite dark, into something that if I chose, could become quite hilariously funny. Ha! Yeah, I didn't think it was that easy either. Whoa, check out Kill Tony. It's funny. If Kill Tony doesn't work for you, I don't know what will. But I mean, I've always been like a Conan O'Brien fan and whatnot. But so I guess I've always been.
You're Emo Phillips love child.
Oh my God! Somebody called me Emo Phillips again. You're not the first person to call me Emo Phillips. That's funny that you
I'm
did,
the same
though.
guy that always does it, but yeah.
How the hell did you just call me Emo Phillips? Who did that?
I'm the same guy that does.
It's me, the guy that says that to you.
No, it was from a different friend group altogether. Called me Emo
Zach.
Phillips. Unbelievable. I guess I
Zach,
probably
you're my
do sound
best
like
friend.
Emo Phillips. I can't
Back in the
believe
day,
it.
people were paid in cat piss. That's why they have a place called Piss Cat Away, where the part I don't know. It's like a furry mall.
Okay, now you're creeping me out because I just walked in my garage and cat's pissed out here, and I was just going, God damn, it fucking reeks like
what's
cat
Piss
piss.
Cat
And then
Away?
you started singing about cat piss.
The
And I was like,
setup.
what the fuck,
no,
dude? You're freaking me out.
that's me doing an Emo Phillips impression.
You guys are tripping.
But it's still really
Stacey,
weird.
you
That I
think
just
they're
literally
tripping?
just said
How do
that
you
in my
think
head, like almost the same words. It's weird, dude.
How do you think I feel, Stacey? I mean, bro, like, I'm in a totally different room. Years later, someone calls me Emo Phillips. So I must sound kind of like
Well, it's
Emo
like I
Phillips.
killed two coincidences with one stone.
Wow, maybe I do sound
I just
like
stepped on
Emo
a stone.
Phillips.
Oh my
Now that
gosh.
I think about it.
Winky dinks, don't
Yeah, Kawinky dinks are weird. You know? I don't know. That's just weird. It's weird that people keep calling me Emo Phillips. I don't like it, and I find
You
it
were just
weird.
talking about stand-up comedy. That's just why I mentioned it.
I know. I know exactly what we're talking about, and it's weird that two people have told that to me before. Actually, maybe three. I don't even know anymore. That's weird. That is weird.
It's just. I think it's only me, and don't gaslight yourself with like.
Oh,
being
it's
drunk
not
and
just you.
You're so wasted. You're
Years
thinking
ago.
that like.
This has been going on for several years. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right.
You've been around.
I'm just thinking like maybe you're so blasted like, and I say it to you, and like I'm like scarring you every time.
No, it's nothing like that. I have memories. I know for a fact my old friend groups used to call me emo fella. I didn't even know who he was at first.
Yeah.
And then I had to go
Just don't
watch
have
all
that
his old
haircut. Just don't have that haircut. You'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Don't worry
What
about
if I
people
keep
saying.
talking like this?
Who cares
though?
what people say?
Can I keep talking like that? Yeah, who cares what people say?
Right.
You know? Oh, emo
I've only known you to
Let them
talk this
talk
way. I
however
don't know anything different, ET. You're the same ET that I met years ago.
There
Nothing's
you go.
changed, you know?
Yeah. But now that people are calling me that, now I have to. I can't now change it. I can't keep.
Super.
I can't
You
keep.
super. You just
Whatever.
totally emo Phillips ass beat off there. Just that was perfect. Yeah.
I don't know even what to say.
It was amazing. But you just naturally sometimes trail off like emo. You have like emo Phillips trail off syndrome. I'll say that you might want to like have that checked out.
Fuck you.
If it's involuntary, if you're not doing it on purpose, I don't know.
Forget
It might be
you.
hereditary or preventable. I don't know. You could prevent the like.
Wait a second. So number one, you're saying
the
you're
emo Phillips.
presenting a problem is what you're saying. You're saying if it keeps happening, seek a professional. What's the fucking problem,
You could take
bro?
professional. I'm just saying advice. I'm not a medical professional, so I'm not giving you advice. But what I'm just saying is
What
like
is
maybe
the
you want
problem
to keep
then?
it open.
Tell me what the problem is, and we'll figure it out.
Only because it's gonna probably just progress over time.
What
And
is
so if you don't stay on top,
you can't describe what it is. Tell me. I want to know right now.
You are giving him advice, so.
Emo Phillipsisms, Emo Phillips trail off syndrome.
I don't know. Oh, come on. That's not even a professional term. You want me to seek a professional.
I'm making it up, yeah.
Yeah, you're making up emo professional tribism or whatever the hell you just said.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, okay, what's your issue? How about that?
I'm just saying, like, if you have like some like a medical diagnostic professional like just keeping up with you over time, I think it's good because then the condition won't get worse and worse. You know what I mean? You'll be full on, full blown emo Phillips. You don't want that.
Is it a
I mean,
mental
you'll be
thing
getting
or
your,
a mouth thing or what's that word called?
you're gonna be like, I do, and then at some point you're like, I 90% talk like emo Phillips, and then you'd be like, well, why not just get the haircut too? And then you're like, looking at the mirror, you're thinking about, you go to the barber.
Okay, no one can help you now. I think you're having the emo Phillips issue.
I don't know.
He is that and doesn't understand that he is, and he's living in denial. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know either. I was just
I'm not
kind
even
of
being
joking the whole time.
hyper-descriptive
Yeah,
here.
I
I'm
tried
just
to
laying it out.
pinpoint that what do you call that mouth thing? Doesn't matter, but yeah, you couldn't do it either. So talk to me next time.
ET. If I'm playing around with you, laughing with you, I'm honestly just joking around with you.
Oh yeah, Stacey. For sure.
You shouldn't. I hope you know that.
Yeah, for sure.
Good.
100%.
After so many years now.
I know,
We're good.
100%. Over 3.5 about it, as far as I remember. Yep.
Yeah, it's been a while. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's been
I
a
met you
while.
right after the whole Globe Light Tour thing, and then I switched over from that to 24/7 Flat Earth, and
Yeah,
that's when I met you. It's about 3.5.
it was
Yeah.
early to mid 2020, sorry. Yeah, early to mid. Yeah, not quite yet, but
damn.
we'll see. But
What,
yeah,
man?
no, it was
What
literally
year?
like mid 2020 for sure.
2020.
Yep, it's been a while.
Wow,
And
that
actually
was
yeah.
a big year, right? We had the
Yeah.
Biden election,
That's
the
what caused
Trump
the
election
whole.
with the
Yes.
with the thing with people wearing stuff on their faces. Yeah,
It was a massive year. Yeah. We were all going through it. I remember how we all were talking back then, trying to question it and figure out what was happening literally every day. That's the reason I started doing little shows and shit all the time, because we were trying to break it down. We knew we were being lied to, but just everything was a mess. So we were trying to figure it out. The whole community was too. It was like we went from talking about, flat earth to, oh shit, everything's on the table now. Listen, we're all going to die, y'all. That's what we felt. And I don't mean of something like that, but of just like they're taking over and we have no choice here and we got to fix this somehow. We knew a play was coming.
I was straight up afraid.
I don't like to
I'm
joke
not going to
because
lie. I was literally thought I might die, even though I'm the only one that didn't get sick. That
Created a lot of fear, though, they did.
within my little circle, within my circle. I mean, go
yeah,
on.
I don't like to joke, but yeah, I lost a good friend to the paranoia around the beginning of this, and yeah, we just don't even talk anymore. We just don't even talk now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was kind of
he was immediately
that was
like,
insensitive.
he was like, they're all, we're all gonna die. It was all of like level 9, like based on the projections, based on the math, based on all that stuff, and based on like being the guy who like might have watched like a couple movies about like contagions or whatever the F, you know what I mean? Those kind of biological movies, like you fall right into this narrative, like where you're like, oh, it's this, the spread of it would have been at such a rate, But
You
anyway,
might
yeah.
be surprised though that this friend, I don't know if you have any communication with them anymore, is that it might be different, because I went through that. I was doing these shows, like I just said, right? And I get a phone call from my ex of 15 damn years, and he goes, what the hell are you doing? This isn't funny. People are here really dying, Stacey, and you're sitting here making jokes in this little song that was going around where they're making fun of all the diseases and all that. He's like, this is seriously not funny.
The
And he was
cognitive
talking about
dissonance.
China and all that. And I was like, oh, no, I'm not playing that game.
Yeah,
And now
right.
he
People got some videos
totally
like
sees it.
some Chinese people falling over or whatever. Yeah.
Yes, he saw that, tried to show me that. I wouldn't even look at it. I said, nope, as soon as you look at it, you're giving it
That's it.
attention.
But-
That shit
right.
is fake and I'm not doing it.
And yet they're
Yeah.
all the way on 100% land, just marching across the finish line, and you're like,
Correct.
oh, okay, buddy. Like,
But you know what? I
yeah.
kept doing what I do, you should too. And then eventually, because they're going to end up seeing, especially now, 3 years later, a
It's
lot of
just
people
what
have
it
already
can
seen it
do,
for what it is.
what it did, like the vibing of what that vibe is, like the ultimate super like Thanos Saturnian deathmonger like vibe. It's not cool at all. Like how that all goes, and just what that can do to destabilize like a group is pretty significant, man.
I believe that's intentional, and for that very reason, I'll never stop telling the truth. This is an attack. It's a weapon. And if you don't know how to defend yourself, you're going to die. I'm sorry.
The way that the narrative is splayed, it's like a tree, you know. It's like there was a narrative for every particular demographic. There was a narrative prepared for us. There was a narrative prepared for preppers. There was a narrative prepared for environmentalists. There was a narrative prepared for people
You know what's crazy?
Immune compromised, people that were medically in the field, people who were connected to certain hospitals, people who were connected to certain parts of the medical industry, people, and on and on. It was all prepared in this way that's go ahead. Go ahead, interrupt me.
No, I'm sorry. I cut you off multiple times there. No, I did. I literally cut you off multiple times.
You don't hear me cooking?
Like I wanted to
It's
say
like, let him
something, and
cook,
you weren't
right?
done.
What's that mean? Like, let him cook, right? I'm cooking. I'm on hibachi grill right now, and you're trying.
Dude, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
What was so important?
It was my.
Tell me.
This is what's important.
I'm gonna take a break.
That literally was a mistake, man. I'm sorry. That was not my intention. This is what I was just trying to say. Is that that was the first round. It's gonna come back. It'll be twice as bad. Bill Gates even said that.
Here you go.
You've seen that?
Prophesying now, over top of what I'm talking about, which is don't do that. Because because that vibe is a killer, and that's what it's intended to do.
I mean, I want to have a fun Friday night too. I'm just trying to be realistic.
I even have alliteration prepared, and you're gonna fucking walk over it. God darn you! You can't help yourself. He's a helpless guy.
Nope, it's okay. I'll listen. I'll go on mute.
Yo. What's going on with the frustration channel?
Morning, friend.
What's up, brother? I feel like if you ever wanted to get more frustrated, you just join a Discord and try to get a point across.
Yeah, that's good.
I think it's my time to
You poor
cut through
thing.
the chaos.
You might just want to call me and DM me.
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't. What was it?
No, I'm just saying, if you came here for that, you probably should just call me and DM me separate, and I can help you with that because I don't think anybody here really gives a shit. Most people don't care.
If we want the confusion, if we have the confusion, then we can be the guy that brings order and say the thing. I'm gonna be the guy who says the thing today. And some days for me that's just irrational confidence.
You know you did it right when everybody's singing the same.
How about I say that thing?
Oh, look at you.
No, I'll say it.
So what
put
it
your
is,
cape
what
on.
it is,
You
what
say
it
it, ET.
I was looking at the scale model of the solar system and the relationship between the Earth and the Sun. So they say that the Earth in the scale model would be like the size of a marble, and the Sun is 1.5 meters in diameter, straight across. Yeah. Can you see something that's 1.5 meters? Imagine a beach ball that's 1.5 meters in size. Do you think you'd be able to see it 7 miles away? Because that's the distance compared in scale to the Earth, which is only a size of a marble, right? And then you have to imagine you shrink yourself down to the size that you'd have to be on that marble Earth. And then this is where it really hits home, right?
I'll tell you why.
It's just ridiculous.
Go ahead, Carlos.
It's just it doesn't make fucking sense, does it?
And it's all roads lead to Rome here because marbles were created by the Romans from glass slag made into toys in Rome. Roman dudes. Shout out to Kosha's mom. The proportions are pretty staggering though when you start to like try to compare everything, man. For sure. Like, yeah, how far away is like the sun if you like have a marble?
Thanks for cutting the tension with that one. That was pretty.
Who was saying something?
You said shout out to Kosha's mom.
Shout out to Kosha's mom. Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Shout out to Kosha's mom. Yeah.
Just because if we're gonna mention Roman dudes,
that one went right by you.
Anytime we mention all
I'm
those,
sitting here cracking up.
it's all roads lead to Rome. But then Kosha is like infatuated by Roman guys because of the armor and the sweaty chest or whatever. And then I think of Kosha's mom after that, just to kind of balance the scales of cosmic intelligence. I've got the coffee today. Some days it's better than others. I'm sure I'm using the same amount of scoops. I have no idea what really changes this shit up.
You didn't even sing it proper. Stop
with that earwigging. Don't do that.
Am I the only one that's not
That's
drunk?
crazy. That's like this in Star Trek Wrath of Khan, like where they take that worm and like put it in the guy's ear. That's what you just did there for me.
Well,
it's like a parasitic musical organism that you just put in my ear.
I'm sorry if the audio is loud and if you hate the music. I'm sorry.
It's gonna live there and like cause me to do strange things.
I know.
Do you put a creamer in your coffee snacks?
I try not to actually, except when I go to 7-Eleven because I'm at 7-Eleven. I'm living like a king now.
You got to do it now. Yeah.
Bro, why do you think I would be singing that song if it hasn't been stuck in my head for like a week now? Can't get it out. It's like a virus.
You have to well, the only way that I can get songs out of my head that are stuck there is like I have to like unscramble them or like rearrange the notes or like just come up with a whole new song. Yeah.
Oh, so reproduce
other songs.
It happens.
This is the other music that makes us
He's saying make it better somehow.
Pretty sure that Bop was designed to be a disease. It is MK Ultra at its finest.
It's yeah.
Stacy got it.
It's like it's like part of a canonic movement, like in Pachelbel's canon, sort of. So it's sort of following like a cadence, chordal cadence, and your brain just fucking wants to get to the end of it. It's like
it's driving me insane. I'm sorry to infect you all with it, but I mean, it's a real thing. Like I went like years without hearing it, and all of a sudden it just popped in my brain, and I can't get it out.
No, it got stuck in my head as soon as she popped up on the screen. That's the first thing that went straight to my mind was Stacey Long.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, not literally, but the song.
Now my picture looks like Bop in the Hansons.
Yes.
I can't do it now.
Yes,
this is ridiculous. I'm changing my picture.
I'm sorry. Everyone. No, it's all in our
That's
face.
hilarious.
Now. Just deal with it.
Are you saying your hair looks like Hanson's haircut?
Yeah, I'm in that picture. Yes.
Oh wow! Oh no! Do you remember the Family Guy episode where Quagmire confused
I didn't say anything
the tiger?
wrong with the picture. I was just saying that the name Stacy reminds me of that. I don't know why. It just does.
Well, as soon as you
reminds me of
said that,
song.
I looked down and I saw my picture, and I'm like, "Damn! Oh, that's totally Bop style right there." I don't mind picking on myself though.
I literally can't get Bop out of my head. It's driving me insane.
There's something with that song. I actually think there is. Since there was a time when it came out that I remember it feeling really like, oh my god, it's Bop. I used to sing it as a kid because it was the time and generation. Now I can't stand it. They used to play it at my job, and I used to beg my boss to turn that shit off because as soon as you start playing it, you don't want to hear it. You want to escape it, but all of a sudden you're sitting there working. Next thing you know, Bop. I'm like, oh shit, I'm doing it. Please, somebody help me. Please.
And then once you
there's
stop,
something
you
about
can't
it, man.
start. You can't stop it. It's like some serious MK Ultra shit. For real. It's something weird as going on.
I've got one that's worse.
That's what I'm saying. It's part of something
I've got a
that
song that's
really
worse that won't come
it's
out of your
relating. So, can I just say, like, real quick? It's
Yeah,
relating
correct.
to the same that canon is like through every other fucking amount of like songs. Like it's through like Green Day songs, like that pattern is through so much other stuff. So like it's just like
Dude,
hammer.
you're totally right, Snacks. I've
It,
noticed it too throughout the years. You're
Let him
right.
finish.
Mhm.
oh, so that Bop song is just hammering, really, just that one nerve, and that's why it's kind of like MK Ultra torture. Thank you. Yeah, it's like a water torture.
Water torture. Yep. It's true though. And Cookie, you said you had another one as well, or something worse.
I lost it.
Hopefully it'll come back.
That one got me.
Sorry, Cookie.
No worries.
I'll try to keep it short. All right.
Always keep it short around
Oh,
here.
I remember it now. The pull-ups commercial. I'm a big kid. Look what I can do. That's been stuck in my head for 20 years.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys remember Toys R Us. I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
Oh, I'm just singing it right then as you're mentioning it.
Yeah, that was the other one I was going to say, but I didn't want to admit I worked there. That's all I got stuck in my head.
I heard you in your head singing, Stacey. But that I'm a big kid now really feels like a junior version of the Toys R Us song.
As soon as you said it, it went right back to Toys R
the
Us.
same song.
So that's the same kind of thing. You instantly remember that because it was programmed into your head. For me, Toys R Us wasn't so bad compared to like Bop. Oh my God, I can listen to Toys R Us all day long. Not Bop though.
So yeah, that stuff's like all in like C, I think. So it's all like an open key basically, and
Yeah.
to some degree, like even that's what like like little babies kind of are in those tones, like they'll babble and na like around in these like major C. Basically. Yeah, goo goo gagas.
Exactly. But I have the same feeling with the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and stuff, and I grew up listening to that. I used to love it. I was like the biggest Backstreet Boys fan, and now I can't stand the shit. I don't know how I ever listened to that crap.
Yeah, I think what also like so just also hammering
We don't
the
know.
phoneme over and over the right, like that's a very particular type of like trigger, you know, and how that works. And it's like, you know, even like do you know who Leonard Bernstein is? He's like a musical composer
Yes.
and stuff. But he was like in this like he was the poetics chair at Harvard for a number of years, and he did these like talks about phonology and its connection to like musical stuff. And in the condition like where it's but just generally, so the first time like you actually need to have any kind of control over your mouth is when you're nursing, you know.
And right now,
Would you agree with
I
that?
need to stop. I'm sorry.
But do you get what I'm saying? Like when
Yes, I do.
when you're a baby, right? You're trying to get some mommy milk or whatever. Like, but it's that M that you're making that basically it's the same phonological position, right? So it's like that sound is actually connected through to that.
I'm crying. I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying
Keep
anyway.
explaining.
This is Harvard poetic stuff. This is dirty
Exactly.
shit here.
We kept doing the ums. I heard you two in the background. Who was doing it with me? I
But
think it was Cookie.
there's a psychophonological connection that we're all making when we hear that somehow. I don't know. We're just sucking on some kind of musical nipple. We're sucking on the C chord here, guys. Okay.
You're sucking. You're
Wait,
sucking.
if you guys don't stop moaning, I'm gonna get excited here.
It's like, what is happening? Sucking on a secret. I'm never ever gonna ever forget that one. Snacks. Damn.
Oh, the other one too is like that song "Torn." Somebody explained that to me in such a way that makes me never
I
ever
love that
hear it the
song.
same way, and I'm
Oh,
cracking
no.
the fuck up. It's gonna ruin the song for you.
Don't
even
do it
make me
to me, Snacks.
Yeah,
Do it.
no.
Do it.
You want it?
Yeah, rip the Band-Aid. I hate it, but then it makes you feel better afterwards, I think. Go ahead.
It's just, you just have to
I
think
want
about
it
the whole
going.
song is really a narrative about a woman who's got vaginal dryness.
What the fuck is happening?
Just go listen to the
Wait.
song again, and it's
Hold
gonna
on.
crush you.
What?
And it's gonna be nothing's right. I'm torn, and that's what
Let me
you're gonna be
Google
like.
that real quick.
Just
Type that in.
just look at the lyric. I don't know.
Wait, you're a woman. And you
The conversation has
Yeah,
run
I mean,
dry. It's run dry. The conversation has run dry, but the conversation is really a vehicle to describe sexual intercourse any fucking way, isn't it? So that's nothing's right. I'm torn, and it's I'm all, and then it's like
oh
this whole
God.
subchorus
I
that's going
like
to
how
go on.
honesty is about.
And now she's lying naked on the floor. You know what I mean? And illusions never change into something real. And then you know what I mean? Cold and I'm scared. Nothing's right. I'm torn. You know what I mean? It's just nothing's right. I don't know. Whatever.
Oh Jesus, I can never sing that song the same. You're right.
It's gonna crush you when you're in a 7-Eleven when you're just trying to get cigarettes or something, you know, or whatever. It's just so funny. It's so funny.
No. I'm gonna die with my best friend of 30 years. I wait till I hear that song
It's
again.
just
I swear to
serious,
God.
though. Like it's just
I'm
funny
gonna be
because it takes this,
blaring that shit and singing it.
another case of
Laugh.
great musical, it's great songwriting, you know, obviously. But
I'm gonna
it's just
now pass this information on so someone else has to be affected by it too. She will.
it's like a chain letter of misery.
Exactly.
Yeah, spread it. We need to get the song
Spread.
off the
Oh,
radio.
spread it may not be the right term
Yeah.
to use right now.
No, spread it though. Yeah. No, we'll wait till it's a more comfortable time. It's like a theme song. Like it should really be like, it should be like a pharmaceutical like backdrop commercial song. You know what I mean? For like do you have
Are you
vaginal
sure there's going
dryness?
to be a more comfortable time?
It's torn. Yeah. Okay. Anyway,
I've
talk
been
to your
trying
doctor or
this morning. It's great.
enterologist. Uterologist.
Thank you for this morning. Y'all got me good. Even with all the craziness that's been going on, it's still been very entertaining. I'm not gonna lie. Great.
Keep it rocking in the early morning here. So
Even you,
important things.
Snacks, getting irritated by ET talking over you. I was still just cracking up over here.
Shit, did he leave? Oh gosh.
Oh, he's still here, I think. Oh no, he might be gone.
Okay, somehow he just fell asleep and gave him a little lullaby. Gave him a
ET
little
means well. I know him for
Yeah.
quite a while now, so he means well.
pretty
And there's days
old.
that he comes in here and he's not so
He makes me feel drunk in my head.
exactly. He's actually very intellectual in some ways if he's not like plastered. Believe it or not.
You guys can pick on me all the
I
rest
like how
of the
it's
week.
subtly pushing. I just
I
try
didn't
to push
even
him
know
to
he
be his
was
best
drunk
self.
until I talked to him for 2 hours. And then I came over here and suddenly realized this motherfucker's drunk. And I didn't even
Yes.
notice it until we came over here. And I'm like, what the fuck? I spent 2 hours talking to this guy and he sounded completely sober to me. And as soon as we came over here, he just started going blah. I was like, what the fuck?
I know that's the thing. That's why I gotta razz people like that. Like you know, and if you just came in here like plastered to be like you know what I mean? Like we had this all serious and you know back and forth about all this stuff, and now you're just like saying all kinds of crazy.
I know, that
things.
wasn't my fault.
No, but you weren't.
I kind of came in
He's
and
got
he
a
was
good
like,
heart though.
befriending me.